Going to see if I'm live. Oh my god! There you go. I'm live. Uh, hello there. Twitch and YouTube. YouTube doesn't really concern you, but Twitch. Sorry that I did not stream yesterday for because it's now Sunday. Yesterday was Saturday. Normally I do my Ace Attorney streams on Saturdays. But hey, your boy slept extremely late, therefore waking up late, like afternoon late. So there's that. And then I'm like, all right, you know what? I'll just stream tomorrow, cause I was already not in the mood to like do a late stream slash, almost about to be like 4 something, and I'm like, you know what? I don't want to do that. But guess what? Not the same situation of me waking up later, just more like I was ready and then number 2 decided to knock at the door and I'm like, ooh, I gotta go. And I was there for quite a while. So, there's that. It was gonna start at 3:30-ish. But yeah, as you can tell what I'm saying, it's like pretty much number 2 came through and then I was like, well, I gotta have to intervene with this for a bit. And there you go. Other than that, though, I'm fine. I'm chilling. Got rid of that situation. Now we just have to get into the game. The game. I eventually need to change the background to this. I don't know what I'll change it to, but I need to change the background. I still like the way how I set up everything, though. Like, even the table. And the thing is, the table is its own, like, separate thing. And it's like, it's only meant for the Phoenix Wright series. Because here's the thing. Once I do, like, any other DS game in the future, this is gone. Like, 100%. It's just funny that I have this now, because I'm just like, it's like the thingy. But it's whatever. Alright. Yeah, continue. So today we're starting, Turnabout Succession. Let me see if I have my shit set up, too. And that's the whole truth of the case. Mason, what the fuck? The numbers, Mason. What does it mean? Where is it? Oh! Damn! Damn! In the hospital? In order to understand it myself, I had to know the story of these last 7 long years. Ooh. Have my little guide up on the side here. I need it. Nothing happens by chance. Okay. Everything is connected. Whatever. And now, you stand ready to begin the last trial or whatever the fuck. Sorry, I'm like left and right here. Oh, that's actually happening. I thought that was my screen doing that. Oh, is she dead? Like, what just happened? Will the defendant be found guilty or innocent? The decision is yours. Oh, shit. He's here. Alright. October 7th. 10:37 a.m. Write Anything Agency. Hey, Apollo, look on TV. Look. Yeah? I'm kind of busy. Whoa, look at that. He's the last, Grammari. Alright, amazing. Apollo, you should be watching this. Ow. What? I was writing about our last case in my journal. Lawyers are supposed to write things in records, Apollo, not journals. And why now? That case was 3 months ago. Hey, it's a long story. I did a lot, I want to vacuum pack the feel of the moment for later. Right now, I'm wowing the crowd by figuring out how Lammy disappeared. That's right, Uncle Valent did that illusion too. We're missing him on the TV right now. I was just getting to the good part. Suppose I should watch a little TV with her. After all, her father's expecting me to look after her while he's away. What you're now seeing is a rehearsal for the greatest magic show on Earth, happening right here at our very own Sunshine Coliseum, the Sunshine Coliseum. Hey, that's where the Gavineers concert was. Only 3 more days until miracles happen here, right before your unbelieving eyes. The legendary Trope Grammari is performing for the first time in 7 years. Huh. That's going to be great. I'm still there. You and Daddy are coming too. The legendary Grammarize. If Trucy's real father were still alive, he'd be on the stage performing miracles. I've got the tickets and everything. Here's yours, Apollo. Alright, we got the Magic Show tickets. Ah, you are here. Working hard or hardly working? Fucking Phoenix. Hey, how are you been? Hi there, stranger. Not exactly the kind of greeting I'd want to hear from my own kid. Though he has been gone a long time. How goes it, Trucy? Here, I got a present for you. Yay, pudding! I love pudding. Ooh, it's farm fresh. And not just 1 pudding, but 3 whole cups. I have to pace myself. Well, I'm beat. That's right, Daddy. You're on a top secret mission. You have to take it easy with the secrets, you know. How right you are. So you still can't tell us what your mission is. Maybe it is time. It has something to do with you anyway. Huh? With me? Ooh, maybe you're getting a top secret mission too. Maybe you can be one of those guys. A spy. How old is Trucy again? 15. Okay, so I was like, she is acting like her age, right? Like a kid. Can I just be a defense attorney? Sounds cool. To be honest, telling you about the mission was my whole reason for coming here today. What? Tell me. You've heard of the Juris system, right? Yes? The Juris system. That's right, the new legal system everyone's talking about. Have you heard about Apollo? Huh? Maybe. Maybe not as many people are talking about it as I thought. The Juris system, huh? The Juris system. So, Daddy, what's this Juris system thing? Well, Trucy, do you know what a jury is? I've heard of it. Isn't that those people who sit in court in those old courtroom dramas? The ones who get to decide if the guy's innocent or guilty? Do you know, Apollo? Only from TV. There's 12 people chosen from the community, right? Well, they're thinking about reviving that system. They're calling the new system the Juris system. No more doing whatever you like, Your Honor. Not quite that harsh. The jurors cooperate with the judge. Oh, because there's 12, and then he would be like the deciding factor if he's the last one. Or, you know, whatever they agree upon, whatever. They help analyze the case from different angles. Ah, and there will be only 6 of them under the current proposal, right? Wow, you know your stuff, Apollo. The findings directly affect the verdict. Hopefully, people will start taking the courts a little more seriously now. I feel like I'm on TV, I feel like I'm on some kind of educational TV show, starring Dr. Wright. Dr. Wright, his assistant Trucy, and Mascot Apollo, the perfect team. Mascot, hey! The secret mission. So what is the secret mission? The Juris system is my mission, more or less. Anyway, keep in mind that that new ideas like this system are always risky, Apollo. Too true. Everyone's got an opinion and they just talk and nothing gets decided. Kind of like you, Apollo. I'm not that bad, am I? In any case, we're going to give it a shot. A test, if you will. I don't like tests. We'll take a case as a sample and we'll take a case as a sample and choose 6 jurists. I'll be the one helping with that process incidentally. Helping how? Well, for one, I'll be chair of the Juris System Simulated Court Committee. The chair constructs the ideal situation, choosing the case and jurist candidates, even the judge and the courtroom. Wow, it's like you have a real job. I was never that good at the piano, to be honest. Once a lawyer, always a lawyer, I guess. The trial's tomorrow, by the way, don't miss it. The trial simulation, that is. A simulation, huh? Sounds interesting. So, what kind of case is the trial simulation about? Well, since it is the first run through of a new system, I wanted something simple. Get thinking. No sense wearing yourself out on something too serious. True. The case is a murder. That's not simple at all. By simple, did you mean that the defendant is guilty? Yes, most likely. So, good luck, Apollo. Wait, what? With the trial tomorrow. You're defending, of course. Recall that I said it had something to do with you. Go for it, Apollo. This is a test case anyway, no sweat. Yeah, but there's still a verdict to be decided. And a potentially serious sentence. The most serious in the worst case scenario. You mean the verdict's for real? That's not a test trial, that's a real trial. All the forms have been filed, there's no turning back now. The trial begins tomorrow at 10 a.m. Hope you can make room in your schedule. Why am I only hearing about this now? Ah, yes, there was a change this morning. I picked a new case. Huh? Something that happened last night. Valent Grand Marais. Hey, Apollo, I know you're all excited about the secret mission. But what about this? The Tropez Grand Marais Grand Magic Show, huh? Oh, right, the card tickets. Oh, the card tricks. They're not card tricks. They're grand illusions, a miracle, the apocalypse. So what? That's 3 whole days from now. It's at Sunshine Coliseum. Let's go today. We can say hi to Uncle Valent. Have fun. What? I can't go by myself. You know I'm not very outgoing. Right. Trucy, not outgoing? Unheard of. Why not go with her? But what about the secret mission? Oh, don't worry about that. You'll hear all about it tomorrow regardless. I don't trust that smile. He knows something that he's not telling me. Yippee! Now, I'm thinking about the yippee from the little thing. Yippee! Now you can take me to the Coliseum. I suppose it wouldn't kill me to pop over there. Ah, Grand Marais. That reminds me. What's this, Daddy? Isn't that Silk Hat the Grand Marais seal? Consider it a birthday present, Trucy. Thanks, it's great. But today isn't my birthday. Good point. What day is it today, Apollo? Huh? Today? I think it's Recycle Your Plastics Day. Then it's a Recycle Your Plastics present. Yippee, so it's plastic. I've given up trying to understand them, so it's much easier that way. Fucking Apollo Terrio. So what is it? Can I open it, Daddy? No. Oh shit, that was serious. Huh? You'll need that envelope someday. Someday soon. Don't open it until then. Well, why didn't you just hold on to it until then? Because that would be the logical thing to do. Fucking Apollo's so done. He's just like... He just asks, why wouldn't you just give it to me, like, you know, when I'm ready or whatever? And he just goes, because that's too logical, and he's not like that. I am done with this man. Like, Apollo is so done with Phoenix. He's just like, yeah, whatever. Logic goes out the window. Alright, an envelope about the Grand Marais, huh? The trial simulation. Alright, so what case are you going to use? You really want to know, don't you? Of course I do. I mean, I'm going to be defending, aren't I? It all goes well, then yes, of course. This is just a test. We wanted everyone to start without preconceptions, a blank slate, as it were. There's a difference between having a blank slate and just being totally clueless. Whose dumb idea was that anyway? Well, mine. Committee chair, remember? Oh. Well, if you want to know that badly, I suppose. I could give you permission to examine the scene of the crime. Good. That's better. But you can't talk to anyone involved with the case. What? Then how am I supposed to defend? You let me worry about that about the details there. Remember, I'm in charge of this trial. All of it. But you don't want it to backfire, do you? Apollo, if I am in charge of the whole trial, that means the entire affair is my responsibility, for good or for bad. Just do what you can. And don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Alright. I recommend going down to the detention center. Your client's waiting for you. You can ask about the scene there. But you just said I couldn't talk to anyone involved. Oh, you can talk to your client. If you can get her to talk. Well, time's a wasting. Alright. Phoenix being cryptic as ever. I'm just curious to what this is about. Looky here, a handwritten signature. It says, I can't read it. Seems odd to me. I mean, isn't a signature intended to show ownership? What's the use if no one can read it? Isn't it enough if you can read it your own? Oh, I never thought of it that way. I mean, it is your signature, that makes sense. Alright. No, you can't read this part, right? Yeah, okay, cool. So we just have to see the signature. Let me check the ticket! $70! Jesus! You know, I never been to a magic show, so I personally don't know how much a magic show will cost. Are you ready, Apollo? Ready for what? For what? For the Tropez Grand Marais Grand Magic Show. Not like I'm getting up on stage or anything. What are you talking about, Apollo? You can't enjoy magic if you're not part of what's going on up on stage. I'll lend you my spare costume if you need one. Huh? You mean I can't go in this? No. Just no. Doesn't get more straightforward than that. I love the serious look she had. The straight up no. Nah, fuck. Oh my god, I thought I was off the conversation. There you go. Alright, back. There you go. Okay. Muba. Muba the Groover. Let's do the Detention Center first, then Sunshine Coliseum. October 7th, Detention Center. Visitor's room. That's 20 minutes we've been waiting here. 20 minutes! Maybe I should complain. I'm sure the guard has better things to do than stand there pretending he doesn't see us. You know the minute we get angry, the client will show? It always works that way. Like shouting, "Oh, waiter," and they're standing right behind you. Oh, guard! Is our client going to be much longer? What are you talking about? Haven't you already started the meeting yet? Huh? This bitch is on the side. Eek! Where'd you come from? Where'd you go, Cotton Eye Joe? Well, anyway, please have a seat. I'm nervous, Apollo. It's the silence. It builds suspense. Why don't you do something, Trixie? You're a magician, aren't you? That's right. Okay. I'm the amazing Mr. Hat. A thud. Eek! She passed out! This magic underwear might have been a better bet. That's magic panties, Apollo. Hi? I wrote this game. Hi? Well, I'm your defense. I really think it has to be fate, you know? And by fate, I mean destiny. Did you know I'm good with astrology? Tell me, what's your sign? I don't know if this is true. Like, if he's being for reals right now. If Apollo does know fucking astrology. I can tell you mine if you'd like, Apollo. No, never mind. I just got carried away there. I seem destined to get difficult clients at the seems. Your name. So what's your name? Oh, right, I'm supposed to introduce myself first. I'm Apollo Justice. And I'm Trixie Wright. I know. This is getting nowhere fast. The case. Hey, I know. Maybe you can tell us what happened. I'm your defense attorney after all. Anything out of the ordinary happened lately? Well, the other day, this tourist from out of town stopped to ask my directions. Later, Trixie. I feel like I need to ask directions myself here. Well, that was fruitless. Though I think I understand despair a little better now. You did good, Apollo. Look, she's doing her nails. What? Are nails more important than defense? Is that it? Let's go, Trucy. Excuse me. Could you read this? I'm sure. I feel like a teenager on a first date. And this is the love letter we passed from desk to desk at school. Stop looking so wishful and read it, Apollo. It's a business card with a name and an address. The name is Vera Misham. Vera Misham? The address is for Drew Studio. And you're giving me this card because... Well, it looks like we're finished here. I wonder if Drew Studio is the scene of the crime. Let's go find out. Drew Studio. Sunset Coliseum has appeared a lot in this. October 7th, Drew Studio. Wow, this looks like a studio. It's like life imitating art. Or maybe it's the other way around? But the tape on the ground there, it's a bit jarring. Yeah, it looks like we found our crime scene. Apollo, look at all those paintings. Hey, don't touch those. It's okay, I'm just looking. Some abstract shit. Some scenery, some lifelike thing. Huh. Apollo, look at this one. Looks half finished. You can still see the rough sketch underneath. But that's odd. The rough part doesn't look like the rest of the painting at all. Ow. Yeah, good point. That is odd. What's this sleuthing kind of music? I love how we have all three paintings in our fucking thing. All the paintings have really different style, too. Ah, I thought I might find you two here. Hey, Emma. Come on, long time no see. Oh. Seems like I run into you far too often. I'll bet I know why you're here too. You know about the trial simulation tomorrow. I've heard about it, sure. So Mr. Wright chose you, huh? We don't even know what the case is about. Well, he was killed. The artist who owns this studio, that is. Mr. Drew Misham. And his daughter was put under arrest. Yeah, we just saw her at the detention center. It was funny, though. She seemed more like a victim than the kind of person who could commit murder. You don't say. Not even by poisoning. That's how it was done, you know? Poisoning is a common way to get the job done when the murders a woman. Poisoning? Anyway, Mr. Wright told me you'd be coming. Feel free to take a look around. I'll just be over here with my snackos. We can't talk to you to anyone related to the case this time around. Which means we better find out as much as we can here at the scene of the crime. Or else. Yeah, let's examine. Will Emma fucking say anything? Probably not. Hey, Capello, that's where the body was. That's the spot where Mr. Drew Misham passed away. He put the coffee mug to his lips, and the next moment, there's quite a bit of paint on the ground. See that half-painted painting there? He must have been working on that right up to the moment he died. Oh, 2 hours to the end. Excuse me. Or maybe he started it a year ago and was procrastinating. Amanda's coffee cup was for a guest to use. Guess. Did the police already analyze the cup too? Not a trace of poison was found on that cup. So the killer was after Drew Misham alone. Ah, that's the victim's coffee mug. Aha, so the poison was in here. This is the first time seeing a real poison mug of coffee. I would hope so. Poison coffee. Not exactly, actually. What do you mean? No traces of poisons were found in the coffee. What? You'll have to figure out the rest yourself. I'm officially not on your side, after all. There's a painting down here. Hey, there's a painting hidden back to here. Hey, you're right. What if it's embarrassing somehow and he didn't want anyone to see it? You certainly seem pleased by the possibility. Huh? It's so normal. That's hardly something to get mad about. Huh? What is it, Apollo? Well, doesn't this painting look like... Never mind. I better get a professional opinion on this. We got these. I can't really do anything with body overall, right? That's weird. Oh, yeah, we already have. That letterbox looks funny sitting inside a room like this. Let's take a look. Empty. The other half of that letterbox is actually connected to the others, to the outside of the studio. Mr. Masham would put his letters in there. Then the postman took them away. Impressive that someone still writes letters in this day and age. Or wrote, rather. Oh. These are the paintings. Wouldn't mind taking a closer look at those paintings. Just love oils, you know how they're so thick. Is that the word? These paints are all dry. I'm just surprised at how different these all are. Yeah. And what's going on with the with this half-finished one? It must have been a work in progress. You can still see the rough sketch below. That's what's so weird. The sketch part doesn't really fit the finished parts. I noticed. That is weird. We got the painting, we got the letterbox, we got the thing, the mug, we got the body print, we got the paintings itself. Alright, I think that's everything I could examine for now. I have the guide up, but I'm also trying to do this a little bit blind, not like crazy. Like, you know, do it myself a little bit, but then if I got stuck, then I could use the guide. Wow, look at this painting. You can see the rough sketch. Oh, it looks like it was only half completed. Huh, that's funny. Do the rough sketch and the finished painting look totally different to you? They do, actually. What's that all about? So pretty much, it's constantly just like, hey, this rough sketch looks different compared to the thingy. See if there's anything behind any of these previous paintings as well. Okay. Check everything. Okay. And then let's check this last one that we have over here. The hidden painting. Also, who's the professional who can examine this? I wonder if it's supposed to be Miss Lady over here. Emma. Kind of cool. Hold up. You have to be like pinpoint. Hey, look there. That stain doesn't look so healthy, Apollo. That must be the Blue Mountain stuff we've been hearing about. Something tells me that even Blue Mountain coffee isn't this blue. No, the stain is probably... better ask Emma. Okay, so this is for Emma question. Okay. Oh, I never examined this. Let's see. Yep, her name's right on it. Vera Masham, the daughter of Drew Masham. Oh, interesting. What a pretty business card. Looks like a postcard, almost. And on the back, just her name. Seems odd to me. Huh? What does? Why write your name on the front and the back of the card? Why not use the space on the back for a self-portrait or a caricature? And people would remember what you look like, too. Not a bad idea, actually. Here, give me one of your cards, Apollo. She's drawing something. Hey, my hair's not that spiky. I kind of see that bit playing out. I would like to see that, personally. Like, animated. So this, Drew Masham, was some kind of artist. Apparently. Did a lot of, oh my god, a lot of illustrations for books, I hear. Had a lot of female fans too, for what it's worth. Oh, well, I guess this stuff is kind of pretty. Like the oil painting over there, for instance. Yeah. That wasn't one of his illustrations, actually. Also, it was a standalone painting or something. Is that what she means? He was an odd bird, Masham. Hadn't shown his face to anyone until the end. What do you mean, to anyone? He was always locked up here in the studio, apparently. His only connection to the outside world was through letters. He put it in that letter box over there. Letters? Do people still write letters? What do you mean, Apollo? I mean, when was the last time you wrote a real letter? Don't most people use email and stuff these days? Now Mr. Masham couldn't stand technology, it seems. He did everything by mail. Maybe he thought that way was more artistic, you know? In any case, the only person besides him allowed in here was his daughter, Vera. Oh, you mean the killer? The suspect, please. We took some fingerprints, of course. The only ones found in the room were Mr. Masham's and Vera's, basically. Actually, last night, Mr. Masham gave an interview to a reporter for the first time. It happened during the interview, apparently. His first interview ever. Could you tell us a bit more about what happened the night of the murder? So this woman, Vera, she's Mr. Masham's daughter, right? Yep, a real sickly girl ever since she was little. Hardly ever went outside. She did kind of give off a withdrawn sort of aura. She was homeschooled by her father, apparently. It was quite a scene when they took her to the detention center. She was screaming about how she'd die if they took her outside. That does sound like a scene. In the end, she agreed to leave if she was allowed her good luck charm for company. Her good luck charm. Apparently, she has this charm that magically gives her the courage to go outside. Why can't I ever get a normal client? But why would a shut-in daughter kill her own dad? Don't look at me. It's about the poison. It was found to be in his coffee, right? No, not precisely. Not precisely? What does that mean? It means see for yourself, I think. Like I said, last night was the first time someone from the outside came into the studio. There's mysterious painters who never go outside and make for good articles. It just so happened that he died the night of his first interview. At around 9 p.m. every night, Vera always made him a cup of coffee. Last night, he drank his usual coffee and suddenly became violently ill, and died. She poisoned him on the night of his interview? Wouldn't the reporter see? Oh!
Looking cool, Joker!
How do you say your name? Oh man. Azkaban? Azkaban? If that is your name, and I'm saying it wrong, I'm sorry. 1, and 2, thank you for the follow, I much appreciate that. He wasn't near Mr. Masham when she bought her father his coffee. He was checking out, there was another part of the room that I didn't even fucking look at. He was checking out some equipment in the back of the room. Supposedly, that's why she didn't notice he was there. It was a reporter who called the police, in fact. Wait, but why is she the suspect? If anyone is suspicious, it's a reporter. Yet the reporter never got near Mr. Masham's coffee. Even Vera acknowledges that. Regardless, I want to know more about this reporter. Hold up. I didn't even know we had an extra part of the room here. Fucking. Let's take a closer look at this desk here. Oh. Examine. Something here. This envelope has been opened and resealed. Oh, I know how to do that. You take a pot of boiling water and hold the envelope up to the steam. The glue melts and it opens. Cool. Whoever did this wasn't so delicate. You're right. Looks like they just ripped it open and stuck it back together. Huh. The postmark on the letter is from 7 years ago. Why would someone open a letter, then seal it again? I better hang on to this. Right, I'm gonna look. Okay, we got here this. Hey, Apollo, what's this feather thingy? It's, isn't that a pen? Like an old-fashioned quill pen? But it doesn't have a pointy end. That was most likely for sweeping, detritus off the desk. I don't think I said that word right. Wow, you sure know a lot, Emma. Bold and scientific. That's my motto. Exactly what about that was bold and scientific? Okay, so we got that out the way. Let's see what's here. Isn't this a journal? Wow, let's talk about a clue. Let's read it. What is it, Apollo? He didn't write the name of the killer, did he? It's new. He didn't write a single line. You had me going for a while there. This is a dream, a sham. And this little girl must be Vera. Yes, they took that some years ago. They looked close and a happy little family. Until you arrested his daughter. Look, I was personally against that, okay? She just didn't seem very suspicious, scientifically speaking. Right. The Apollo going, right. Something about the way the finger is posed. I've seen that pose before. It's you, Apollo. See, you're making one of the flamboyant gestures. Please, I'm professional. Wonder why it's posed like that. Coincidence? Maybe not. Is this desk for painting, Apollo? That would be the drafting table. Drafting. Basically, it's a tool for making precise diagrams. Wow, painting is harder than I thought. Why would a painter need a drafting table? Was he an architect too? I don't know if this is gonna say the same thing. Oh, what is all this equipment here for? Doesn't look very artistic, really. He had everything from a lathe to a laser cutter. Looks like he was ready to work on metals and wood too. Though his equipment's a bit old, to tell the truth. Why would a painter need all this? From the dust, I'd say he hasn't used this stuff for years. Corners doesn't fit with the rest of the studio. Oh, you think I could borrow this? I want to cut a quarter in half to make a trick coin. There's a crime scene, Trissy. But these cost like $50 at the magic shop. What is all this equipment here for? Oh. I thought the computer was separate. We have that. The thing is pointing in this direction, but I really can't tell what it is. Look at all these paints, Apollo. There's so many. He's got like 20 kinds of red. We could repaint your suit, Apollo. How about this? How about the shade of green? That'll be enough of that, thanks. That. What's over here? Okay, that's more of that equipment stuff. Also, this like whole fucking table, I'm sure, like all the equipment. Okay, it's just the same shit. See, the thing is pointing in this direction, but I don't have a clue what it could be. At least we looked into everything right now. Forensic science. I bet Emma could help us out here. Don't forget, flattery will get you everywhere with her, Apollo. Huh? What are you two whispering about? Well, I was thinking. I mean, what is it we always do when we run into you at a crime scene? What is it we always do scientifically? Ah, you know me too well. Okay. Okay, meaning we can get scientific now? Oh, I suppose just this once. It's like we could get Emma to get into it as long as it's science. Bring me anything you find suspicious and we'll check it out. Alright. Present. I present to you this! Emma, what about this mug? There's a pale blue residue on the rim. That. Yes, well, it's just a rumor. But I heard there's a kind of coffee called Blue Mountain. I'm pretty sure it isn't actually blue, Emma. Ah, right. Okay, you got me. That's left over from my testing spray. Forensic science! I knew your hobby was behind this somehow. It's not a hobby. But what kind of scientific stuff were you up to? The spray. That's what it. This spray. That's what. Sorry. Reading the period is what's bothering me up, like in the sentence. And then the comma was not coming up for me. So it goes, this spray, pause, that's what. For some reason, I thought this was a whole sentence after that. It turns blue when it touches poison. So the poison that killed the victim was on this mug. That's right, see? It wasn't in the coffee. The killer applied it to the rim of the mug itself. Wow, science is amazing. Certainly is helpful. Maybe Emma would be willing to help us out a bit more. You should try buttering her up, Apollo. They say flattery will get you everywhere. It's certainly worth talking to her a bit more. I'm about poison analysis. I was afraid you were going to ask about that. See, this the solution is used to test for atroquinine. Sure, atroquinine, the deadly poison found in the autopsy. Uh-oh, I know that spark in her eyes. She's getting excited. Best tread lightly. It's one of the most virulent poisons. You put words and I'm like, if I was a child, I'd be like, what the fuck does this mean? But it's absorbed into the body astonishingly slowly. It takes at least 15 minutes from the time of ingestion for adverse effects to show. Oh, and guess what? Recent research has shown... I already forgot what the word she said earlier. I think I know what it means, but it's just like I already forgot what the word is to even like form it within the sentence and then explain what it was. That's fine, really. We don't need to know all the gory details. I think I get it. You just spray the stuff on something you want to test, right? Precisely. You can find even the slightest trace of poison with this. I want to try too, Emma, please. Pretty please? You don't have to ask twice. I already used it on everything suspicious, of course. Hey, let's give it a whirl, Apollo. Ah! What are you doing? I was just seeing if I got a reaction off of you. How's this for a reaction? Never do that again. I'm not poisonous. Tell that to those hapless witnesses on the stand. Just get down to checking for a real poison, shall we? Ooh, I can just spray everywhere. Spray around the fucking room. Nothing is reacting! I'm actually concerned when nothing is reacting. Am I not clicking in the right spot? Guess not. I got nothing! Too bad. No reaction there. Sure, I'm gonna check out all the likely spots. Wait a second. What is it, Apollo? Did you spray that little desk over there? I don't think so. The spray probably can't reach that far, you know? Let's check it out, just to see. Ah, thank you. Something changed here for a second. What? Okay, I was like, what am I doing? What is this? Eek! A reaction, Apollo! Wait, where? The inside of the cute little frame, look! Well, would you look at that? Nice going, Trucy. I'm known to work magic. Never mind that I was the one who found it. Tiny frame. Why would the inside of that frame have poison on it? It looks like we found the only other place that was poison in any case. Not what I wanted. I wanted to check the thing. Zoom the fuck in! There you go. Ooh, hold up. Looks like you can, looks like you have to take this back part off first to put the photo inside. It'd have to be a really small photo to fit in there. True, and the pale bluish stain. Why would there be a poison in the place like this? Well, there's one obvious reason. Whoever put the poison in the coffee rubbed a bit on here too. That's not very obvious, Trissy. So we examined this already, cool. Poison! Let me check this out for a minute. Wow. Apollo, look, it's been open once here. Alright, I wonder if there's some way we can see what's inside. Should I try to get it open and then stick it back shut? Let's not tamper with the evidence, shall we? I've got a better idea. Emma? Let's ask her. Oh, okay. Let's ask her. Talk. Do we have anything new for the talk? We just have to present. We got the mug out the way. Let me get the red envelope out the way. Emma, about this. Oh, that? Yes. Why, that's a bright red envelope. She sure is jumpy. Someone opened this, didn't they? My lips are sealed. Your lips are sealed? That's the first. You mean, you know what's inside this envelope? Sure, I read it after all. Ah, you mean you were the one who ripped this open. Ha, please, I would have steamed it open. But she did sneak a peek at it, apparently. That smile was very cute. That was a cute-ass smile from Emma. Now that I have a powerful weapon on my side. Weapon? Yes, the use of tools, highly specialized tools for information gathering. Tools I wouldn't mind getting my hands on. You try flattering her, Apollo. They say a little praise can open big doors. They say a lot of things about praising, huh? Never heard that one, but it's a good advice. Let's try talking to her some more. About that envelope we found. I was wondering if you could help us out with that tool you were mentioning. You want to know about my tool, do you? It's called an X-ray analyzer. X-ray like the X-rays you get at the dentist? That's right. At least that's what I call it. Huh? Has a real name, but it's much more complicated than X-ray spectralization. How am I supposed to remember all that? So basically, it lets you see inside things, like envelopes. That's right, you're sharp, Trissy. But it's a bit more complicated than that, and practice, of course. Actually, to tell the truth, I'm not really sure how it works scientifically. Can I try it out, Emma, please? Oh, I suppose. Of course, I've already checked out everything suspicious myself. Alright, let's give it a spin, Apollo. Yeah! What are you doing? Oh, just seeing if I could see through your hair, but it's like lead. Point that thing at me anymore and I might all fall out. Then I wouldn't need an X-ray machine to see through it. Let's just get down to business, shall we? Alright, let's test it on the sample first. It just so happens that I have a lottery ticket here. You set the sample in and the device like this, and like so. I don't see anything. Patience, there's no need to get all antsy. Look at the right side of the screen. That's the layer view of the envelope. Layer view. You got it set to display the outside of the envelope now. See? Actually, it's quicker to just give it a try. Turn the dial there for me, would you? Oh. I don't understand this device, but I'm still intrigued. That's right, that's how you choose what depth you want to scan. Hey, I got something. Gee, that's how you can read the letters on the ticket inside. Cool, huh? Except I can't read them. Just turn the dial a little more. What you have to understand is that the sheet of paper isn't really fat at all. When you zoom in that much, you see the paper is like a bunch of hills and valleys. Wow, really? The X-ray device uses a beam with a wavelength of only 0.05 microns. Breaks cards down into thin layers so it can only show what's written on that layer. I'm not entirely following you, but what good is it if you can't read anything? That's why we go on to step 2. Try rubbing the image a bit if you would. The image? You mean rub the screen? Oh. There. That fixes the image on the screen. Now try to dial again, just a little. Good. Now you can rub this image and fix it too. Hey, I get it. We just keep doing this until we get the whole thing. Exactly. Not bad. Neat. Let's do some more. Making sure everything is out the way. Ah, now I get it. Okay, let's print this one out. You lose. Ouch, you lose. At least you know where you stand, eh? Anyway, now you see the true hidden power of my weapon. Neat, huh? Now let's try it out on the real thing, shall we? Okay, I was about to say, can I do this myself? A little bit more. There you go. So what I'm doing technically on the screen, like on this like little thing right here, I'm keeping it on the same line. Or not the same line, but the where you can see it change. Like on like each bar. Oh wait. I don't know if I got it yet. Oh, there you go. Until I hear that one little beep. Is that everything? Oh, there you go. Okay, let's print this one out. I hope he reads it. Someone deposited $100,000 into Mr. Mersham's account. His painting must be really valuable. There's another page in there. Care to take a look? You bet I do. If you're going to read someone's mail, you might as well read it all. Seriously, I hope for your future you don't read anyone else's mail. And just so you know, that is illegal. Here goes with the second page then. I kind of like this tool. It's kind of interesting. Good thing it's only going to happen once though, because it is a lot to just keep constantly doing over and over. By the way, it is a little bit difficult to do this with a mouse. Wait, there you go. With a mouse, because it's like sometimes it slips off. You're not like really like you're not with an actual stylus this entire time. It makes a beep every time you get to a certain area. I don't know if you could keep spinning it and then it'll just do a beep on its own if you're still spinning. But yeah. Okay, let's print this one out. So it was a letter about payment for one of his paintings. Why all the secrecy though? And what? Why was this letter the only one in here? It's 7 years old, right? Maybe it had some special significance to him. Well, Emma. Well, indeed. She knows something she's not telling us. Looks like she's keeping mum about it. Okay, we got the red envelope out the way. So, Emma, I was wondering, what's the story about this reporter that came here for a story that night of the crime? I'm afraid I can't tell you because he's going to be a witness tomorrow, I hear. I thought so. I'll never forget that face, but what was his name? Oh, right. Rochelle? Rochelle. He's after a scoop to sell to the papers. So a reporter comes for an interview with a painter. His first interview ever, and that night he's killed. Seems strange to me. Really strange. It does raise a few questions. I'd like to speak with this reporter if I could. Well, I hear he's on the beat today, too. He said something about covering a magician. Magician? Oh, that's not Trucy. That leaves only one other person. It wasn't Valent Gourmet by any chance, was it? Yeah, something like that. He's got some big show lined up, I hear. So he's out interviewing Valent. I said Valent. Valent. Looks like I'll be heading out to the Coliseum again sooner than I thought. Here, I'll give you that reporter's card if you want. Michelle's card. And before we leave, we have the little thing here for this. Emma, I was wondering if you could take a look at this. Look, I'm a detective. You can't just ask me any old thing and expect an answer, okay? I think you need to be a little more focused in your inquiries, scientific even. Somehow I knew she'd get around to science. Okay, so she just had a discovery of this. Zoom into fucking that. Spark Burchell, freelance journalist. Top dollar for information. What an image on the back of the card. We have nothing to talk to you about, right? Yeah. Okay. I think we're good here. Like, we got everything out the way. So, Sunshine Coliseum. October. Woohoo, this is it, Apollo. The place where magic and dreams coverage. Just a while ago, it was the place where murder and nightmares converged. I said coverage. On the first one, it was converged. Let's go say hi to Uncle Valent. What about the case? Wahahaha. Well, a performer laughs like that. The young Miss Trucy. How often I hope we meet again, only to tell myself it was an impossible dream. Hee Uncle Valent. How's it going? There you go. I'm glad to see you, too. Of course you are. Yeah? Humility is definitely not one of his strongest traits. Well, Miss Trucy, how does the day find you? If you come to give me flowers, do not say so, I beg you. Actually, I came to wish you good luck. Congratulations on your big magic show. Oh, but it is I who wish to congratulate you. Not everyone is so lucky as to witness miracles such as I shall perform. Yeah, you're amazing. We got the picture. The world will watch in wonderment as Magnifie's illusions are reborn. Here on stage by my hand. Okay. The Big Magic Show. Everyone was talking about the Big Magic Show. Is it true that the Gourmet Miracle is back after 7-year absence? Miss Trucy, I must apologize. The show and this honor should have been his. Daddy. My co-magician in training, Zach Gourmet, if that terrible thing then had it. It's okay. Your father was a great magician, Trucy. And if he were alive, then Valent Gourmet would have been proud to stand upon the stage as his assistant. Thanks, Uncle Valent. You know, I'm happy you're doing the show. To think we get to see the great Magnifie's illusions again. He really is looking forward to this, isn't she? Magnifie Gourmet. My mentor, the magnificent Magnifie Gourmet, was a true deity among magicians. A creator god who gave birth to magic and illusions that by our very imaginations. What a fucking line! I was so little when I last saw one, but I still remember his shows. He did wheelies in his sports car through the air above the audience, and then sped off to the outer space faster than the speed of sound. Guessing the memory was a bit embellished. For 7 long years, the world has been waiting for a miracle to match his. As heir to the Gramme Trope's secrets, it falls to me to provide one. It is my God-given destiny. Yes, you, nameless face who speaks for the whole nameless masses. How can I help you? If the world was waiting, why did you hold off for 7 long years? It appears the lad is uninformed. Perhaps you have heard of the magic known as law, which governs our land. I have, though I'm not sure it qualifies as magic. The performance of Magnifi's miracle was impossible. A certain law prevented it for 7 years, but no more. 7 years. That phrase sure likes to pop up, doesn't it? And why was that? Little matter called performing rights, Miss Trucy. What's performing rights? Can you tell us about these performance rights? Magnifi's magic relied on an incredible and innovative idea, a trick, if you will. That trick was considered his property and as such was protected by property laws. Intellectual property, maybe. Magnifi knew this and bequeathed it in his will to one person. You mean him? Yes. Miss Trucy, it was your father. Zack Gramme was the inheritor of the Gramme miracle. Daddy. It'd be funny if she just randomly throw in a father in there. Like, father. I'll just be like, oh, okay, that's a switch up. Yeah, as you well know, he is gone. He disappeared suddenly 7 years ago. I can see where the story is going. Once a person is classified missing for a certain period of time, they're considered legally deceased, correct? In all absoluteness, those rolled up sleeves conceal your confidence well, young man. That certain period of time of which you speak is 7 years. Yes, Miss Trucy, though it pains me to say it, a past spring, April to be precise, was the time. Your father was legally declared deceased. In the absence of a formal will, the secrets of our mighty mentor Magnifi passed to me. This was, in fact, stipulated in the will by Magnifi himself. Is that how it works, Apollo? Yeah, it's called death and abstania. He's declared missing permanently. Daddy. Yeah. So, a journalist was here on a story. All eyes in the universe are upon my stage. All pens seek to commit its mysteries to paper. His name was Bruchel. Or Bruchel. Bruchel. I think he remembers him. He doesn't look too happy about it. Bruchel, that cloying smell of mint when he smiles, yes. Can you tell us more about him? What did he want? Whoop. I'll present that to him and see what he says, but if he doesn't know anything, that's fine. Mr. Bruchel, journalist. Man by the name called on me just now. Valen's vision is always towards tomorrow. Valen's feet step always forward. That is all. That's all. Very confusing. I have to perform a big magic show, yes. I wanted someone to cover it. Yeah, he had ears only for the incident. That incident. In any case, I requested that the rapturous reporter remove himself. So a painter has died. What of it? It is but a footnote in the footlights compared to the magic of Gramme. Uncle Valant, do you know where the reporter went? I recommend he visit that place popular with penalized perpetrators. The tennis center. He was a rude individual. Might I see that card? Sure. He would tear apart my respectability. I will tear apart him. Oh. Here it comes, Apollo, Uncle of Valance, big magic trick. Is he going to fix the card? Not sure that qualifies as big magic. What happened to the big magic? It is not more miraculous for it to stay ripped. Must really not like the journalist. He's like, fuck that journalist. He really ripped up the fucking paper. I wasn't on present. I was on the court record. I was wondering if you could tell me about this. Aha! Why, that bears the Grimoire seal! Uncle Valant, is something wrong? Trucy, where did you get this? Huh? Daddy gave it to me. Your daddy? My partner's that... No, my other daddy, Phoenix Wright. Why now? Why would your lord... Why would your lord dad... Wait, what? Why would your lord daddy... Lord daddy? That's kind of stretching the whole archaic thing a bit. Sitting upon the back, do you recognize it? That belongs to none other than Zack Grimoire. What? Daddy, sign this! Might it be so bold as to open it? I'm sorry, but I can't let you do that. What's in this envelope, I wonder? Now that the time has come when I must return to make my predestination preparations. By your leave, Miss Trucy. Thanks, Uncle Valant. 3 days from now, make ready for a miracle. Sure. What do you think that journalist was after? Why did Valant react like that to this envelope? I think it's time to pay the detention center another visit. Okay, the game is a little bit... It is holding my hand a little bit, so I know where I'm going. But we did... I'm not sure if I got everything from the Drew Studio. What's up, Phoenix? How you doing? You know, I was doing the head tilt thing, and I'm not sure if it shows right on my character. I just said, what's up, Phoenix? How you doing? I think I hear what you're saying. We're all doing it for the money. End quote. No, not at all. Looks like someone's already meeting here. Maybe that reporter. Oh, this fucking douche. I don't like him. I already don't like him. Hey there, how you doing? Who might you be? Ah, sorry, we didn't know someone was already here. I'm Apollo Justice, attorney at law. Talk about a nervous monkey. You're Justice, you! You know me. Do I know you? Of course I know you. Stares out witnesses on stand till they spill beans. End quote. That's not true. What's he writing? Are you reported by any chance? Ooh, you're Trucy. Am I famous? Oh yeah. I hate his smile. Everything about him bothers me. Trucy Wright hates carrying a bag. Puts everything she owns in her panties. End quote. That's not true. Just hold on to your britches there. I'll wrap up this interview in a jiffy. Interview. So, guard, I think I know what's going on here. Guarding rooms is my life. What else could I possibly need? End quote. No, how many times do I have to tell you this? Look, I've got work to do. You deal with him. Did you come here to interview the guard? Ooh wee, what a pickle. Accused wouldn't talk, had to interview someone or go plumb crazy, end quote. Huh. I should have guessed. Where are my manners? Name's Brashal Spark. Brashal, I keep saying Brashal. I'm not picky, journalist just closes eyes, writes, end quote. What's that nauseatingly strong mint smell every time he grins? Until you've been interviewed by me, you don't know what thrilling is. Wild run through crossroads or a mayhem madness, end quote. I can see that. Writing something again. Well, if he's a reporter, maybe he knows something. Spark Brashal. So, Mr. Brashal, you're a journalist. Ah, me? Look, let me state one thing for the record here. Yes? I'm the interviewer. You understand, yeah? I'm the one asking the questions here. Okay. For instance, you think a movie director watches movies? Well, I think he probably does. Exactly, I knew you'd understand. Huh? Fucking Apollo is me. What? This man is like yapping, and I'm just like, what the fuck are you talking about? So the night of the murder, you were at Drew's studio. Who, me? Look, let me state one thing for the record. Yes? May look calm and collected, but I'm busy, real busy, always on the road. Journalist always buys one-way tickets, never looks back. I can understand that philosophy, but you want to know that thing about one-way tickets. Once you use them, they're gone. All because you have to give them to the guy at the airport. True enough. But don't they give normal tickets away too? Exactly. See, it's the same thing. What is... So, you went to do a story on Drew Masham. And he never had a story done about him before. That's right. Look, let me say what... Oh, fucking shut up. What? I'm sure you're going to want to know about my source. What took me off to Drew? Why to do the interviews in the first place? Well, yeah. Look, it's like... Oh, I got it. Say there's this burger joint with a fabulous ketchup. You think the burger guy's going to tell me where he got it? At the supermarket, maybe? Exactly, see? That's what I'm talking about. I think I may have actually understood that one. Well, there's nothing I can talk about, really. Walls have ears, eyes, especially glass walls with speakers. Alright, guess we'll leave then. Ah, but since you're here, might as well tell you a tidbit of news I saw, just for the heck of it. Sure, tell us, just for the heck of it. I remember it like it was yesterday. I'd seen a movie on a trip and wandered into this burger place with amazing ketchup, when an article in a tabloid caught my eye. Famous oil painting stolen from art dealer's gallery. And quote, I believe it was. What the fuck was that on his nose? An oil painting. Happens every day, right? But I thought I'd seen that painting somewhere before. A painting of a giant peach floating down a river. Giant peach. Someone stole an oil painting of a giant peach. Journalists can smell scoop better than burgers. Perchance, are you talking about this one? Ah, right, let me go to the record here. I know what you're going to say. Rochelle, take this right brilliant column. And cool. A brilliant column is about one thing. That's food. Try to understand. What could he possibly be writing? He didn't listen to a word I said. Alright, same bullshit. Hey, Apollo, this painting, I know it. Huh? Really? It's that story where the old woman is doing the wash in the river. And this giant peach comes floating on down. That might possibly be the strangest thing I ever heard. It's the story of Momotaro, right? Or some shit like that? Where a child is born from the peach or some shit, and the elderly woman and her elderly husband raise the child, and then Momotaro, I don't know if that's actually his name, or Momotaro or something like that. Momotaro, whatchamacallit, goes on a journey, cause there's like Onis that are like taking over villages and shit, and he went to go defend the villages and like kill off the Onis, and on his journey he meets a monkey. I forgot what type of bird, and a dog, I think. And like they travel with him as companions. And they're like the legendary beasts or some shit. The three animals. And then I think he defeats the Oni King at the end of the story. And then that's how he, like, the legend of Momotaro exists. I've seen like 2 different versions of this story for anime, so that's how I fucking know it. But yeah. It's like folklore or some shit like that. But it's pretty good nonetheless. Like when I was watching it. If you want to like learn about like some Japanese history, yeah, it's just gonna keep telling this. See, we discovered the thing, but we can't tell him about it apparently. See if there's anything I could talk to him about. Showing like critical evidence to him and shit. I don't know why I put examine. We talked to him about the thing. He told us what it was. Damn, where do I go from here? Did not want to do that. Maybe I missed something. Let's see. Because he's not here anymore, right? Yeah, he left. Oh! Something changed. Wow, how'd it go? Find anything out? Actually, there was one thing I wanted to check with you. What's with the scary face you're making? And what's with the I know something but I'm not telling face you got going, Emma? This painting came from behind the dresser. Ah, yes, so? It was stolen, no? I was hoping you wouldn't figure that out. Do you think you could tell us a bit about this? I suppose. That's what you think. Drew Masham was a forger. A forger? That's why his last name is Masham. So, what? Because he's a sham! No, I'm kidding. What exactly is a forger? Well, basically, it's someone who makes forgeries. Fakes, in other words. Fakes? Copies of an original. Exact copies so precise you can't tell them apart. Well, why not just photocopy them? The big problem was forgeries. The big problem with forgeries is that people try to sell them as a real article. It's a crime, of course. So Drew Masham was a criminal, I'm afraid so. He received money to create elaborate forgeries. Excuse me. To supplement his work in illustration, I guess. I see. Actually, that's why I brought this here in the first place. What do you mean? When you're trying to determine if a painting is a forgery, the rough sketch underneath can be a valuable clue. So the rough sketch is like practice for the real thing. Like doing a magic trick in front of a mirror before you go on stage. But not in the case of forgery, not necessarily anyway. You know what the finished product is going to look like after all. Oh yeah, I guess you would. That's why I bought this. I'm going to use it to see what's under the paint of the finished pieces. I get it now. Not that I really needed to go to such lengths, seeing as how one of the paintings was only half finished anyway. Still, it'd be neat to see Mr. Masham's rough sketches. Kind of like what he was drawing when he thought no one was looking. True. That would be interesting and maybe valuable for our case. You should try buttering her up, Apollo. Flattery will get you everywhere, they say. Maybe I should ask someone to help us out. Do I have to present? I kind of wanted to see the rough sketch under this painting. And I was wondering if you're too... Ah, fuck. I pressed A by accident when I was lifting my hand, and my hand was on the table. It, like... So, like, I raised my hand up, right? The table from under. Press my thumb down, which was hovering over the A button. Oh, fine, fine. This is time mode, though. Let's check it out. Oh, you could, like, select it. Okay. I'm just curious to see what we could find. Yeah, so you can do it fast, and it'll like, it will definitely, just, like, hear the beep. That was an interesting sketch in the background. The fuck is this? Oh, shit! Oh, fucking what? Okay, let's print this in one and out. What? What the heck? Wow, he really blows. The finished painting isn't anything like the rough. Devices like mine didn't exist until recently. He probably thought he could draw any sort of thing he wanted to for the rough. What do you mean? Well, in the past, you could only analyze the composition of a rough sketch. Composition. In other words, the traces of charcoal between paint and canvas. So you could tell it if there had been a rough sketch, but not what it looked like. I think I follow you. So in essence, it wouldn't matter what was underneath the finished painting. Some pros would actually paint out a rough sketch entirely, then do a completely new painting on top of that. So Mr. Masham was drawing whatever he wanted before painting over them. Possibly. Is there a problem with that? Not particularly, but something about the sketch itself is kind of odd. Yeah, you're awfully silent all of a sudden, Apollo. You think we could check out one of the other paintings? Well, sure. You like this detection stuff, don't you? See, we're starting to resolve another clearer picture here, literally. No way. Okay, let's print this one out. Oh my fucking god! What? This one too. What's wrong, Apollo? You look so serious all of a sudden. You think I could just look at the last of these? Fine by me, knock yourself out. There's no fucking way. Oh, I was like, what the fuck? Oh my god. Okay, let's print this one out. Interesting. What the heck is all this? I hesitate to ask why you're getting so excited. You sure your device isn't leaking some kind of strange radiation? Juicy, look at these 3 sketches. Do you notice anything? The similarities between the cases we have already done. Ah! There! Now you're both white as sheets. What's going on? These sketches are of the 3 cases I worked on. What? The murder in the poker room at the Broche Bowl Club, Dead man pulling the noodle stand. And then the events that transpired during the Gavinia's concert. What could it mean? How could he have painted those things and why? That's what I want to know. Wait, is Drew Masham your father? Give me a break. Does that seem even remotely possible to you? Fucking Apollo's like, fucking Emma, please. I never even heard of any Drew Masham before. I hadn't even seen a picture of him. But there were many but there were my cases drawn on his canvas. Every single one of them. It could possibly have been a coincidence. Just who? 3 paintings are a coincidence to you, Apollo? Really? Just who was this Drew Masham and what did he have to do with me? Fucking who goes and says, these 3 drawings that he made as sketches are all my cases. I never heard of this man, nor have I ever seen him. How does he know my cases? It must be a coincidence. Motherfucker, there's 3 of them, first of all. I want to punch Apollo to be like, dude, what? Now we're in the court. Let me get this page set up in case. There you go. So, I remember talking about this before, about like how I'm organizing like this like setup. Depending how quick this part of the trial goes, we might continue on from this part, and then because we still have, so this one's gonna be day 2 trial former, what we're doing right now. Then there's gonna be day 2 trial ladder, right? And it's like I could, you know, do it to the latter part, but depends how fucking long it'll take for this portion right here. So if I do need help during the trial, I'm gonna look into the guide. Good morning. So you're Vera, right? I'm Trucy. Trucy Wright. That's right, with the W. But not right, right? I would just pet her on the head and be like, you tried. We're on your side. You can tell us anything, please. Good morning. Gee, she speaks? Not bad, not bad. But I think you'd do better with a little smile, you know? You're so pretty. You need to sell yourself, you know? Juicy, let's take it easy for starters. That's so cute. Thank you for taking my case. Okay, well, that's a start, I guess. There she goes with the nail polish again. That's great, really. It's so cultured. Want to try? Ooh, really? Girls. I like his little eyes. His little beady eyes. The victim, Drew Masham, was a forger. And a stolen painting was found in his studio. A life of crime, really. And maybe one that led to his death. Oh, he stole the hidden painting. The painting that was hidden. He stole that one from another art studio. And he was redoing... Okay, I get it. I now understand the whole process. Oh, fuck. It's, Gavin. Well, we will now, begin the, trial of... Vera Masham. Is the judge okay? His voice is all raspy, and he's looking around all nervous-like. Ahem. The repercussions of today's trial will most likely be felt for a long time, and may indeed alter our legal system forever. Today is a test of the jurist system, and the first step toward a new order in our courts. Daddy's secret mission. The jurists will function like a jury. It is hoped their inclusion will help the courts to better reflect the people's will. Why aren't there any jurists in the courtroom? Three closed circuit cameras watch this courtroom at all times. The jurors have access to everything that transpires. Jurors judge well and judge cool. Now see here, Prosecutor Gavin. I was going to say that. My apologies, Herr Judge. Jurors today judge today's trial coolly, and if you would be so kind. The jurors are unbound by the letter of the law. You don't affect the trial with evidence, but by their feelings. And we're about to find out just what effect they're going to have. Very well, Prosecutor Gavin, the details of the case if you would. The victim is the painter Drew Masham. He was killed in his own studio. His coffee was poisoned by whom, you may ask? By none other than the defendant, Varish Masham. There wasn't any poison in the coffee. Two, someone has been doing their homework. Indeed, poison was not present in the coffee, but on the mug itself. The mug. Residue was found on the rim, I see. The autopsy report describes the manner of the victim's death. The court accepts this as evidence. According to this report, the victim's death was caused by atroconine poisoning, a chemical compound that does not occur naturally. Lethal dosage is a mere 0.002 milligrams. I think that's what mg is, milligrams. A touch of atroconine in the body is the touch of the Reaper's scythe. Very well, Prosecutor Gavin, you may present your witness. I have for you today a simple man for a simple case. A man who witnessed the murder in its entirety. That journalist, no doubt. The witness will state his name and occupation. Right. Well, for starters, my name is Spark Burchell. My job is a lone observer of the world. In other words, a freelance journalist, right? Ahem, if you don't mind, I'd like to say something here for the record. Yes, Mr. Burchell. I just like conclusions, specifically the jumping to aspect of conclusions. Preconceptions make park sandbox of endless desert waste, end quote. But you are a journalist. You said so yourself yesterday. Well, that's true, yes. But you must understand, I stand before you today a man with a dream. I'm offering you my testimony in exchange for exclusive rights to the story. Scoop turns Mr. Burchell into that Mr. Burchell. My fucking headset. My nose. Why does my nose always want to be itchy on like this type of game, man? Let's hear your testimony then, shall we? A simple case, huh, Gavin? For me, the jury is still out. Alright. I visited the studio around 9 that night to do the interview. The first outsider to enter the atelier, journalistic history made. His daughter brought us coffee right after we started. And you know what happened next? Star falls, end quote. No one has entered the room besides her the whole time. That does sound like a simple case. Unless you were the one who poisoned him. What are you saying, Judge? Need to remind you the cameras are rolling today. I felt the need to be a bit dramatic. You didn't do it, did you? Me do anything like that? Come on, that's like newsmaker making the news, end quote. Or even contemporary witch hunt. I know, wild accusations rock a courtroom. Rock indeed. Prosecutor Gavin sure looks like he's having fun. I'm so happy for him. Very well, Mr. Justice, your cross-examination, please. Alright. I'm gonna be honest, I got nothing. Between 9 to 9:30. Excuse me. Oh my god, get off of the thing. First outsider to enter the ulterior journalistic history made. You're the first reporter ever in Drew's studio. Posterity will look back on the night as a turning point in journalistic history. A basically insignificant step for all mankind, but a giant step for that Bruchel guy, end quote. If no one on the outside ever had access to the studio, then it would serve to reason that the deed was done by an insider. By which he means Vera did it. So, how did the epoch-making interview go? His daughter brought us coffee right after we started. You know what happened next? Star falls, end quote. Someone else entered the room beside her the whole time. Can you say that for sure? For sure, sure, I am sure. Your studio isn't a big place, kiddo. I know if someone else had come in. What if they were, what if they had been hiding in there from before? Even if someone had been hiding in the studio, they hardly could have poisoned that mug without anyone noticing. You think I, Spark Bruchel, would miss something as obvious as that? No way. Sure makes a good sounding, he sure makes it sound exciting. I guess that's his job. You need to focus on, really. The moment when Drew Masham died. Exactly, there has to be something there. What's it about the star falling? Star falls, huh? It's like an old telegram. Send money over. That way, you don't know? That's like a journalism code word. Important personage passes away, a star falls. Get it? But there's no gravity and space in there. Is there? I wouldn't think stars would fall, really. Does this matter? Ooh boy, this is good stuff, good stuff. How about star breaks? Nah, lacks punch. I know. Star dies. Nah, lacks imagination. Of course, you could go with Drew dies. Straight to the point. I like it. I think we need to hear about something a little more substantial. Moment of death. Bruchel's coffee. The star's coffee. Moment of death? About when Mr. Masham passed away. Ooh boy, what a scene that was. He puts his coffee mug down with a crash, right? Yes, and then? Then the cold finger of death touches his spine. Life's flame sputters and fails. So cold was the touch he could do not but tremble uncontrollably. Actually, Life's flame is a little tired. I'm tired of his fucking way of speaking. Life's river froze over. Yes, that's a go. I think he's starting his article already. But he described that a little more simply. Well, as I can imagine, I was pretty surprised. He hit the floor, as they say, artist seizure is final performance. Atroquinine paralyzes the central nervous system. The body arches back like a bow. Okay, that's quite enough of that. Some of us want to be able to sleep tonight. Oh yeah, well I want the details, lots of juicy details. For that you can listen to our last year's hit single, Atroquinine My Love by the Gavineers, available at all major music outlets. Point here is that like the shameless plug, that the victim died of their atroquinine poisoning. Well, Mr. Justice, how did you find that testimony? Very important. Well, as an account of the moment of the victim's death, I say it's very important. Please add it to the testimony. Alright, well, the court requests the witness add this to account to his testimony. Spasms that was definitely death by poisoning. Let me press him on it. You say it was definitely death by poison. How can you be so sure? Hey, look, I'm a journalist. I've seen a lot of things. I had more than my share of experiences with so-called poisonings. Man eats fishy fish, goes bye-bye. Food poisoning doesn't count. Should I go get him to talk about something else? Michelle's coffee. So you drank the coffee that Vera served you, too? Of course. When someone serves you coffee, you drink it. That's what my old boss always used to say. Never did get what he meant by it, though. But you're still alive, which is to say, you didn't die. Of course not. No point falling before you're a star. That's not exactly what I was getting at. What were you getting at then? You know the poison was on the rim, not in the coffee. Oh yes. There were 2 cups on the tray she brought. The one of the cups had Drew's signature painted on the side. No chance the guest would take that one by mistake, I guess. Well, Mr. Joseph, was that testimony important? Oh, I see. I had to see what I could counter with. Not important. Still drank the coffee too. Doesn't look like this is going to lead to much. Well, please continue with the testimony. The Star's coffee. You say Mr. Masham had the coffee too, but did you actually see him drink the coffee? Of course. He who sees it wins, but he who says it wins bigger. What the fuck are you talking about? I live in a man sees dog eat dog and writes about it world. Yet. I guess I can't say I saw him drink it, really. He had one so-called sip, if that. Man puts lips to mug, drinks. That poison is quite virulent, I hear. My stomach did a so-called somersault. So I gulped down that coffee without so much as a second glance at it. Wait, maybe maybe something's there, some kind of so-called trick. Anyone want to venture a guess for the record? Does this guy have a pause button? Well, Mr. Justice, did you find that testimony valuable? Sorry. All this is just weirdly confusing to me now. It's just the way how he's like constantly just bickering on, and it's like, bro, I just want you to just establish something for me. Very important. The victim drank his coffee, then immediately fell over. Oh, yes. Yeah, you can go to press with that one. Your Honor, this is a vital piece of information. Please add this to the testimony. Very well, the witness will add this to the testimony. Vital, right? Had one sip. Of the next moment, he was on the floor. You know what I have a problem with? A particular property of the poison used. Atroquinine. Oh, Prosecutor Gavin was quite clear about the poison. A lethal dosage of 0 paralyzes the central nervous system. If you drank that, even you, Mr. Justice, would be reduced to a quivering pile. Why are you using me as an example? Unfortunately, we were told everything. We weren't told everything. There was a vital omission in Prosecutor Gavin's information. An omission? Atroquinine is virulent, as he says. But death doesn't come upon ingestion, not immediately. That's because atroquinine is slow acting. What? According to one forensic scientist, one of them virulent poisons, but it is absorbed into the body astonishingly slowly. Takes at least 15 minutes from the time of ingestion for adverse effects to show. We suppose that the moment Mr. Masham sipped the coffee was when he sealed his fate, and he would still have had time left to enjoy his last cup of joe. Order. What's the meaning of this? If what the defense says is correct, why? That contradicts the entire testimony we've heard. We have heard. Well, Mr. Burchell, anything to say on the record? Slow act. It was virulent, alright. Even then, I had already begun digging its claws into the journalist. He's working on a scoop. It's Bruchelle, John. Her Bruchelle. Let's take a trip back down memory lane. Huh? Did the victim really die the instant he took a sip? Think it over. This is vital. You know what I think? I think that was a not so subliminal suggestion. I admit it does cause a problem if he died when you say he died. I would be forced to say why didn't shine to my simple case? What the fuck did I just say? And you would be forced to say farewell to your article. Come again? You can't write a story based on conjecture, can you? And as the case drags on, other reporters will pick up the scent. My eye, everything about my face is just being annoying. Hold on, give me a second. Okay. Hopefully my nose is not fucking itching like crazy. And you'll be forced to kiss your exclusive scoop goodbye. Scoop? Scoop? What the fuck? Look, wait. Just wait a second. Just 1 second. One. We're waiting. Out with it. Sorry, I don't have my glasses on because I'm like cleaning them. I think I just recalled a so-called important detail. A so-called important detail. Revival recollection end quote. The story survival. Attorney utterly confused. End quote. I did notice something when I visited the studio. I'd heard a poison that takes its sweet time, see? But not what I've been saying for the last few minutes, apparently. Mr. Bruchelle, are you saying you noticed something that explains what happened? You bet I am. The antidote for a poisonous contradiction. Or I still have no idea what you're talking about, I might say. I figured it out, but only after an in-depth interview. See, thanks to my journalism skills, I know who poisoned the coffee. What a schmuck. As far as I can tell, the witness is standing by his testimony. Fucking Gavin kind of guided him into that. That Mr. Masham died the instant after he drank. Of course, I'm standing by my testimony and my dream of exclusive rights to this story. I suppose it was too much to hope for. What was? Of course, he wouldn't choose a simple case, not him. Him. Phoenix Wright. Who else? Attune Herb Bruchelle, report for us if you would. What is it that you noticed? This court is a critical trial. This court is a critical trial of the justice system. I'm afraid no room for doubt is permissible. You will testify to the court about what you noticed. When I arrived at the studio, Mr. Masham was at his desk. He seemed to be writing a letter, but he quickly sealed the envelope. I thought nothing of it at the time, of course. Now that I think about it, what if he was writing a suicide note? A suicide note. Yes, he had this look on his face. Man's face insecure as a quadratic equation. Suicide, poor Mr. Masham. But that means Vera's innocent. Would someone commit suicide in the middle of an interview? Oh. Very well, you may begin your cross-examination. I should probably say unalive. I arrived at the studio. Mr. Masham was at his desk. He seemed to be writing a letter, but he quickly sealed the envelope. Of course, now that I think about it, what if the writing was a suicide note? You know, it was a valiant effort. I had to make sure. I had to see. I had to see. I was like, could it be? So he put the letter away when he saw you. Early reporter gets worm. That's my secret. I'm not sure I followed. It's the night of the interview. I arrived 15 minutes ahead of schedule. The handle turns, the door opens, and I barge in. Are you sure that's okay to do? I mean, isn't that unlawful entry, really? Mr. Masham sure seemed to think so. You should have seen him. He crammed his letter into this yellow envelope as fast as he could. I know a secret when I spot one. That was one. Does seem significant. Well, Mr. Justice, I wonder. It does have a ring to the something importance. Adds testimony. Defense finds the testimony vital, Your Honor. Very well, please add it to the testimony then. Hey, why not? My account comes free of charge. The yellow envelope, I heard it was left in the crime scene. As it just so happens, there was a single letter in a desk drawer at the scene. It in a red envelope. What? Oh my god. Prosecutor Gavin. Yes? Was the yellow envelope found at the scene of the crime? Unfortunately, no. But her forehead? It's easy to mistake the color of an envelope. Is it? I mean, if you're colorblind, sure. It's easy to confuse the color of an envelope. But red from yellow, Gavin. What? If this man justifies himself as colorblind, okay, whatever. If not, red, yellow. Different shades. It's a primary color. You see, it was postmarked already 7 years ago. Well, Mr. Rochelle, I can explain that. Drew, right? He wanted to get that letter in an envelope pronto. Get it out of sight of my beady eyes, right? So he grabbed the nearest envelope and crammed away. And what about the whole red and yellow envelope contradiction, Jump? Well, Mr. Justice, have you anything to say to the witness's claim? That night, the victim put a letter he had been writing in a red envelope. Impossible. No, that might be possible. It's impossible! That's impossible. Ah, I like your expression, so full of confidence. It's simple, really. As it just so happens, the defense team investigated the contents of this envelope with the assistance of a forensic scientist. What? Note that this letter is addressed to Drew Masham. Oh! Why would he address a letter to himself? Let alone send a suicide note to himself. I've been scooped! I like how, like, in the back view of him, they had to make him have, like, this, like hunch over, like, neck and shit, and that shit bothers me. I've been sitting up straight this entire time, but, like, now I'm, like, kind of, like, what's it called? Aware of this, of, like, me, how I'm sitting. Like, I've been, like, sitting straight up, like, in my chair. I always have my chair straight. It's never, like, leaned back or anything. My back is, like, always aligned with it. There's sometimes I do lean forward, but, like, I have the thought process of having good posture over anything. Because there are times I hunch, but, you know, it's from when I was younger. And it became a habit. But, yeah, that shit was bothering me where I started becoming self-aware of my body posture, and I'm like, oh shit, I should probably like lean back a little bit or whatever. Mr. Patel, can you explain this to the court? Oh my, how could I have forgotten? Stop grinning. I suppose I just want you to be upset. I want you to be mad or sad. I don't like you smiling. With your big ass teeth. Sorry, where was I? I suppose this... I hit the fucking mic. I suppose this happens to the best of us. Reporter gets old, forgets lots. I'm still waiting for an explanation, Mr. Michelle. Well, that's the thing. See, after he puts his letter in that envelope, Mr. Misham sat there searching his desk drawer for something. His desk drawer? Yes, a stamp. So-called post stamp. End quote. A stamp, whatever for. Well, to mail his letter. What else? And then why? Yes, I think I saw him put it in his letterbox. Yes, it was a yellow envelope, and he put it in that box. Apparently, this is this yellow letter. Oh, how I wish I did. Just think of it were a suicide note. What a story. Were we able to examine the... As I was saying, that has nothing to do with this case. That said, yes, Your Honor. It makes me wonder about the contents of the red envelope. $100,000 is quite a good deal of money. So this was from 7 years ago, John? So, am I finished here? Am I finished here? I was thinking of, going home to start writing. I hate to say what should be pretty obvious to anyone, but when you catch the scent of a story, you make that rather unique face. Ah, come on. Attorney has active imagination, little else. Even I noticed something, and my eyes aren't what they used to be. I'm starting to understand what all this perceiving stuff is about. Judge has an active imagination. End quote. Please continue your testimony. Tell us about the scent of the story. Hey, I'm the one asking the questions here. I just like that he uses that brush for everything. Stop it. He's such an unlikable character. Like, if you like this character, why? If you relate to this character, don't talk to me. Actually, it took a bit of work to get a thumbs up on the interview. Reporter leverages story, gets his interview. The story concerned a certain case from 7 years ago. The red envelope probably had something to do with it. Say what you will, but Drew's talent was without compare. Oh, am I able to examine this real quick? I am not. Because it's in the wall. So you were threatened to go to the press with the story. That's how you got your interview. Blackmail. Well, yes. No. I wasn't exactly black. Not, one letter off from one thing, and it would have been bad news bears for this guy. I'm not, something wrong, Mr. Burchell. Look. This is my story, my tidbit, journalist info of livelihood. I see. You have me chatting away in here. What's going on out there? What if some Wally Wordsworth, or Sally Scooper gets wind of my story? They could be going to the press while I'm going to waste. Okay. The court feels your pain, Mr. Burchell. Mr. Justice, let's pick up the pace. Certain case 7 years ago. Wait, 7 years ago? Just seriously just being there. Now we have our arm bracelet too. He has like an active sweat. Confirm. Sweat much, Mr. Burchell? Yeah, well, a man can't help his glands, you know? It's more than that. When Mr. Masham's talent was mentioned, you suddenly began to sweat buckets. You're hiding something about his talent. What? That's rather ridiculous. Evidence time. Let's show where Mr. Masham's true talent lay. Just so happens I have evidence showing the talent mentioned in that letter. The hidden one. Yeah. This painting was found in Mr. Masham's studio. There are two problems with this painting. The first, it wasn't painted by Mr. Masham. The second is that there was another painting in the studio, which looks exactly like this one, except it was only half done. I'll say kind of a 3/4 done, but that's me personally. Then we have a letter discussing a payment of $100,000, which suggests a certain business operation. Business of making forgeries. How would he do that to himself? You're already a character. Why make yourself more of a character? That is all, Your Honor. Everyone, please, everyone. Can we keep this private, please? This is my sword, my scoop. Forgery, that's a serious crime. Drew Masham is known as an artist these days, but there were rumors he dabbled in another kind of art until a few years back. Another art meaning forgery. Drew Masham was talented at making precise detailed fakes. In fact, that certain criminal elements were quick to discover. Criminal elements? What? You can't seriously be talking about... Exactly. Talking about forging evidence. The rumor started circulating 7 years ago. 7 years ago. So are we to understand that this letter, this payment of $100,000 was for... Exactly. Forge evidence nets tidy profit. Order. Why, it's like our victim was living a double life. Aha, this is my chance. So the victim had ties to the criminal world, right? He could have had plenty of enemies we know nothing about. This is my first time hearing of this criminal world. We certainly found no criminal connections when we conducted our investigation. But how do you explain all this money? You have to admit there's a possibility of some illegal activity here. But there is no proof tying this letter to our case. Our case was and remains simple from the beginning. Only the defendant could have poisoned that mug that night. And you, of course. Hey, the only thing I poison is my pen when I'm writing reviews. Mr. Burchell, your testimony... I like it when he's actually talking normally. Mr. Burchell, your testimony is to this point has been quite unreliable. Doesn't speak well for of our reporting acumen. What are you talking about? My journalism is rock solid. Journalism is so solid you could stand on an elephant on it. In any case, let's hear a summarized recap of your testimony. If we can ascertain the situation in the studio from the recap, the trial is over. Paula, what's he talking about? The corpse examination showed Mr. Burchell didn't have reason or a means to poison him. As long as there's no other suspect, then the killer had to be Vera. That's all. That's what. This next testimony is our last chance. Mr. Burchell, your testimony, please. So that shit went in. The only other person in the studio that night was the defendant. It was Vera who poured the coffee. She's admitted as much herself. The only thing that touched Drew's lips during the interview was that mug, and nothing left that studio after he died. Nothing. Clearly, the only one who could have poisoned him was his daughter. But But what gain does she get from it? Nice testimony, clear, succinct? I don't know. And without room for doubt. Ah, shucks. You really think so? I believe this classifies the situation that night. Very well, Mr. Justice. You may begin your final cross-examination. Right. Still have one trump card left to play. And I won't let this trial end until I use it. Recap. Nothing. Not one thing. You're sure? Yep, sure as sure can be. Well, with one exception. One exception? What? Journalist Spark Burchell does interview. Leave studio. Come on. It's a joke. Get it? Not funny? I know, but still. Does something leave the studio that night? Why does that sound familiar? Where have I heard something like this before? Now that we've proven our witness is a comedian of sorts, that man's been a joke from the beginning, sir. I'd like to turn to our defense attorney before returning to the testimony. Do you have any idea what, if anything, might have left the studio that night? Just one thing. I think one thing might very well have left the studio that night, actually. A certain something that has vanished from the crime scene. By which you mean? Something other than our witness. Of course. Don't tell me. Vera Masham. Believe me, any comic relief I may provide is entirely unintentional. Then let's see what you've got for us, Mr. Justice. Well, this thing wasn't at the scene of the crime, so I can't show it to you. But I know how but I do have evidence that shows how it could have been taken from the scene. The letterbox. This is the only link between the studio and the outside world. The letterbox. What did Mr. Burchell just tell us? When he entered the studio on the night of the murder, the victim had just finished writing a letter. Yes, I said that, and yeah, it was true. Furthermore, you went on to tell us that he put the letter in the yellow envelope, and put it in the letterbox. Ah, but that very same letterbox was empty. In other words, that night the yellow envelope disappeared. Ah, yes, intriguing. So an envelope has disappeared from the scene of the crime. Of course, this changes nothing. Huh? He has a point, Mr. Justice. What we're trying to figure out here is how the poison got into Mr. Masham. Is it really important that this envelope, the witness says he saw disappeared? Well, if it did disappear, then something did leave the studio that night. That seems very important to me. Very well, then the witness will add this to his testimony. Okay, you got it. I still think this fails to change anything, Hurt Forehead. I wouldn't be so sure. A letter disappeared from the crime scene that night. This is exactly the opening I've been looking for. Letter was put in the post studio, but I hardly think it matters. Hold up, Oh! You're sure about that? Or sure about that? Well, to be really precise, it was I was busy gobbling mint candies the whole time. One of those candies might have been poisoned. Yet at the time of the autopsy, no fresh fragrance of mint filled the room, and no mint residue was found. For the long shot, anyway. Don't tell me you're still trying to prove this. You think the victim ate, drank, or otherwise ingested something other than coffee? Well, Mr. Justice, if you have some proof, the possibility of there, I can feel it, it just maybe not to prove it. The possibility isn't going to cut it, not now. Mr. Masham ingested the poison via a route other than the coffee. I can prove it. Proof is possible. The proof is possible. Proof is possible. Here goes nothing. You do understand what we need, yeah? Proof, Hurt Forehead, not possibilities. Of course. And Prosecutor Gavin, I hope you understand. I'm ready to give you that proof. What did you say? I have proof of the disappearing envelope. I saw him writing a letter, I did. Which was picked up by a mailman, I assume. Of course. Which means that envelope had a stamp on it. A stamp. Ah. As we all know, stamps come with dried glue on the back. In order to use the glue, you have to wet it by licking the stamp. No one we're talking to actually licks stamps in this day and age. Even if you wanted to talk to him, you couldn't. He's dead after all. Okay, so he licked the stamp. But wait, how does that explain the atroquinine on the rim of the coffee mug? If he licked the back of the poison stamp, the poison would get on his tongue. Yes. What would then happen if he put the coffee mug to his mouth? Those traces on the mug weren't the killer's doing. It was the other way around. What? The coffee mug didn't poison Mr. Masham. Mr. Masham poisoned the coffee mug himself. Good way of saying it, I guess. But that doesn't... Does it? Recall if you would. Atroquinine is a slow-acting poison, yes? The poison entered his body when he put the stamp on that envelope. But his time wasn't up until the very moment he touched his lips on that cup of joe. Oh, right, because you said he fell right after that. Like, once he put it on his mouth, so it was, like, weirdly quick active. You have something to add, Mr. Burchell. Uh-oh, his nose is picking up another scent. As I believe I mentioned earlier... Well, that's the thing. See, after he put his letter in the envelope, Mr. Masham sat there searching his desk drawer for something. Yes, a stamp. A so-called postage stamp. But you know, I don't seem to remember him ever finding one. Maybe he just run out. Incidentally, we searched the desk drawer at the scene of the crime. There were no stamps. Not a single one. That does pose a problem. How will you prove that the stamp was coated with poison? Actually, I'm glad no other stamps were found. Makes proving the stamp he used was poison possible. Good show, good show. You can't even prove there was a stamp at the scene of in the first place. Well, let's hear what the defense has to say anyway. Where's the evidence that proves the existence of this poison stamp? Well, that certainly is a cute little frame. And by little, I mean really little. It was on the victim's desk, Your Honor. Quite empty, as you can see for yourself. I noticed that too during my inspection, so what? Apparently you weren't as observant as you should have been. You see, when you saw this frame, it was missing something quite important. Missing something? Yes, a pale bluish stain on the inside of the frame. Atroquinine residue. What? Why wasn't I told about this? The frame is only 2 inches square. The face of the frame is even smaller. Maybe an inch wide at most. You are insane. Oh, but I am. Oh, but I am. Tell me, what fits in such a small frame? A commemorative stamp, perhaps? The poison stamp was in this frame. Impossible. Prosecutor Gab, why would he put something like that on his desk? Don't tell me. Excuse me. Whoa. I burped like crazy. Oh, like a weird way in that moment. Don't tell me he had it there so he could commit suicide in the mood if the mood struck. You know, can I say something? I had a thought, see? What, Mr. Burchell? Please stop jittering around like that. The victim was a forger, right? There's a lot of money in that line of work. Forger forges friends, makes enemies too. The poison stamp might have been a murder weapon aimed at him. Oh, rich. That's rich. Leave the ridiculous flights of fancy to the Gavineers' song lyrics, please. Finally, something we agree on. The stamp was a murder weapon? Nonsense. Murder is a simple business. Murder is a simple business. Who would go to such lengths? No one. Oh, I disagree. Gavin, think about it. The nonsense fucking trials we had, all three of them were non-logical. Think about it. This is no-brainer. Come again? Recall, if you would, the victim's reclusive lifestyle. Drew Masham hid from the world. He avoided meetings. His only contact with the outside world was the mail. The mail. Now, if you wanted to kill someone who couldn't meet, but you knew read letters, a stamp would be the perfect weapon. Ridiculous. Where's your proof? I want proof. Show us evidence that that this poison stamp was sent to him as a murder weapon. Might not have evidence, per se, but things are finally starting to come together. What is it, Apollo? Your fists are trembling. I think I know what happened. I don't believe it, but I can see it. I think I know how Mr. Masham was killed. Well, fill us in, Mr. Justice. A certain piece of evidence points to the truth, Your Honor. I can show you that. I can show you how someone with the intent to kill sent Mr. Masham a stamp of death. All right. Isn't this the envelope, the one from 7 years ago? Think about the text of the letter again. In the designated account, please send a receipt once you've confirmed the transfer. There were 2 pages in the envelope. This is page 1. Sign the papers and send in the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp within something days. I need not remind you to speak to no one. And this is page 2. I was trying to read it. I want to draw your attention to one phrase in particular. Send in the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp within 3 days. The enclosed stamp, Your Honor. In other words, if I have this straight, the stamp, poison on the stamp, lick, gasp. Now, what if he had done exactly as the letter asked? He would sign the document, put it in the envelope, and put the sign on it, right? Then he would put it in his letterbox. 15 minutes wouldn't have elapsed between affixing the stamp and mailing the letter. But the clock started ticking, and when the time came, he drew his last breath. And the murder weapon would be taken away from the scene. Quite conveniently, thanks to the postal system. Such splendid imagination you have, Her Forehead. Let me confirm one thing with you, if I might. So, this poison stamp was inside the envelope from the 7 years ago, yeah? And is that what you'd have us believe, really? Well, a little bit of a stretch, but there is a possibility. Yes, a very small possibility. How small, I wonder. Poison stamp in this envelope, a stamp that would then become the murder weapon. How do you intend to prove this seeming coincidence? Well, it was 7 years ago, and we don't even know who sent the letter. And your answer is silence. I see. Very well. I moved to. It's not nice to pick on the Fräulein Kleber. Emma. Well, like my Christoph Gavin impression, did I sound like him? Don't quit your day job. Don't you have a crime scene to be looking after, Fräulein Detective? Someone had to come dig you all out of the mess you're making of this case. Mess. You know, none of this would happen if you just trusted in science a little more. You can find out if that stamp was in that envelope easy. Care to explain yourself, Fräulein Detective? Glare at me all you want, but science is on my side. It's all in the residue, right? That's right, the poison detection spray. Produce the red envelope at once. You can open it on the authority of the court. Give me a second here. Sorry about that. I was in the middle of something. Sorry, give me a second again. Yeah, sorry about that. Also, why is this being weird? Alright, sorry. Ba ba ba. Alright. Oh, would you look at that? No mistaking it. That's atriquinine residue. I don't believe it. Murder weapon from the past. Now 7 years later, it bears its fangs at last. At last? Absolutely outrageous. Tell me why? Why didn't this murder take place 7 years ago? Well, there's one possibility. Maybe Mr. Masham figured it out. Figured what out? He realized that the person who sent this letter wanted him dead. So he sent his reply with a different stamp. And put his decisive evidence in the frame. Ugh. You're still here. Can I make a statement here? I, Spark Razortooth Burchell, claim the scoop as mine. Drew Masham killed in cold blood, but by sender of 7-year-old letter and... Wait, if he knew that it was sent by the killer, keeps it there, then uses it, what's the point? Unless he really was going to do a suicidal attack. Like, what? I see no room for further argument here, though I admit this is all coming as quite a shock. To think that the murder weapon reached his mouth after 7 years. Stamp his ticket straight to afterlife, end quote. Oh, I think the witness is a bad influence on our judge. I see no need for further debate on this matter. The sender of that letter 7 years ago could hardly have been our defendant, Apollo. I think we just won. Very well, this court finds the defendant. Gavin has a... You know, I never really paid attention to Gavin going objection until just now. And the way he said it was kind of like weird. Well, not weird, but straightforward. I don't know, it's weird. Is this the bright future of our legal system? Prosecutor Gavin. A ticket to the afterlife from 7 years ago. Tickets for Gavineer shows are invalid after 2 weeks. But it doesn't make sense any other way. It boggles my mind that so many people haven't noticed this. There's a fatal contradiction in her forehead's claim. A contradiction. A poison stamp was placed in the envelope 7 years ago. Whereupon it was framed until now. If that's the case, then why would Drew Masham have done what he did? Yeah. Emma explained that. He must have realized it was poison. Therein lies the rub. Why would he choose to take it now? 7 years ago, the forger Drew Masham sent a trap and put the on the frame. Yeah. I do not debate this, but this begs the question. Why 7 years later did he use that stamp on the night of the murder? Ah. Surely you don't mean to suggest that Mr. Masham simply forgot. He put the murder weapon in a frame on the desk for 7 years and forgot. You expect us to believe he sprang the trap on himself? Whoa. While I admit this is all quite shocking myself, it does seem highly unlikely that he would fall afoul of a trap that had been sitting on his desk for 7 years. Apollo, I don't think we're winning anymore. Do you think? I'm glad to see we're all back in the real world now. Welcome back to reality. We've been waiting for you. Okay, then how do you explain the poison stamp that was in the envelope? The poison stamp? Where exactly is this poison stamp again? Have you brought it into court for us? I see no proof that such a thing ever existed. What about the atroquinine residue, huh? Oh, I agree. That does seem to be atroquinine residue, but her forehead, it's certainly no stamp. Yeah, but even if your precious poison stamp did exist, Drew Masham never would have used it. That is all. Oh fuck. Apollo, we were wrong the whole time. Give me a second. I want to say something. 19. This happened 7 years ago. She would be 12? Yeah, she would be 12 at the time. I can't believe it. The poison traces match up and it can't be a coincidence. I'd like to bring some closure to this issue sometime this year, Mr. Justice. Yes, Your Honor. Let's review the facts and see where we stand. 7 years ago, Drew Masham received a red envelope. There were traces of the poison atroquinine of the document inside the envelope. Similar trace was also found at the crime scene, on this tiny picture frame. The defense has indicated the possibility of a yellow envelope and the envelope that left the scene of the crime with the poison stamp on it. Yes, but even if the envelope contained a poison stamp, and Drew Masham knowing this, but in the frame, he never would have used that stamp. I'm afraid you're right. Which means there is a fatal flaw in the defense's case. I haven't been on the wrong track the whole time, and I'm sure of it. Traces of atroquinine, the envelope, the frame, and Drew Masham's mysterious death. They're all connected somehow. Well, Mr. Justice, do you have a conclusion for us? The defense stands by its case, Your Honor. We've seen the logical outcome of the evidence makes no sense, which means that one of our clues must be a fake. Ah, fake clue. Fascinating. If we find a fake, your wild fantasies will prove quite reasonable, John. The fake clue that's thrown us off the poison trail is none other than Drew Masham. The victim was a fake clue. I'm afraid I don't understand. I'll explain. We have an envelope, a frame, and a mug linked to by poison. That all makes sense. What doesn't make sense is the victim himself. Congratulations, you completely lost me. So the fake evidence is none other than the master of fake himself, the forger. It makes a good story, I'll give you that. The fake clue fakes forgeries. Ah. I know that face. That's the I just had an idea face. I don't know if I'm right, but I'm going with it anyway. What if our forger is the fake? Come again? 7 years ago, our forger sniffed the trap and stepped aside. 7 years pass. Now the forger stumbles into the very same trap and dies. Why? That's why I want to know. Because the forger who was killed was a fake. Here we are again. The victim was a fake. His title, I should say. One forger smelled the trap. One forger fell into the trap. That's two forgers, and one of them was a fake. Order. So you're telling us that Drew Masham, the victim, was a fake. Well, if he was the fake, who is the real forger? You'd better not be claiming there was some kind of switcheroo. I'm afraid you're going to have to back up your story. Mr. Justice, show us who is the real Drew Masham. Who the real Drew Masham was. Drew Masham wasn't the real forger. There's only one other person I could have been. Understood, Your Honor. Forger Drew Masham was himself a forgery. The real forger was Vera Masham. There can only be one explanation. The real identity of the forger known as Drew Masham is none other than his only daughter, Vera Masham. Order. Mr. Justice, this is going on out on a limb, even for you. I kind of agree. I mean, Vera forger. Let's consider it before you write it off entirely. If you look at the paintings and the studio, one fact becomes quite clear. Forgery has been taking place in the studio for quite some time. The forger wasn't caught in that trap 7 years ago. This can only mean that the one who was caught in the trap wasn't the forger. Well, actually, that does make a certain kind of sense. One more thing. Only 2 sets of fingerprints were found in the forger studio. Drew Masham's and Vera Masham's. We know that Drew Masham wasn't the forger. That leaves only one possibility by process of elimination. The forger was Vera Masham. Well, fascinating. Vera Masham. You've been paying attention to the trial, so far. Oh, here you go. Okay. This actually might not be that hard. You've been paying attention to the trial so far. Let's just ask her and be done with it, shall we? Who are you? Who is the forger, Drew Masham? Was that an expression of emotion I saw on her face? She's staring holes into Prosecutor Gavin's face. I'm used to being stared at by Fräuleins, believe me. Though they usually talk to me, though, too. Tell us, were you the one who forged those works of art? Yes. So the forger, Drew Masham, was you? Yes, it was me. What? What? The court was in an uproar and it wasn't coming down. We had to break for a 10-minute recess. Ooh, I was gonna end it here, but I just looked into the next part right here. Where I could kind of go quick with it. Watch it be like dialogue heavy. Okay, so where exactly does this leave us, Apollo? Well, the Drew Masham who was killed wasn't Drew Masham the forger, basically. Huh? Well then, who was he? Well, he was actually doing her nails. So you really made those forgeries. I like how it's like showing this image of when she's doing her nails, but like, why? Were they too lazy to just animate her doing it? Yes, for her father. I know I was wrong. It was wrong. Could you tell us how it happened? My father was a painter. I loved painting ever since I was a child. One day, father saw it in me. He saw that I had the talent. The talent for making forgeries. How should I say it? It was not only paintings I made. Given the materials, I could make anything. Anything. Father was so proud, and I so happy. But in the end, I was making those forgeries. I've never had a good constitution nor personality. I know very little of the world outside of my door. Now, because of me, Father is... Do you know about this red envelope? I remember that envelope. It was some time ago. So you were already creating your works back then. I started when I was only 12. Yeah, 12 years old. So the one who figured out the stamp was poisoned. That was Mr. Justice. It's time to courtroom, please. Right, out of time. Wait, Vera, just one more thing, please. Those 3 paintings in the studio. I painted those as part of my work. Right. See, we checked them out and we saw that what was underneath. We saw the rough sketches underneath the 3 finished paintings. I see. Mr. Justice? Yes. Father, he knew of you. Of both of you. Your late father. He was watching, gathering information. All about the Wright & Co. law offices. But lately, we're not doing just law. Yes, you do tricks, gags to amuse, and play piano. Well, they're not really gags. Yet when Father heard you had resumed the legal business, how pleased he was. Who was Mr. Masham? How am I supposed to know? What if he was Daddy's daddy? Judging from the relative ages involved, I'd say it's highly unlikely. Things are already confusing enough with all these daddies running around. We know what the victim's daughter Vera was a forger. What does that mean for the case? Guess we're about to find out. My eye. Court is now back in session. Vera seems pretty tense. She's practically chewing on her fingernails clean off. Perhaps you could begin by telling us how it all worked. How did you set up this Drew Masham forger persona? There's that stare again. He's drilling more holes into his head. I know it's hard for you, but hey, he's a handsome guy. What's hard? Very well, miss, if you would. Did you really make those detestable forgeries? Perhaps you'd rather answer my question. Were you the one who painted that painting? That remarkably similar one. Ah, yes. I painted it, yes. Father praised me quite highly for it. So, she was the one who made the forgeries. Yet she did not wish to reveal the truth of their operation, so the victim was a stand-in, a decoy. To the world at large, he was the forger, not her. I've done a bad thing. I haven't I? Regardless, we need a little more information. About, for instance, this. You have seen this before, Jah? Yes. It was in the desk drawer. Very well, you may proceed with your testimony. Tell us everything you know about this envelope. Alright. I created things and Father sold them. This envelope came after my first work. That was other than a painting. Father handled the deal, all of it. I received the stamp that was in the envelope. It was after that job that we moved to the current studio. There certainly was much of a great interest in your testimony. Not that the witness realizes it. Very well, please begin the cross-examination. Right, okay. I need more information about this forger. This Drew Masham. I created things and Father sold them. So, these things you were making are... You mean paintings identical to the other paintings, right? The closer they were, the happier Father was. I was happy too. Still, you're quite young now. When did you begin this work? My first painting was sold when I was 12. Your Honor, she had no idea what she was doing was illegal. Easy there, little attorney. You're not here to defend her for the crime of forgery. True. Please tell us more about this envelope. This envelope that may very well have killed your father. Alright. This envelope came after my first work that was other than a painting. But other than a painting, you mean you only done paintings up to this point? Yes. But Father had a realization. He noticed my talent extended to making things other than paintings. For instance, For instance, a letter someone had written, or a fingerprint left upon a cup, or a signature on a document, a seal upon a letter. None of this makes her sound very innocent at all. And the $100,000 promised in the letter was the start, the beginning of a new industry for Drew Masham. A new industry, the creation of items to be used in criminal proceedings. Forging evidence, in other words. Uh-oh. Father handled the deal of all of it. You're wondering what I'm doing. I have to press on all the statements. So you didn't know how the things were being used. I enjoy painting very much. I think I understand. The Fräulein has lived in an unusual little world. Can you tell us what happened to the papers that were in the envelope? Father signed them and sent them back, I believe. Did he follow the instructions? Send the enclosed envelope with an enclosed stamp. This is a rather important matter. Give your answer some thought. I received the stamp that was in that envelope. What do you mean? You received it? Did I do something wrong? You didn't use that stamp because it was dangerous, correct? Deadly poison on the back? Atroquinine? A moment in her forehead. You can't force an answer upon the witness. Now then, perhaps you would tell me, Fräulein Farah. Why did you receive the stamp? Is something wrong? It was beautiful. Ah, you mean it was one of those commemorative stamps? Yes, I think it was. Yes, I think it was. So you didn't know about the poison? I guess not. So the trap failed by chance, by mistake, thanks to the commemorative stamp. Quite a close call. It was after the job that we moved to the current studio. You mean you moved to where the current Drew studio is? Yes, we saw very few people there. I began drawing picture books. This single job had tied them to the criminal underworld. I think Mr. Masham wished to reduce their visibility in the world at large. When we had to meet someone for some reason, Father posed as the creator of the work. So that was the real essence of the artist, Drew Masham. You did the work and he supplied the face. So, you really didn't know anything, did you? You had no idea how much of danger you were in. Apparently not. About this commemorative stamp, could you tell us more about it? It was very pretty, and more than that, yes, it was a picture of people I liked at the time. This is something new. Apparently, we've got some cross-examination yet ahead of us. If you would be so kind as to continue your testimony, Fräulein. I like that she uses drawings to express herself. The stamp was a picture of my favorite magicians, so I kept it. Alright, this is the final part of this part. Those magicians you liked, was it this bunch? Apollo, they're not a bunch. I see. Still, I have to wonder, why include a commemorative stamp like that in a business letter? Good question. Well, pretty stamps are always better, and you can't beat Trope Gamore, whatever. But the whole murder plan was a failure because of it. Ironic, don't you think, Prosecutor Gavin? Prosecutor Gavin. Gramarye. What's with Gavin? Might I ask just one question of this witness? Is your testimony just now, you stated, this was your first work that was other than a painting? Please, tell me. What exactly did you make? Can I ask why? No. Answer the question. Now! Eek! Prosecutor Gavin! You're usually not the one whose volume concerns me. Yes, it is unbecoming of me, I apologize. But, I must know, please. Miss Masham, tell me. It was a book. A single page. And a book. A book? Please be more specific. It was a handwritten book. Like a diary. No, he's realizing what it is. No! I don't know! Bless her heart. He doesn't know better in this world. What's wrong with Prosecutor Gavin? He looks like he just saw a ghost. Miss Masham, this book. Was there a picture of a silk hat on the back cover, yes or no? How did you know? Prosecutor Gavin, the defendant is answering all of your questions. Stop badgering her. He's told you nothing, has he? Your soiled, sullied mentor, nothing. Sullied, who? Phoenix Wright, who else? Daddy? He never told you about the trial 7 years ago. About how he came to lose his attorney's badge. It was a certain piece of evidence that decided his fate, you know? A certain diary. On the back, it bore the mark of a silk hat. What? Phoenix Wright tossed out of the profession by false evidence. The forger who made that evidence. Is this girl standing right in front of me? Vera, you must tell us. The evidence you made used in the trial 7 years ago. Who asked Drew Masham you to forge that evidence? For all of our sakes, who was it? Damn. 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 We only met once. You met the client. Well, who was it? It was... What's going on with Vera? Oh my god.
Looking cool, Joker.
Who subscribed? Virus Dave, I appreciate the follow. Thank you. What's going on with Vera? She's staring at the Prosecutor Gavin's face again. Yes, what? Is there something about me? I remember it clearly. I remember who gave me the book, the diary. Who was it? Vera! No! She falls. The devil! Holy... Defendant Vera Masham. Condition unconscious. Examiner's diagnosis acute atroquinine poisoning. No! But how? This ends the recording of the trial for the murder of Drew Masham. Vera Masham was, during the trial, poisoned by an unknown assailant. The dosage was just under the lethal amount, sparing the defendant's life. She is currently in intensive care and is not to be disturbed for any reason. A very simple case at first glance, until it finally began to show its true colors. Long road to the truth takes us to the record of another trial. Pog? In some ways, that was the starting point of it all. And that is where we must go. To find the whole truth. To be continued? Let's fucking go. Oh, wait, I kind of recently woke up. I'm now having my coffee. The showdown. I lost. It's only a game of poker. A game I've... Oh my god, it's Kenny! Kenny, you're back! Hey man, how you doing? Well, I wasn't even reading. Seems I found the partner I've been looking for all along. Over a game of cards. Why yes, over a game of cards. That was how we first met. 7 years ago. Are you like home right now, or are you like on your way? I mean, I miss you too, buddy. Sorry I haven't wrote you a letter. I was too lazy to do that. Ah, the old music. Just realized what this was. Hold up. Okay. Driving home from South Carolina, so I'll be home really late. It's all good. Are you gonna get on your computer? When you get home, or you gonna knock out? Are you subscribed to me right now? I'm not sure if you are, but it's fine. I don't know if you had an ad or not, because there was like an ad that just played right now. Yeah, I'll get on if it's not too late. Like for you or for everyone else that's on it, because we're still on late. Okay, it's been a long time since I felt like such a rookie. Gotta try and relax. Good morning, Mr. Engram. I'm sorry to have sprung this on you so suddenly. I received the files from your previous attorney only yesterday. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure I'm prepared. I understand I am asking the impossible of you. Yes, well, you haven't really told me what happened yet. All we did was play cards. And that was enough. Actually, it wasn't. Trust me. Hello. Oh, morning, Daddy. I'm so glad you came. Like, if I get home at 4 a.m., you guys will probably be off or on the verge of getting off. Well, you see, that does make more sense. I thought you meant, like, late as in 1 in the morning or 12, at least. If anything, you might have some people on. I know GJ, Tyreek, and Hector have been playing Destiny, but I don't know how late they go for. Cause I still see them all night, so I don't know. You okay, Daddy? They picking on you? Ha 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 ha. I am fine as always. This old boy is here to help me, after all. That's a young man to you. Good morning. That's a cute outfit you have on. Thanks, my first show's today, after all. Oh, I'm sure it is. What the heck is she talking about? Oh boy. Huh, me? Look what he started. I really needed like a napkin on me. This coffee is not right. There you go. I'm here. What's this? I don't know. I just got it over there in the hall. They told me to give it to the old boy in the blue suit with the spiky hair. They said it was really important. What's this? A memo for you or some such? Not from the looks of it. What is this? Looks like a page from someone's diary. I'll give it a read later. Well, how do you feel about the trial today? We'll get through it somehow. Incidentally, the prosecutor today is a new guy, I hear. Ah, an easy win then, yes? They're calling him a true thoroughbred in the history of the prosecutor's office. Of course. There's one of those every year. The switching of attorneys just before the trial. Now it is a difficult situation I put you in, but allow me to say one thing, Mr. Wright. Yes. They will not be able to pronounce me guilty today. So do your best, but do not worry. First time a defense ever given me such giving me a pep speech. I'll do what I can. I see you do not understand. You see, it will be impossible for them to declare a verdict. Impossible? Yes, isn't that right, Trucy? Yep, you bet, Daddy. My first look at the case was only yesterday, and the information I was given was a tad bit lacking, to be honest. So I'll do what I can for their sake. I believe the curtains will be lifting anytime now. I'm in your capable hands, Mr. Wright. My client is Shady Engram. Or Enigmar. Known to the world as Zach Graham. Wildly popular magician, star to Trope Grammar. His mentor, Magnifique, was a rare breed of a magician. He single-handedly ushered in a golden age of stage magic until he was shot dead. And Zach Grammar is the suspect. Order is now essential for the trial of Shady Enigmar. Fuck, what's with my throat? Defense is ready, Your Honor. Ah, Phoenix. Is the prosecution ready? I was just thinking, is this what all the fuss is about? Bit of a buzzkill, really. Buzzkill? Is this some new kind of crime? What are the worst? This is a trial, ja? Where are the sweaty palms, the pounding hearts? A Gavinian's concert's got 10 times the thrill than this gig's got. I gotta hop on Destiny with them. Mario said he's into it as well. He's been playing more now. He has been playing a lot more. Like, I don't know what he's up to, but he's been like doing a lot of shit on it now. You also got Sean Gente to play with as well. So you technically have a party of like 6 actually if you guys do like a raid together. The raids are like 6 people, right? Or some shit. Who were you again? Calvert Gavin. I came to get the party started legally, Ja. Gavin, defense attorney Christoph Gavins. Ah, figures my bro's more famous in this part of town. Calvert Gavin. Lead singer for the mega hit band, the Gavineers. Yeah, 6 people. Yeah. So yeah, you have like a whole set of party people to do like raid shit, you know. You're out of your league, Rock Boy. I know what you're thinking. You're out of your league, Rock Boy. Fucking called him. During my debut single, 13 years Hard Time for Love went platinum overnight. But that's just a hobby to be compared to this, ja. Talkative, aren't you? I like your affected Euro rock accent, but by the way, I'm just getting warmed up. Her attorney right. Her attorney right. Perhaps you would be so kind as to fill us in on the case. A tune, baby. Time to call on the opening act. What was his name again? Ah, yes, Detective Gumshoe. Hit it. Let's go. Detective Gumshoe is back. Literally, he's not been through the entire game until now. And you are. Hey, you were the one who called me up here, sir. Name's Dick Gumshoe. I'm a homicide detective down at the precinct. Detective Gumshoe, long time no see. Hey, you. Huh? Me. Today's the day, pal. Today I win and you lose. I got confidence in my testimony today, see? What, you normally lack confidence in your testimony? A detective, this is my stage, can the antics. Huh? All this hey you-ing and such. I could care less about your history together. Low, bro. I read that as little. I know it's I. Alright, bro. I'll catch you later. I'm gonna take a nap and skip time. King Crimson. You already know. Have a good nap, buddy. Hopefully you'll be able to get home sooner than you think. You know, we could like at least chat for a while you're on whatchamacallit, on the VC. But if not, we have tomorrow. So yeah. If anything, I'll see you tomorrow, or you know, I'll talk to you later. Thanks for dropping by, Kenny. Very well, Detective Gumshoe, if you would. Please tell us about the case at hand. It happened 6 days back in a room at the General Hospital. The facts are as simple as they come. Here's the crime scene. The victim was a patient asleep in a hospital bed. The killer comes in, puts a pistol to his forehead, and bam, lights out. Them's the facts. Not so long ago, the victim, Magnifique Grand-Marais, was a famous man. He had the entire country under his magical spell, as it were. Yes, the great magician. He retired years ago, though. Say the name Magnifique to one of my generation, and you'd be lucky to get a blank stare. Yes, though I'm sure the youngsters today know his disciples even better. I dare say Trope Grand-Marais has made quite a name for themselves. Anyhow, the retired Magnifique's been in the hospital for the last year. What was it? A more ignorant tutor or something. Doing something to his liver, I think, yeah. A malignant tumor, perhaps? In other words, he had liver cancer. He had only 3 months left to live, in fact. Facts do seem simple enough, but something's not right. The victim was already climbed a 3-month stairway to heaven. Oh, good reference to a fucking song. Why not wait for him to knock on heaven's door? Why shoot him? We don't have to put it quite so lyrically, but it's true. Why make the effort to commit murder when the victim was about to die? Incidentally, the victim had a serious case of diabetes. In fact, he was about to shoot up with insulin. When he was shot with a pistol, the syringe was found at the crime scene. Chronic diabetes and cancer. As much as it pains me to say it, the victim was clearly at the end of his line, or his life. I believe the question before us is clear then. Why did the killer have to shoot this dying man? What reason could he have had? Very well, detective. Perhaps you can enlighten us with enlighten us as the circumstances of the shooting. Also, I've been wanting to read this for like the past minute. Seems fate's clock will make me wait a little longer. At least, only I can't read that part. Only less than 10 swift minutes remain. To all those who have supported me in my life's work, I give thanks. Farewell, Magnifique. Oh, it's a suicide note. Oh, is this where we have a forgery? Okay. Oh, yeah. Yes, sir. Actually, the victim kind of ordered the defendant to do him in. A few days before it happened, the victim sent a letter ordering his own murder. The defendant did what was asked of him and shot the old man in the forehead. The bullet was fired from the pistol found at the scene, no doubt about it. And the pistol definitely belonged to the old man, sir. What? You're saying the victim ordered his own shooting? Those are the facts. I have here a letter in question. To you, I interest. Okay, yeah. Very unusual indeed. Although, could such a thing as a letter really cause one to pull a trigger, I wonder? I believe the answer to that question can be found at the end of the letter. Ah, you cannot refuse, and we both know the reason why. Detective Gumshoe, can you explain this to the court? Unfortunately, even the defendant won't say a peep about that bit, sir. One thing bothers me about this. Why didn't he just say 11? Why have him come at 11:05 without some specific reason? The devil is in the details. Her attorney. Sorry, I remember for her forehead. Well, was there some reason? As it turns out, there was. Every night for half hour, starting at 11, the victim, Magnifique Grand-Marais, was given an IV. The There it is in the picture off to the side of the bed. At 11, a doctor would come to set up the IV. 30 minutes later, he would come back for the empty bag. This happened every night without fail. So that was the only time they that was the only time they could meet without the chance of an untimely interruption during his IV. Very well, shall we begin? Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, if you would. What's his reason he couldn't refuse, I wonder? He could have at least mentioned it to me. Well, Student Zach, to you I entrust the task of lowering my life's curtain. I'll come on the 13th at 11:05 p.m. I will ready a gun with which you will shoot in one shot, square in the forehead. You cannot refuse, and we both know the reason why. Magnifique Grammar. Something bothers me about the background of that, but we'll say that. The victim kind of ordered the defendant to do him in. A few days before it happened, the victim sent a letter ordering his own murder. The defendant did what was asked of him and shot the old man in the forehead. The bullet was fired from the pistol found at the scene of the scene, no doubt about it. Why are you so certain? What pile of sand has your head been stuck in all this time, pal? You never heard of Zach and Valance quick draw shoot 'em? What's that? One of the defendant's specialties. Zach and Valance stand on either side of a girl, then they shoot. But the bullets don't hit her. Instead, they hit everything else on stage. This was one of the pistols they used in their show. Got a great design, huh? The kids love it. Many boys and girls joined the police because of that pistol, I hear. You know, that would explain a lot about the police force. Joe Grammar stopped doing that act a while ago. The old man held on to that pistol ever since. They didn't have time to gather all the details before coming in here. This testimony might be my only source of information. Better pay attention. And read the letter carefully. You mean the pistol, the one in the crime scene photo? That's the one. It's a funny looking gun, so there's no mistaking it. We compared the bullet taken from the victim's skull with the bullet fired from this gun. The rifling marks on the bullets were a perfect match. So, you verified the murder weapon in other words. You bet we did. The court would like to see the pistol in question. You got it, sir. Here she is. Wow, this truly is a blast from the past. It's a stage pistol for a magic show, see? But it can fire real bullets. Looks so much bigger in real life than on TV. Yeah, but it can only hold one round. By the way, the pistol's firing chamber is empty. And it shows traces of having been fired recently. So, were any fingerprints found on the gun? Unfortunately, no. Of course, the defendant is known for wearing gloves. We might say that a lack of fingerprints is, in fact, a fingerprint of its own. Aha, intriguing point, well made. Whoa, not well made, not intriguing. In any case, the court accepts as evidence. My grandchild would get a kick out of seeing this. But now it's time to return to our testimony. Alright, now we have the gun. The bullet was fired from the pistol found at the scene, no doubt about it. Yeah, I want to see something. If you look closely, you can see how the pistol's made to bend here. It's a one-shot only model, and I guess this bend is where you load it. So, this is the famous Grimoire Golden Gun. They say kids used to love pretending they had one. They had one of these. And they pretended to miss their targets too. That's what this is right here. Anything else to look into? Oh. Point the gun on myself. They're just looking at Phoenix, like, kind of like examine the gun a bit. They're like, okay. They're just like looking at him, like, what the fuck? Alright, so you can only fire a bullet. The defendant did was asked of him and shot the old man in the forehead. 2 days before we were having the victim send a letter ordering his own murder. How can you be so sure? Hey, you gotta learn to stop relying on people to do your thinking up for you, pal. Learn to think for yourself. Get that noggin cranking. You failed to grasp the concept of questioning, detective. First, we got this letter. It says shoot in the forehead, loud and clear. I can see that, but I still wouldn't do it. Well, maybe you need to grow yourself a backbone, pal. You failed to grasp the concept of shooting people is bad, detective. We also found the defendant's pistol at the scene. Traces of gunpowder residue shows that it had been fired recently. Well, Mr. Wright? As far as I can tell from looking at this photo, there seems to be no issue with the prosecution's claim. The photo, maybe there's something in there I can use. So they're saying the defendant shot the victim in the forehead. I think there's a hole in the shot something else. Looking at this photo, another possibility occurs to me. Yes? What does the letter tell us? That the defendant had a reason he couldn't refuse his teacher's wishes. Bingo, pal. That's why the defendant popped him one in the forehead. All defenses agrees. You see, the defendant had another choice he could make. What? And you can prove that with this photo. And prove he had a choice, yes. It might have to, the defendant might have fired like he was ordered. But he didn't shoot the victim's forehead. Well, let's hear what you're thinking, Mr. Wright. He didn't shoot the victim's forehead. What did the defendant shoot? Like, make sure it's like accurately on it. There you go. The clown doll. Take a closer look. See? It's been shot in the forehead too. Ah, there's a hole in its forehead. Yes, and a hole in the prosecution's claim. I suppose, oh my god. And I suppose you have a reason as to why he'd shoot the clown doll. He didn't just shoot the doll, he shot the doll's forehead. His forehead. Ah! Let's read the orders once more, shall we? You will shoot one shot square in the forehead. Which is exactly what he did. He shot the clown doll square in the forehead. The defense has raised an intriguing possibility. That hole in the clown's forehead definitely looks like it was shot. They'll have sent someone to investigate this matter. I admit I'm impressed, but I expected nothing less. Still, this doesn't mean he didn't shoot the victim. Perhaps he did have to shoot a forehead as ordered, but the letter says nothing about whose forehead. This was the only way he had to follow his orders without taking a life. The bullet hole in the clown doll's forehead does demand an explanation. It might very well be a clue, yet Prosecutor Gavin is right. It alone does not prove the defendant's innocence. You cannot say for sure the defendant didn't shoot the victim. So sorry, Mr. Wright. How sad it is to see the mighty fall. How sad it is to see the novice's overconfidence. He doesn't realize just how big that this little hole is going to get. Detective Gumshoe, please take this newfound fact into account as you continue your testimony. So what if he shot the clown? He still shot the victim, pal. But you see, that's also wrong. The trickiest cases often seem the simplest. Prosecutor Gavin, you missed the bullet hole in the clown's forehead. If you hadn't missed that, you might have come to a very different conclusion. Understand? Yeah, but like I just said, pal. After he shot the clown in the forehead, he went and did nothing of the sort to the victim. The pistol proves he could not. The murder weapon, how? It's quite simple, Your Honor. This pistol only holds one bullet at a time. If he had shot the clown in the forehead, he couldn't have shot the victim too. Yarg. That's not a contradiction, not even close. All he had to do was reload the pistol after the first shot. Oh, where did he get the extra bullet? They're not so easy to come by, you know. If you claim the defendant had one ready, then prove to us how he got it. I had a feeling this wasn't over yet. No, this part is just getting started. I haven't proven anything yet beyond my good looks. And startling record sales. Another lack of humility. Oh, what's this? Seems that the prosecution has another witness prepared. Like I said, her detective was just a warm-up act. Now that the audience has gotten a taste of what's to come, they're ready. Ready for what? For my decisive witness, of course. A witness who, you will find, can prove one thing for us. That is, that it was Zach Gramey who shot the victim in the forehead. Very well. We will pause for a 15-minute recess. This might be my lucky break. I need the 15 minutes to talk to my client, Zach. Court is adjourned. Wow, to be continued right off the bat? Damn. Yes. Okay, here's like a semi-long one. Okay, here you go. Yeah. Very impressive, Mr. Ray. I have to say, I expected nothing less. We only just begun. I was hoping you could tell me a bit more about what happened, actually. I did not think you would believe me if I told you. Better that you discovered the truth for yourself. I was thinking of you, you know? I think we need less thinking and more talking. That night in the hospital, what really happened? Ah, the way your eyes gleam, Mr. Wright. You'll scare Trucy. Speaking of which, where is she? You have seen the problem yourself, the letter. The one shot in the forehead, one, right? Yes, on the reason he speaks of. I could not deny my mentor's wishes, even if he meant my own death. Why not? There's something I will not say for now, at least. What's this for now business? I have done many things in my life, some well, some poorly. But this is a cross we must bear alone to our graves. We. You wanted to know about the night of the incident. Finally, this guy sure likes to take his time getting to the important stuff. Of course, I had no intention of shooting my mentor. I snuck into his room that night at the appointed time and found there upon his bedside table 2 pistols. 2. Yes. The one I had used on the stage. The one that had been used by my partner, Valan. Oh, for the Zack and Valan's quick draw thing. My mentor had the look of one sleeping. I stood by his bedside, hearing only the light sound of his breathing. Then I took the pistol into my forehead. Or into my hand, Jesus. Into my hand. Cannot deny that my resolve faltered then for a moment. You faltered? You mean you thought about shooting him? Recall there was a reason I could not refuse his request. His last such request, though not his first. So there were other requests you couldn't refuse before. To be honest, I've not always been steadfast, whatever. And I fear I brought pain upon Trucy. Was Magnifique coercing his disciples somehow? Because what was going on with Trope Grand Marais? Yet, in the end, I did not shoot him. Instead, I turned and shot the clown. I took the pistol I had fired and placed it in my pocket. In your pocket? I believe if you examine the bullet in the clown's head, you will find it to be different than the one in my mentor. What were you talking? What were those called? Rifling marks. Yes. Well, that is all I have to tell you concerning the case. Concerning the case. You mean there's something else you can tell me? You are a fascinating man, Mr. Wright. Thanks. Yes, there is something. My mentor. His eyes opened. What? Magnifique Grand Marais. The old devil. He was not asleep, you see. Of course, the gunshot would have woken him anyway. And there we had our last discussion as mentor and pupil. It was not a long discussion, maybe 5-10 minutes or so. What do you talk about? Mr. Wright, did I not just tell you? It does not concern this case. Zack Grand Marais, he seems pretty steadfast to me, or maybe just stubborn. Mr. Wright, your presence is requested in the courtroom. Once again, I am in your hands. Right, let's get back in there. Court is now back in session. During our research, the bullet was found in and dug out from the clown's head. Well, this is the news and the rifling marks, there wasn't time to do a detailed analysis. Though they did find the weapon type matches the murder weapon. Well, that's not very conclusive, is it? Which is why I'm about to call my very decisive witness. Your decisive witness. How many times have I heard those words? Though they often turn out to be far less decisive than you think. Oh, don't worry on my account. I'm quite confident this witness will do the job. Excuse me. After all, he is intimately acquainted with the players in our little production. Being the other half of Trope Grand Marais' famous duo, Zack and Valan. Valan Grand Marais. So, we get to meet the great Magnifique's other disciple. Perhaps we'll start by asking your name and occupation. Valan Grand Marais. Magician. And you're the decisive witness, are you? You can prove your fellow student your partner's guilt. Fate, the grand illusion filled with traps and tricks. Wait. The shooting took place in the hospital after 11 o'clock at night. If you're a witness, does that mean you were there that late? If one were to deduce this logically, the conclusion is yes. Okay, I always get the characters, don't I? I have an interesting fact for you. You see, several days before the crime, my witness received this. That looks very familiar. Wait. It's the same letter Zack Grand Marais received. Yes, or perhaps I should say ta-da. Order. What does it say? Surely not the same thing. Perhaps we should see for yourself. My beloved student, Valan. To you I entrust the task of lowering my life's current. No. If you will shoot one shot square in the forehead, you cannot refuse. Okay. The court accepts this into evidence. This is most unusual. Exactly what was going on with you folks? What exactly was your trope? Exactly what was your trope Grand Mary up to? By which you mean? I'm just having trouble envisioning a man who would ask the students to kill him. Both of them, no less. It's just my opinion here, Judge. But from these letters, I'd say he was coercing them, not asking them. We walked the magician's path together, and in so doing, shared much of our lives. Now, people are so close that there's a strain, a wrapping of relations, you might say. Yet this has nothing to do with the case at hand. By which you mean you're not going to tell us. Which makes me wonder even more about this reason they couldn't refuse. Well, let's get on with the testimony for starters. Defendant Zach Grand-Marais stands accused. Tell us why. I'll do more than that. For where he walks, the red roses rise, singing hymns to the miracle that is magic. Fascinating. Though I hardly need to remind you. The evidence could just as clearly point to you as the suspect. The letter, the murder weapon, and now the 2 bullets found at the scene. In fact, the only difference seems to be the designated time. As every magician knows, timing is everything. Yes. Yes, and now it's time to get this party fired up. That night, I visited the hospital room at the time Magnifique requested. The smell of gunpowder hung in the room, and my mentor had taken his final bow. I did not imagine my fellow student might have received the same instructions. Yet a deal with the dead is still a deal. Death's sweet kiss I gave to the clown. Then I informed the doctor and the police. So you were the one who reported the crime. Indeed, I would think. The fact alone would clear my name of suspicion. Let's not jump to the conclusions. Yes, the cross-examination generally comes before the conclusions in this court. But if your testimony proves to be true, then the defendant, Zach Grand-Marais, is guilty. And if it wasn't Zach Grand-Marais, then the killer was you, Valant. And now, a no disappearing act will get you out of that. So, you weren't worried for your own safety at all. I mean, you smelled gunpowder, yes? What if the shooter was still nearby? I did not consider this, to be honest. It's forbidden for a magician to have a good imagination. Really? Isn't magic all about illusions and imagination? How about this? You were the shooter, which is why you weren't afraid. Now you are the one imagining. It is forbidden for a lawyer to have a good imagination. The witness will refrain from pausing so suspiciously before responding. My forbidden imagination is starting to imagine things. I did not imagine my fellow student might have received the same instructions. Which brings us back to the reason neither of you could refuse. So it does, and my partner, he did not refuse. But Magnifique wrote the same thing to you. Why could you refuse if Zach couldn't? Because I have a willow of steel, of course. I also do this trick where I bend steel bars, so perhaps steel isn't all so strong. So which is it? Mind if I continue? Yet a deal with the dead is still a deal. Death's sweet kiss I gave to the clown. There were 2 bullet holes at the scene, one in the victim and one in the clown. You're saying the one who shot the clown was you. No doubt my partner Zach has said much the same thing. Yeah, because whoever didn't shoot the clown committed murder. I better dig around here a bit more. I see what I turn up. Mr. Valant, let me ask about something else concerning the crime scene, namely, the bullet and the pistol, the location of the pistol, the number of pistols. How many pistols were there when you entered the room? By which you mean what precisely? 2 pistols were used in Zack and Valant quick draws shoot 'em, correct? 1 for each of you. You're well informed, yet only one of my old friends sat in the hospital room that night. What did Zack tell me back in the lobby? Of course, I had no intention of shooting my mentor. I snuck into his room that night at an appointed time, and found there upon his bedside table 2 pistols. I took the pistol I had fired and placed it in my pocket. I see no problem with the statement. Only 1 pistol is visible on the photograph of the crime scene, after all. So you picked up the pistol and fired it. Indeed, I did. Alakazam. Alakazing. Alakaboom. Is the number of pistols really so important? Quite important. Number of pistols is quite important, Your Honor. Very well. Please add the detail to your testimony. What can I do but obey? Is that what I wanted? I don't even know. Only 1 pistol was in the hospital room that night with it. I shot... That might not be the contradiction. The more I think about it. Oh! I was right? Wow, I did that on my own. According to the defendant, Zack Murray, when he entered the room, there were 2 pistols on the table. 2. One of those pistols he used to shoot the clown in the forehead. Then he left with it in his pocket. Of course, this is what he would say. Unlike the hapless clown, we must assume our defendant has some brains in his head. Well, what about... Well, what about what Mr. Valant has told us? You see, there's something about his testimony that doesn't make sense. What might that be? I told you I took the pistol that was there and shot the clown. That's your story, at least. But the rifling marks tell a different story, Mr. Valant. Recall what Prosecutor Gavin told us. He compared the bullets taken from the victim's skull with the bullet fired from his gun. The rifling marks on the bullets were a perfect match. Mr. Valant, if you fired this pistol, then you shot the victim in the forehead. Order. Well, this is all rather sudden. What have I done? Prosecutor Gavin, I owe the court an apology. Sorry. Sorry for what? You see, I was unaware that 2 of these unique pistols were crafted. The odds of the rifling marks can only prove the type of gun that fired them. But that's not what you just told us before. You said you verified the murder weapon. Which is why I'm apologizing to you now, quite sincerely I might add. Would you hold me accountable for a mistake made in my youth? That was just this morning. I am still young. And I might add, it wasn't really my fault. If the defendant had only admitted he took 1 pistol from the scene of the crime, we would not be having this pleasant discussion now. Valant Grandmarais. Valant Grandmarais. Yes, Your Honor. You were presented to the court as a decisive witness, but you've proven to be more divisive than decisive. You'll see in time. Testimony so far has merely been a review of the facts. The proof comes next. Care to elaborate, Prosecutor Gavin? When Mr. Valant entered the hospital room, the victim had already been shot. As his next testimony will prove her right, the real fight is about to begin. Bring it. Very well, the witness will now testify to the court. Help us determine who shot what. I arrived in the hospital room at the appointed time, which is to say 11:20 p.m. Discovering the body, I fulfilled my obligation, then called in the doctor. The doctor examined the body before the police arrived. He was quite He was quite clear about the time of death, 11:10 p.m. And the one in the room at the time was my partner, not me. Those times are rather close, you have to admit. You're talking about an alibi established over the matter of minutes. To use a 10-minute discrepancy as a basis of your alibi. It's easy to explain in this situation, Her Judge. For example, take our debut hit single, 13 years hard time for love. Cue to the song, press the play button, and it will play for 2 minutes 15 seconds. Do it 100 times, the result is the same. Our debut single was only 2 minutes and 15 seconds long. What a ripoff. Magic is a world of utmost precision. Hocus Pocus requires an admirable focus. That's a fucking cool rhyme. Hocus Pocus requires an admirable amount of focus is sick. I don't know what about it, but that shit was sick. I was like, yo. And in time of death, determined by the doctor, there is incontrovertible truth. Very well. The prosecution warns us that we're dealing with rather precise timing. Let me turn on my AC because it's getting hot in this room now. There you go. And we can expect the cross-examination to require the same level of precision. I would hope the defense refrains from its customarily broad, sweeping accusations. At least we blurred the focus this case so clearly demands. Point taken. Basis remarks will result in a penalty. Carry on, Mr. Wright. Carry on, right? Who shot what? I arrived in the hospital room at the appointed time, which is to say 11:20. Covering the body, I fulfilled my obligation and called in the doctor. The doctor examined the body before the police arrived. Why? Did the doctor say anything concerning the cause of death? Why, yes. I believe he screamed, "My God, he's been shot in the head." Doesn't take a doctor to notice that. I believe I would have said much the same thing. I would have penned the requiem that arose in my soul at the hard sight. Whatever happened to good old-fashioned investigation? In any case, I believe this is nothing more than what we have already learned. I'm still waiting for one of those right moments, Her Attorney. May I remind you that basic remarks will earn penalties. Proceed with that in mind. Yes, Your Honor. What a pain this is turning out to be. Doesn't give me the warning for the health. He was quite clear the time of death was 11:10 p.m. I don't think I'm stepping out on a limb to say I have some doubts about this. How could the doctor be so precise with the time? We do usually only get an estimated time of death, true. I'm not sure I've heard of a verified time of death. Also, what time did he die at? Oh, estimated time of death, 11 to 11:30, so there literally could be any one of the two. Not sure I've heard of a verified time of death. Magic reveals in making the complex appear simple, but reality is the opposite. What appears complex in this case is a simple matter of subtraction. I see another person has done their arithmetic homework. The point here is the IV the victim was taking. It's quite visible in the photograph of the scene. Recall what we heard earlier about the Victim Magnifique crime array schedule. Every night at 11, Magnifique took an IV drip for 30 minutes. You can see the IV bag right there, yes. Now look at it a little closer. Follow the tube down to the bag. Oh my god. Now look a little closer. Follow the tube down from the bag to the end. Ah, the needle's been removed. Doubtlessly, it fell out when he was shot. That would seem to be the case. When the needle comes out, the IV no longer drips. Ah, you could just measure the remaining IV liquid. Precisely. The IV liquid functions for our purpose. Bleh. The IV liquid functions for our purpose as an hourglass of sorts. It is how the doctor determined the time of death. From the amount of remaining in the bag, it was determined that the IV had stopped 10 minutes after administration began. And so it was when I, Valant, entered the room. 10 minutes had passed since the horrible crime was committed. And this is proof. Well, Mr. Wright. That seemed important. Very important. Well, seeing how it is the biggest clue we have to the time of death, I'd say it's very important. Agreed. It would be hard to imagine a more precise way to determine the time. Behold the power of arithmetic. Right, well, the witness will add this detail to his testimony. Sometimes the most magical thing of all. It's the truth. The water of life springs not eternal. The remaining IV liquid proves my innocence. We don't have that as like a factor, right? Oh, we do. Okay, here we go. After administration began. This tells us, right? 30 minutes required to administer full IV. From the amount remaining IV stopped 10 minutes after administration began. Always hated getting shots. I guess Magnifi was giving himself the insulin shots. There's no way I could do that. Wait, if Magnifi used this to inject his insulin, why are there no traces of it? Oh my god. Why are there no traces of it having been used? Something to keep in mind. So it was not used, or like he wasn't using it. No sign. Yeah. Has been washed and shows no sign of use. Do I want to press this? Did you notice the IV yourself by any chance? When first I entered that room, the stench of gunpowder assailed me. Next, the mark of death upon my mentor's forehead. And on his left arm did I spy a rose drooping and wilted. It's torn the discarded IV needle. Knocked from the vein by the force of the shot, luckily for you. If the IV had not been there, why, you might be a suspect. Undoubtedly so. I might say it's thanks to my lucky color. Your lucky color. Indeed, even today I wear it proudly upon my suspect self. For it always, without fail, brings me luck. Why, when Zack and Valant won their first Magician's Grand Prix. Yes, the very own held by the Association of Eternal Imaginations. Okay. Magicians, whatever. Imaginations. My nose. Okay. I was adorned in the attire then too, and our trophy, a bus. What a day that was. This is one trip down memory lane that no one needs. My lucky color is yes indeed, and that IV too. I say it, I think 'twas hued especially for me, Valant. That does seem to be the case indeed. Well, Mr. Wright, any thoughts on this testimony? Valant sure looks happy with himself. Okay, how about this lucky color testimony? There's a contradiction? It sounds like your lucky colors brought you plenty of luck. But not this time, Mr. Valant. Your lucky colors betrayed you. I'm afraid you've lost me. Your Honor, the witness testimony just now clearly contradicts the evidence. What? Please recall my warning as the beginning of the cross-examination, Mr. Wright. Basic accusations will be duly penalized. I do hope the latest accusation is well-based. Don't worry, I've got all the bases right here. Very well, let's hear the defense's claim. Where's your evidence that contradicts that Mr. Valant has told us? requires regular instruments. Ah. What the fuck is it? There you go. The crime scene tells all, Your Honor. The photo of the crime scene. All this talk of color has been yearning for black and white, clear-cut simplicity. Tell us her right. Just where's the contradiction in this photo? My pleasure, and I assure you it's quite simple. But I can't promise anything in black and white. Let's hear what Mr. Wright has to say. Yeah, Ivy. Valen Grammar, let's get one thing straight about your lucky color. It's yellow, yes? Kinda takes the mystery out of it, but yes. Something wrong with yellow, Mr. Wright? Yes, there is. Decisively wrong, in fact. Take another look at the photo of the crime scene. What's this? Confusion, doubt? Tell us, what do your elderly eyes spy? Even my elderly eyes can see a problem here, Mr. Valant. Look at the IV bag. What is this? What? Foul magic. Foul magic. Foul magic. It would be hard to call the IV liquid yellow. And I'm afraid no magic was involved in the taking of this photograph. Alec, no! Order. What does this mean? This is some kind of mistake. Yes, Prosecutor Gavin. Your witness is a mistake. The greener they are, the harder they fall. I suppose there's no substitute for experience. Valen Grammar, as you reminded us several times, your lucky color is yellow, but the IV is clearly not. Well, this contradiction can mean only one thing. I thought the game froze there for a second. I was like, what the fuck? And to think, you almost had me. I see your true colors now, Ace Attorney Phoenix Wright. Something you'd like to tell us, Prosecutor Gavin? As far as the court can tell, the witness's testimony does contradict the evidence. Yes, a contradiction. One that I shall be pleased to hand right back to Mr. Wright. How do you mean? How? Because the witness has made no mistake. I agree that at a glance, the IV liquid does appear a sort of greenish yellow. But I assure you the liquid itself is quite yellow. Yellow liquid? How can you say that? As far as I can tell from this photo, it's green. Yes, but what color is the IV bag itself? The bag? You mean the plastic bag on the hook? It looks like a, I want to say a light blue. Precisely. Figured it out yet? Put a yellow liquid in a blue bag and you get green. This, incidentally, is the liquid's true color. I see. The explanation does have the ring of truth to it. As I thought, there's no substitute for experience, Prosecutor Gavin. What? You may tell a good tale, but you've just proven something rather grave for you, that is. Grave? The liquid in the IV is yellow, yes. But how did this witness know that? It's quite unnatural when you think about it. You did think about it, didn't you? Your Honor, the defense requests an explanation from the witness. At the scene of the crime, the IV liquid appears to be green. So let me ask, how did the witness know the IV liquid was actually yellow? Because, oh my god. The MLG at the end. Order! That's right, you will explain this at once. The witness clearly knew that the color of the IV liquid, so I'm sure it means something, but what? I can think of only one possibility, Your Honor. The witness, Valin Gremaret, has testified that the IV liquid was yellow because it looked yellow. He's seen it before. He knew the IV's liquid colors. He's seen it before. From the facts before us, the answer is clear. The witness knew that the IV liquid was yellow. Why? Because he's seen it before. But not inside the bag of the blue bag. We've seen it in the photo. He saw the liquid by itself in a clear, colorless bag. I suppose he would have had to, but I'm still not clear as to what all this means. Ask yourself, why would he know if he didn't work at a hospital? That's where you'll find your meaning, Your Honor. I'm afraid I find nothing. So what? Oh my God! I'm afraid I find nothing. So what if he knew the IV liquid's color? Leave the getting excited over absolute nothing to our teeny bopper fans, ja? The IV liquid is the only evidence proving the time of death. A 30-minute hourglass with 20 minutes worth of sand remaining. Your claim, Prosecutor Gavin. I remember it well. However, there's a critical difference between an hourglass and an IV bag. Wait, I know. An hourglass uses sand and the IV bag uses liquid. I'm right, right? As much as it pains me to say this, Your Honor, no. Unlike the sands through an hourglass, IV liquid enters the patient's body, at which point, like magic, it disappears. However, what if the amount of IV liquid had increased? You couldn't tell, could you? After all, there's no way of knowing how much went in. Let me get this straight, Herf, right? You're saying the witness watered down the victim's IV bag. Not with water, but with IV liquid. That's how you knew the IV liquid was yellow. Now wait, I said wait. How am I an amateur such as myself say to perform such a task? I'm an amateur too, but I can pour water into a cup. I'm afraid there's quite a big difference between a cup and an IV bag, quite. Can you prove our witness is capable of such a feat? He has a point, amateurs. I at least would have some difficulty pouring IV liquid into the bag. You don't need to be an expert to see the look on the witness's face. He added liquid to that IV to throw off the time of death. I tire of these fairy tales lacking evidence. Well, Mr. Wright, any solid evidence to bring us back down to earth? Valin Gremaret, I'm afraid your magic won't serve you well in a life of crime. Might I ask what you're strongly suggesting? Magic relies on props, and props becomes evidence. Our witness was certainly able to increase the amount of IV liquid in the bag. All he had to do was work a little magic, and the prop was... bam. The victim's syringe. It's the perfect prop for the magically increasing IV trick, and easy enough for an amateur to use. What kind of evidence is that? The syringe was clean, not a trace of liquid in it. And don't you find that odd, Prosecutor Gavin? What? The victim had a syringe to administer his insulin shots. There should have been traces of insulin left inside. Well, Valin Gremaret, as you pointed out yourself, the IV liquid makes the perfect clock. One that you can manipulate at will. Interesting. Interesting what's happening here. And then what we know later, right? I do believe, well, with this being... what the fuck? That the burden of this trial has been a bit too much to bear for Prosecutor Gavin. I'm afraid that while there is a doubt as to the amount of IV liquid in the bag, time of death cannot be proven. And that brings our trial to a close for today. Well, maybe I could squeeze an extra day out of this and do a little much needed investigation work. Truly, there's no substitute for experience. Nothing blinds one to the truth so effectively. A word to the wise. Underestimate the young and they'll sweep your feet out from under you. In a way you never ever expected. You see, I know exactly what you're thinking. What's he talking about? You say the witness used a syringe to manipulate the level of the IV liquid. But there is no proof. There's no proof he didn't do it either. Yes, quite true. Huh, he's admitting it. Nor was the witness quite as decisive as I'd hoped. Then I admit, after all, why linger in the past when the future holds so much? You have something in mind, Prosecutor Gavin. Proof, her judge. I have another way to prove my case. With evidence, no less. What's this? This is the victim Magnifique Gremoire's diary. After going into the hospital, Magnifique began writing his memoirs and themes. The story of his birth, his startling debut, and meetings his disciples. It seems he intended for the last chapter to end quite appropriately with his death. Wait, a book doesn't say what the reason was, does it? The reason why his disciples couldn't refuse his last request. Sadly, it does not. What's important here is on the last page. Apparently, the victim wrote in his journal that night. Even after the IV had begun at 11 p.m., let's read it, shall we? This does appear to have been written just before his death. The court accepts this into evidence. Read the very last part with the particular care. The journal may not end here, or it may go on, but not long. That depends on his hand. Of course, by his, he refers to our defendant, Zach Gremoire. That would make sense, yes. He was the first scheduled visitor after all. But look at what he said before that. The journal may end here, or it may go on. It may go on. Magnifique Gremoire intended to write again. That is, if Zach Gremoire didn't pull the trigger. But what makes you think he couldn't keep writing the fucking thing? I see the defense understands the meaning of this. The victim's diary does not go on. It ends. Because... Can I do that right now? Oh, what the fuck? Oh, I thought there was more to it. This is the last page. The diary ends here. Huh? What's this? Looks like a page was ripped out. Well, now, isn't that interesting? Alright, just so we can have that in the knowledge. Because Magnifique's life was brought to an end by the defendant, Zach Gremoire. Order. Prosecutor Gavin, are you certain that Magnifique Gremoire wrote this? There is no mistaking his handwriting. Well, this does seem to be significant. According to this, Magnifique did intend to continue his diary. Yet, if his diary ended here, which plainly it did, then the one who pulled the trigger was the first visitor, Zach Gremoire. Well, how do you like me now, her right? Still too green for your taste, hmm? He's right about the diary being pretty clear. Still, I find it hard to believe that he overlooked such an obvious problem with his precious evidence. Well, Mr. Wright, the witness testimony we heard was lacking. But put together with this evidence, it seems quite sufficient for a case. If the diary is accepted like this, the trial's over. Show evidence. Maybe it's time to use that. Blah, 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 blah. I'm left with no choice but to show my own evidence. What? You have some evidence that overturns his diary. It's not too late to rethink this and avoid more embarrassment. Very well, please show us your evidence, Mr. Wright. Incidentally, don't even think of showing us the diary I've just shown to the court. Now that we've come this far, I hope you have something a little more decisive. Show us evidence that proves the victim continued writing his diary. Alright, I'll be happy to. Decisive evidence proving that the diary didn't end... This one, right? Yeah. Okay. First, take a close look at this diary. Note that the page has clearly been ripped out. What's this? I hadn't noticed that at all. Blah, 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 blah. That's why we're still here talking about this. As it just so happens, I have here what I believe to be the missing page. I don't believe it. Looking at this page, it's hard to imagine that the first visitor that night shot Manaphy Gramarye. That's the defense's position. Wait, let me see that. One to Sam Hill. Sam Hill would be the right way to say that. Why, this is a contradiction to the victim's diary. Note the torn edge of the page. And it's a perfect match with the torn remains of the last page in Manaphy's diary. Quite remarkable. Would you care to explain what all this means, her attorney? The diary continued after his first visitor came, which means that the victim was still alive after Zach Gramarye left, leaving no one to take his life but the second visitor. Valant Gramarye. Or Gramarye. No! The handwriting too matches that on the other pages. This is without a doubt a genuine article. Order. But wait, that's impossible. The old man couldn't have written that. Finally. You just couldn't resist, could you? Her, right? Resist what? Presenting solid evidence? Her judge. Yes, Prosecutor Gavin. My request we put the current cross-examination on hold. Prosecution would like to call a new witness. But Prosecutor Gavin, the evidence overturns the current witnesses. I asked only to put it on hold, please. My new witness had a very, very important piece of testimony to give. Oh my god, why does it do this? I have to unplug it, then replug it in. I just like move a weird position and all of a sudden the fucking controller wants to be annoying. 5 minutes, no more. I promise, Your Honor. Well, if you put it that way, Mr. Wright, what's your take on this? Well, Your Honor, judging from his enthusiasm, we'll have to hear this new testimony sooner or later anyway. So it might as well be sooner. And then, though this is highly irregular, we will put the current cross-examination on hold. The witness may step down. Now, Prosecutor Gavin, please bring this surprise witness to the courtroom. Excuse me. I had a bad feeling just then. That ripped out page was too obvious. He must have known. And I should have known it was a bad sign all around. Oh, it's just fucking schmuck. Holding trial with no audience is a first, even for me, Prosecutor Gavin. I beg the court's understanding. But I had to make a judiciary deal with the witness to secure his testimony. Judiciary deal. The details of his testimony may have some legal ramifications, shall we say. I thought it best to contain the information to this room. Very well. And you are the witness, I gather. Ah, yes. Yes, sir. Say your name and occupation for the record. My name is Drew Mischam. I'm a painter. A painter, and you are somehow related to this case. No, well, not per se. I have one simple question for the witness. Mr. Masham, was it? Do you know what this is? Oh, yeah. I know it well. How's that possible? Have you seen this diary page somewhere before? Yeah, I mean, I made it. You, what? You made it? Yes. You might call it one of my works. The regional prosecutor's office received a tip-off yesterday. Illegal evidence has been prepared for the trial of Zach Gramaret. Illegal evidence? I initiated an investigation and found his witness. A painter to the world at large, Drew Masham has another side, you might say. He is skilled in making perfect reproductions of certain things. Forgeries, in other words. Forgeries? Well, so we are to understand that this page here is a fake, prepared by a certain defense attorney. Hold it. I didn't prepare this evidence. Ah, the attorney speaks. Something about this page, I presume, but what is he saying? It makes no sense. After all, it was you who presented this evidence to us, Phoenix, right? Witness, Mr. Masham, was it? Who requested this forgery? Who was your client? That, I don't know. What? Most of my clients prefer to remain anonymous, even to me. I make the items they want and I receive my payment. That's the extent of my contract with them. But there's no proof this is a fake. It's a fake. Huh? To avoid just this sort of problem, I always put a special mark on my works. I can say without a doubt this is mine. Mr. Wright, you have just presented illegal evidence to this my court. It was careless of me. That's all I can say. Oh, old boy. Here. What's this? I don't know, I just got it over there in the hall. They told me to give it to you, to the old boy in the blue suit with the spiky hair. They said it was really important. It was all a trap, a fatal trap. Mr. Wright? Yes. Do you have an explanation for yourself? If I did, would the court hear it? Probably not. Forging evidence is a serious crime. And presenting it in court is a serious mistake. A fatal mistake for an attorney. Fatal to perhaps for your client, I fear. Tell me, what kind of defendant relies on forged evidence? The answer is quite clear. A guilty one. Your Honor, wait. Understand that presenting forged evidence in court is a serious crime. But you cannot hold my client responsible for actions I undertook as an individual. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. Your Honor. Another close call, I dare say. I dare say? The way I said that shit. The prosecutor's office hadn't received that hot tip. Everything would have gone the way you wanted it to, John. I even gave you a chance. Too bad you decided not to think before embarrassing yourself. I see no need for further discussion on this matter. Special witness dismissed. Damn. I was playing like a damn fiddle! Mr. Attorney. Yes. Could I ask your name? Phoenix Wright. Mr. Wright. I have seen and studied many people, but none like you. I'll remember you, Mr. Wright. Though I deeply regret having to declare a verdict in this way, this trial is over. You have the right to find a new attorney and make an appeal. However, this court must... Ah, Your Honor. Yes, Mr. Zach. There's one thing I wish to make clear today in this courtroom. You cannot declare me guilty. It is impossible. I'm afraid the defendant is quite mistaken. Most certainly have the authority to declare a verdict on you. Except, tell me, how do you plan on announcing your verdict when your defendant does not exist? Doesn't exist? What are you talking about? I am talking about this. Mr. Enneagram! Or Enigmar. The defendants escape. Find them, quick! Bailiff, close all exits from the building. On the double, he must not be allowed to escape. That's crazy. That day in the courtroom, a miracle occurred. The defendant, Shady and Enigmar, aka Zach Gramaray, did not just escape from court. He literally unbelievably vanished. Right before the bailiff's eyes. No one ever saw him again, not since that day. This is the Gramaray miracle. No verdict was declared. After all, the defendant didn't exist. That's how it happened. The trial of magician Zach Gramaray vanished along with him for all eternity. Then mysteries that remained behind were all solved, however, but not until 7 years later. To be continued. That shit is wild. Oh, phone fell. There you go. This trial 7 years ago was the beginning of it all. This is now beyond a doubt. The mysteries of the past work their magic at present, Jesus. But you'll soon be finding all of this out for yourself. Which of Manfred Gramaray's disciples pulled that trigger? Where did the vanishing defendant, Zach Gramaray, go? What dark truth lurks behind the forged diary page? And what about the girl who was left behind? The Mason system. Ow. The past left us these 4 keys to unlocking the truth. What is this Matrix bullshit? But that's not all. There are 4 keys in the present as well. And when all the questions have found their answers, the final trial will begin. But first, you must chase the truth through then and now. Think of it as a game. I, Phoenix Wright, will be your guide through this game. That terrible trial saw me present forged evidence. It ended half-finished when the defendant vanished. What became of me after that? As your investigation proceeds, the answers will become clear. Oh, and one more thing. There is something I must tell you. As Apollo Justice has his bracelet, so too do I have my own weapon of sorts. My Magatama. What does it do? You ask? That I would have you see for yourself. Well now, shall we begin? Touch the arrow to switch between past and present. Let's begin 7 years ago in the past. It is right after my last trial came to an abrupt end. Now that you know the game, let's play. What a fucking crazy fucking situation that's happening here. What? Alright, so we gotta go to here? Or where are we going? Yeah, just here. Okay, so past, right, and co-law offices. The nightmare trial was over, and the new nightmare of figuring out what had happened had just begun. Wanted to wake up to walk away, but I figured I'm the only one who could do this probably. Besides, I had plenty of time. Thanks to the Bar Association Review Board's decision, it's hard to work when your attorney's badge has been taken away. Oh, morning, Daddy. I'm so glad you came. You okay, Daddy? They picking on you? I'm fine as always. The old boy is here to help me after all. That's young man to you. Good morning. That's a cute outfit you have on. Thanks. My first show's today after all. Two weeks have passed since then. I called her into my office. Trucy, there's something we need to talk about. It's been 2 weeks since your father disappeared. You need to start thinking about your future. I did some calling around. This is hard to say, but you have no living relatives. So, I was wondering if you wanted to stay with me for a while. Just until your daddy comes home. It won't be long. I hope. Of course, it's totally your choice. If you don't like it here, you can go wherever you like. I could look up some places you might like to stay at. This is so weird. Mr. Attorney, Daddy told me about you. He said I could trust you. Huh? Really? So if I stay here, does that mean you'll be my family? Huh? I guess so. Getting weirder. Mr. Attorney. Or actually, why don't you call me Nick? Or you can call me Daddy if you'd like. It doesn't have to be today or anything. Okay, say Daddy. That was quick. Yes. If I move here, I have to switch schools, right? And I was thinking, I haven't paid for lunches at my last school for a year. So, thanks, Daddy. Ah. Oh, and this office is a little blah. Little color goes a long way, you know? Ah. Oh, and Daddy, you got fired from work, right? Don't you worry one bit. I'll work twice as hard. We'll make it through this. Trucy, how old are you? Oh, I'm 8. She's just like, I'm 8. Like, yeah. But don't let appearances deceive you. I'm a young professional. Stick with me and you'll do just fine, Daddy. Ah, thanks. Why does it feel like she's already in charge? Alright, we can talk here. The office. So, Daddy, you got fired from being a lawyer, right? You could at least kind of look aside or something when you say that. It's actually kind of hard for Daddy. Oh, I'm sorry, Daddy. Wait, is that... this is fucking weird, and Phoenix is kind of just accepting it at this point. Wait, is that foolish pride? My other daddy always used to talk about that. Actually, that's pretty accurate. So here's my idea. We'll make a new office. Law just seems so stiff, doesn't it? And no one will be my friend at school that way. Well, that won't do, I guess. I just don't know much about anything other than law. Or even much about law if you were to ask some people. Maybe the problem is calling it an office. We should run an agency instead. You mean like a talent agency? Forgive me for asking, but doesn't that require talent? You got me, don't you? I'm a professional. Professional. Yep. After all, I am directly descended from the famous Zach Gramaray. Directly descended. He's your father. Oh, and now I'm directly descended from the famous Phoenix Wright too. I think an 8-year-old just massaged my ego. Can you tell me a bit more about your daddy, or Zach Gramaray? Daddy, sure thing, Daddy. Which daddy was that again? This is going beyond everywhere. Daddy's so amazing. The biggest star of Trope Gramaray, and they're big. The Gramarays, they were on television a lot. Haven't seen them on much recently, come to think of it. Big magic happens when you put Zach and Valant Gramaray together, you know? Once they made a giant waterfall right there on the stage. The giant trout swam up the giant's waterfall. Let me guess, there was a giant fisherman waiting for him at the top. I wish I could have seen more of Daddy's magic. I shouldn't have brought it up so soon. Wonder what'll happen to me with Daddy and Mommy both gone. Mommy? Yeah, what about Mommy? I haven't heard anything about Trucy's mother. But I have my magic and a great daddy, even if he is unemployed. You know, I think things are going to be okay. Wonder if she'll talk about her mother. So, Trucy, you're a professional. Yes, it's like that thing they say. baby frogs grow up to be frogs. They say that? I always thought it was funny though. What was? Aren't baby frogs called tadpoles? Maybe they thought it would be easier to understand that way for kids. How stupid. Right, so in conclusion, you're a professional magician, Trucy. That's right. Well, want to see a trick? You're going to do a magic trick. Please show me. Actually, I would like to see your trick. The future of the agency depends on it, after all. That's the spirit. Ready? Here goes. Ta-da! Hey folks, it's Mr. Hat. I gotta say, it's good to be seen. Ah! Whoa! Whoa! Little Trucy without a hat is adorable. Well, that was startling. The amazing Mr. Hat, isn't he great? Your friendly neighborhood Mr. Hat at your service. He certainly makes an impression. Doesn't he? Haha, I'm so glad you like him, Daddy. Now, my routines do get a bit, heady at times. Get it? Heady? My friendly neighborhood Mr. Hat nearly gave me a heart attack. No, that's added to the record, okay. She's so happy. I love her. Could you tell me about your mother, if it's okay? Mommy was so pretty. She was like an angel up on stage. On stage? You mean with your daddy? Your daddy? Yep. She was always there with Zack and Valance, smiling. But then she went away. Went away. It was a grand illusion. But she made a mistake. She vanished and I guess she didn't know how to get back. Maybe so. I cried then a lot. That's when Daddy gave me this. Here. Her mother. This is your mother. She's beautiful. Her name's... Oh my god. How you pronounce that? Delissa? Delissa? Delissa Grimoire. Poor girl, I didn't know her mommy had gone missing. You know, Phoenix, you could say father, mother in your head. You don't need to say daddy and mommy the entire time. Now her daddy's vanished too, right before her eyes. Hey daddy, you won't... Don't worry, I won't vanish, I promise. Right, you can't even do magic. You're like a backup plan. Daddy always said to have a backup plan. I guess all I guess all I rate as is a backup plan. There you go. I think that's probably enough for today. Sorry to ask you so much all at once like that. It's okay, after all, we're family. I just hope you're ready. The Right Talent Agency opens tomorrow. What? But are we representing anyone? Me and you, that makes two, Daddy. I think you need more than that to make an agency. Besides, you may be a magician, but I have no talent. Oh, but I'm sure there's something you're good at. Well, when you put it that way. I mean, you don't have any tricks, no old standbys, this will not do. A boy should always have a trick or two in his pocket. Okay, I'll think of something. That's the spirit. See you bright and early tomorrow, Daddy. Welcome to the team, Daddy-o. The team, right? And this, we're done with this part now. Defendant lobby 2. Okay. Sometimes when magicians vanish, they leave something behind. I thought Trisha became Trucy Wright, my daughter. To be honest, I was pretty lost those first few days. Thinking back on it, it was pretty dark. It was a pretty dark time in my life. But Trucy, happy, smiling Trucy, she was my light. That's cute. That's a cute sentiment. Like, Phoenix is like, hey, if you want to live here, you can. You don't, I have options for you. And it's like, he somehow just adopted an 8-year-old girl that now means the world to him. That he would do anything for her. Which is very, very fucking cute. And like, also the factor that, whatchamacallit? Yeah, 7 years now, right? With Trucy? Trucy's like, what? 15 at this point? So he spent like a good 7 years with his now adopted daughter. That's really good. I like that. So now we gotta go to defendant lobby number 2. This is when, per se. 7 years ago. Defendant lobby 2. Didn't think I'd be back here for a while. Didn't want to have to remember that day. Okay, so this is like a little bit after. So I deeply regret having to declare a verdict in this way. The trial is over. Okay, yeah, we know this. This is where he disappears. Yeah, flashback. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, we know. Okay. When I came here on that fateful morning, I still had my badge, but now, like an aptitude limb. I'm sorry, I read it at a 3rd grade level. Like an amputated limb, I can still feel it itching. Where do I start? I don't even have the authority to investigate. Hey, you there, sir. Don't, down on the hands, floor on the head, now. What's the big idea? My ears. No unauthorized personnel aren't allowed into here. But that would mean all unauthorized oh my god. That would mean all unauthorized personnel are allowed. Zoinked. I just say it like it is, sir, and it's usually wrong. Turnout of the precinct lost my friends, my girl, and even my wallet. Fuck. He has a good luck charm with him. We've met before, haven't we? On a case, 2 years ago. No recollection of that, sir. Huh? For me, working on a case is always in the present progressive tense, sir. There's no past, there's only now, sir. Okay, you're the bailiff, right? Yes, sir. Court bailiff Mike Meekins at your service, sir. Birdie, I've asked to meet with the bailiff at this court who let the magician escape. Let me try to make this as absolutely clear as possible for you, sir. It was me, sir! But you were a regular police officer once, right? Sometimes bad things happen to good people, sir. Something tells me it's a long story. Let's not go there. So, you were in charge of security at the time of the vanishing. I'm dying over here! It's hard knock life. Good suck. Got out of the precinct, lost my friends, my girl, and even my wallet. Guess I wasn't the only victim. Hey, Meekins, how you been, man? Meekins. Alright. Last time we met, you were a police officer, right? In fact, you're still wearing your uniform. Sir, I wish I didn't have to tell you this, but last year, tragedy struck a rising star at the precinct. I lost my case files 4 times in 3 days. They fired me. That takes real talent, actually. You don't know what they're missing. So here I am, sir, forced to start from square one at lowly bailiff. But your uniform. I took it with me as a souvenir the day I was fired. That can't be legal. So you were the one who let the magician get away that day. I'm dying over here! A star rises among the court bailiffs full of hope. Then tragedy strikes. I love him. I love Meekins so much. Him going, I'm dying over here! He's such a card, bro. About Zach Ramirez's disappearance. Oh, the humanity! That's enough of that. The magician's disappearance. Why, yes, I say it was around 2 p.m. when I heard a commotion in court. I opened the door to see what might be amiss. The door slams open. Slam! Some guy's face is right there in front of me. Face! So you saw someone suspicious coming right your way. Yes, and I, being a bailiff, a little... Wait, what? Yes, and I, being a bailiff of little standing, I gave chase. I chased the silk that all the way down the hall, sir. I have a diagram of the court building here. Aha, there's courtroom number 7. That's where I was, sir. All by myself, nary a friend to call my own. Okay. And which way did Zachary Murray run after bursting through the courtroom door? He went up like this and around the corner like that. So I, with no delay, ran after him with no delay. When I turned the corner, I saw the magic man run into the defendant lobby. Swiftly I ran. Following him, I threw myself boldly into the room. Well, I remember it like it was right here because it was. Lobby number 2, sir. You ran into this room. I don't see any place to hide in here. Believe it or not, sir, I don't believe it. Oh, I didn't believe it. Here, in this room, the magician, gone, vanished like a puff of smoke. Except there wasn't even any smoke. He was just gone. That's impossible. Yes, that word. Oh, how many times have I said that word? It's always on the Phoenix Wright streams that I have like an itchy fucking nose. Even the sound of it causes me indescribable pain. I'm dying. I'm dying over here. Okay, I won't say it again, promise. We have to admit, it's difficult to vanish into thin air. Did you search the lobby? I searched. Why the pause? There was nothing here at all, sir. That's right. Nothing was here, sir. Why did he talk so loud and still be hiding something? Vanishing trick. Okay. So Zach was in the room when he vanished. Absolutely, sir. I saw him with my own eyes. The red silk hat, that flowing cape. He ran right in here, right inside this room. Silk hat, cape. That's Zach, alright. But sir, look at the room. There's not a single place to hide. Sir, there was nothing I could do, but nothing, sir. What about now? Have any ideas? Sir? Ideas about what exactly, sir, if you don't mind me asking? You've had quite a bit of time since then. Has nothing occurred to you at all? Do you have any idea what trick he might have used to disappear like that? There you go. Psylocke. Should have known. Magatama, one of my most prized possessions, which I got during a certain case. Could show. Why is he like afraid to mention Maya? It can show me the locks on people's hearts, and if I can unlock their hearts, they'll tell me their secrets. The Magatama starts it all, and the Magatama ends it. Alright, here you go. Oh, interesting. They have a new system for it. Oh, the way how it looks, I should say, not a system. The disappearing trick. Okay, Mr. Meekins. What do you know? Spit it out. Hey, what's with the atmosphere in here all of a sudden? You know something, and I'm going to find out what. Zachary Murray vanished from this room. How'd he do it? How, sir? Well, sir, I can't say as this revamped version of the song. Nice. Why are you so nervous if you aren't hiding anything? Well, sir, you see, at the time, sir, I was here and listen, it was impossible. What could such a little girl possibly do anyway? What did you just say? Sir, did I just say something, sir? No, you screamed it through the megaphone of yours. There was someone else in the room, wasn't there? Sir, I'm going to have to invoke my right to remain in the state of not talking. It's okay, Meekins. You don't have to tell me who Zach's accomplice was. I know who was here in the room that day. It was the little Grimna! His daughter. I was not even able to read that shit. Never seen that girl until just the other day. Mr. Meekins, I'm not buying it. Sir! Sir, that day she was here. In the room. Sir, I'm losing my voice if you don't realize. That's not me putting on a voice. That's me actually losing my voice. But he wasn't. You mean you chased her into the room, not him? Sir, in my days as a police officer, literally days, I learned a thing or two. Okay, just one thing, but it was how not to mistake a girl for a 7-foot tall magician. 7 feet. Zack isn't that tall, is he? You have a point. I find it hard to imagine that anyone would mistake a little girl for Zack Ramaray. But you saw something. And therein lies the trick. I think you know what it was, Mr. Meekins. Tell me, does this trick look familiar to you? What's that? The girl's favorite trick. The Amazing Mr. Hat. She uses it in her show down at the Wonder Bar. Have you been to the Wonder Bar? So, it wasn't a waking dream. It was it, sir. Come again? That night on stage, I saw a vision, except it wasn't a vision. It was a hat. An amazing Mr. Hat. He really exists. There you go. I remember clearly, though the details are a little vague. Zack Ramaray exited the courtroom. I gave chase and ordered him into the corner room, sir. Zack Ramaray, don't even think you can escape Meekins. Down on your hands, floor on the head, on your head. Floor on your head, by the way. Hello. Doesn't that matter, mister? No, that is... Sir, I'm currently chasing a suspect. Sir? Zack Ramaray, do you know him? Oh, I love Zack Ramaray. His magic is the best. Ah, she played, as like they weren't related. I'm his biggest fan. I see. That's why you're wearing the costume you're wearing. Anyway, that very same Zack Ramaray, Zack came into this room. But no one's been in here except me. Well, he has to be in here somewhere. Under the sofa, in the trash can, behind the painting, under the rug. So, Chusey was his accomplice. Imagine my astonished surprise when 1 week later, I just happened to walk into a bar and see him, Mr. Hat. I couldn't believe my own eyes. For a while, I thought it had all been a long dream. A dream that lasted a week. But it wasn't the magician who disappeared, it was Mr. Hat. Though it seems complex, that what really happened that day was quite simple. You were standing by the door, and out came Zack. But that wasn't all. Another person got in on the act, and she was standing in the front of lobby number 2. The little hat, along with Mr. Hat. And that's the beauty of it, isn't it? So, while you were standing in the shock and amazement, the magician rounds the corner. And most likely runs through the closest door into lobby number 1. This is where you came in. You turn the corner in rather lukewarm pursuit. And at the very moment, Chusey runs into lobby number 2. Then all she had to do is tuck away the amazing Mr. Hat. Chusey has that shit all around with her too. Like, isn't this shit heavy? Sir, I only lost sight of him for the briefest of moments. And I saw that cape, Zack Ramaray's red cape, fluttering like a cape. Astounding, sir! All my days of posing queries and making inquiries and chasing quarries wasted. It was as I could see them melting away like that. An ice cream cone left by the side of a road to die. On the scattered remains of measly eaten chocolate parfait. Such sweet sorrows. I'm sorry. I had no idea how much you'd suffer on account of this case. It's an honor, sir. I've apologized to people many times, sometimes more than once. But this is the first time anyone's ever apologized to me. Actually, about that girl. I'm sort of her guardian now. That's so. Sir, you should know that I harbor no ill feelings whatsoever in my harbor. Okay. I let the defendant escape, that's the stone cold truth. Just another step on my way from singing the blues to wearing the blues. Someday, sir, I'll be standing side by side with the great detective Gumshoe. Mr. Meekins, here's a free ticket to the show at the Wonder Bar. If you want, it's an honor, sir. Sir, I can count the number of things I've had taken from me, sir. But no one's ever given me anything for free. Right, I'll see you in court next time then, sir. I look forward to it. Good old Meekins, still being Meekins. All eyes were on Zachary Murray the day in court until his mysterious disappearance. Now part of the mystery has been revealed, but the magician remained out of sight. I wonder, it would be 7 years before I met him again. Oh my god, I just realized something from the first fucking case. The victim! Oh my god, the face, no wonder the face was looking so familiar with this man. No way! Okay, this is now interesting. Alright, present day Borscht Bowl Club, right? Shady Smith. Oh my god, hold up. I'm clearing my glasses a bit here. As well as fucking scratching the shit out of my nose. Okay. Oh, here he is. Kristoff. I've been taking my leave now. Still have some work to do back at the office. And I guess I'll go back to playing my piano. To be honest, it's better when you aren't playing. This frigid culinary dungeon almost feels comfortable. Later, then. 2 hours left on my shift. Wonder if we'll get any customers tonight. Ahem. Do you know who I am? Who I am? No, but if you hum it, I can play it. Just kidding. I don't do requests. How about a different sort of request? You see, I play cards. Oh, a customer. I was hoping someone would come in and save me from a night at the Keys. I seek a true competition. I have heard a Borscht Bowl Club and is the place for this. Now I see the rumor is true. And this is? This is a friend of yours. I don't mind me, I'm just your friendly neighborhood newsman. Fuck, this man reappears. Ah, he will not be playing tonight. When his business is finished, I shall send him home. This competition will be between us, no others. Do you see the similarity? The right talent industry represents two artists. I'm number 2. I play piano. Well, sort of. I just as a front from my real talent, which is playing poker. Don't ask me how I got started. I don't remember. But I'm good. Real good. It didn't take long for the rumors to get around. Go to the Borscht Bowl Club if you want a real game. That guy never loses. Or never lost. People don't come to hear me tickle the ivory. They come to watch me play cards. Is this the seedy poker club? No, it's a restaurant. We don't play for high stakes, there's no money involved. But real players carry cash and they're always thirsty. It's a handy source of income for the club owner. Then let's complete. I'll take you to the room. The hideout, yes? But before we go, yes. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Shady Smith. Oh, and I'm Bruchel. Spark Bruchel, news reporter. Oh, I'm... No, Phoenix Wright. Huh? Must always look a man in the eye when you make your introductions. You still do not know who I am. Have we met? I knew it! I fucking knew it! Today in this courtroom, you cannot declare me guilty. It's this asshole! You can't be. But you're... Zach Gramaray. Or Gramarai. Yes, the reincarnation act of the century. Pity I have only an audience of one. You. Zagran Mirai. This must be a bad dream. Excuse me, I'm like burped weirdly there. Okay. In a sense, this guy ruined my life. You there. Da. We will play soon. Ready the room. Da, I will be preparing the hideout for you. Are you really him, the Zagran Mirai? Now I am Shady Smith. Remember this. How many years has it been now? 6? Exactly 3 days from now, it will be 7. I caused you much inconvenience, I fear. Yeah, you could say that. Is she well? Trucy, I mean. She's fine. I've got her working already. Hope you don't mind. I really need to express my gratitude, but you have it. This is why I have come. That and to settle a matter of cards. By which you mean poker. Those eyes, he's serious. I despise losing above all else. And so, I have decided that I will win tonight, no matter what it takes. Those guys type, and they're dangerous. Everything's about the competition, all else is secondary. Perhaps we should take this time to talk before we play. I know you have much to ask me. And I, you. Alright, let's talk. The meaning of competition. We competed that day 7 years ago, too. Ah, yes, you must have been surprised. Called to the attendance center out of the blue. 2. 1. Showdown time. I lost. It's only a game of poker. Game I played for a long time and only lost twice. Who was the first? The man I killed, of course. You chose your defense attorneys by playing poker. Some are hired, others fired. When you compete, you see a man's true nature. You know what I speak of. I know that you do. Chushi's power. Chushi, she is in a class of her own. For 7 years, I played poker here at the Broche Bowl Club. I've never lost once. I'm good, but not that good. I win because whenever there's a big game, I bring in Trucy, and since she sends me signals. Daddy, he's got a good hand. You might have a chance if you act quick. Better call him soon. Can you tell me what her power is? Learning a person's thoughts by reading their reactions is a staple of performance magic. But those of Trucy's line possess far greater skill. Her line. Recall, you were the second man to whom I've lost. Magnifique Grand Marais. That was the first time I learned of this power, as you call it. Wait, so you're saying her power is genetic? It's just in the Grand Marais blood or something. Blood. 3 locks. Sorry, but it's not something told lightly to outsiders. And there's nothing you need to know at this time. It's some kind of Grand Marais secret, then. Fine. About Trucy. Ah, my fucking nose. She's 15 this year. She's still trying her best to follow in your footsteps, you know? I see. When I planned my disappearing act, it was the thought of her alone that gave me pause. Wait, you were planning on vanishing from the get-go? Yes, and for that I must apologize. However, I could not be found guilty that day because of this. That a transferal of rights. You see the signature. A transferal. That's Magnifique's Grand Marais signature, isn't it? I hereby give all rights to the secret, staging, and performance of my magic to the recipient named below. So he had this. I I hereby give all rights to the secret staging and performance of my magic to the recipient named below. The recipient's name is you, Zack Gramarea. Yes, it is I. Wait, this page looks torn. You recall the diary, yes? We literally seen it a couple of minutes ago. Or an hour ago. How could I forget? That scrap of paper lost me my attorney's badge. This is the real page that was torn from the book. Manaphy gave it to me that night. You could have told me this earlier, like 7 years earlier. Once again, I must apologize. It was all I could do to prepare for my escape from the courtroom. The greatest of Manaphy Gramarea's illusions are true art. As such, they are all well protected by this document. Only its bearer may perform his illusions on stage. Sounds like a pretty important thing to have if you're his disciple. As the rightful heir to his art, I too wanted a rightful heir. Rightful. I'm sure you know who I chose as my successor. Your daughter. That is why I have risked all to come here tonight. Rochelle. Sir. Ah, here you are. Here you go. What's this? A letter passing the rights I have inherited to Trucy. I would have you sign here as a witness. But I'm not a lawyer anymore. And you need a public notary besides. Ah, I may not look it, but I am a certified notary. You are. By day, I wear a notary's glasses and hunt for news. Also by day, I wear a reporter's glasses and notarize. When I take off the glasses, I can see very well. I can see very well is what he said. Your signature, please. This is the first reason I have come here tonight. Alright, we got this. Ah, I finally figured it out. Now I know why you've come out of hiding only now. It's been 7 years, you said. Precisely. There's a law that covers your situation. After 7 years, missing persons are considered to be legally deceased. So if someone was to vanish from the face of the earth 7 years ago, they would lose all rights as a living person after 7 years from that day. Not to mention all their possessions. Exactly. Which is why I'm here. I risk showing my face in public for the sake of this document. Before my 7 years are up. You might say I am securing my daughter's inheritance. But do you really need this document? Wouldn't Trucy inherit your estate automatically? Not in this case, I am afraid. This case. Yes, I received the performance rights from Manaphy Gramarea. However, this was done in secret without witnesses. Before Manaphy died, 2 potential successors to his repertoire were named. Myself, Zack Gramarea, and Valant Gramarea. Or Gramarai. Not Trucy. I see, so you do need this document. I have known Rochelle since before I vanished. He is a man I trust. Now only three know of my rebirth. Took the liberty of looking into Trucy's background, and found he had no other close kin. It is as you say. Okay. I was kind of hoping he'd say something about the mother at this point. I know everyone else but Trucy's mother. The mystery. I have to present this, right? Yeah. End search, by the way. Where is it? This person in the photo is Trucy's mother. How did you come by this? Trucy showed it to me. She said her mother was gone. Then it is so. Huh? She is gone. What more is there to say? Lots. I know. Whoa, you're still here. According to my in-depth research, Trucy's mother, Manaphy Gramarea's only daughter, end quote. What? Manaphy's daughter? Is that true, Mr. Zack? Rochelle, you say too much. What? Why am I the bad guy now? Zack decked him. In any case, Mr. Wright, this discussion is over. Alyssa Gramarea, she's the most mysterious of the whole lot. I need to gather me some more evidence clearly. Well, the prelude may have been longer than the main attraction. Shall we begin our game, my final competition? Final, why? As you said, I have come out of hiding today to make this document legally binding. Once that is done, I shall slip once more underground, without seeing your daughter. It would be best if I did not. 7 years ago, we played 7 years ago. I lost. Already lost to Magnifique. I do not care to lose to another. I have heard that you never lose. It's just a rumor. Yes, for it is impossible to never lose unless one has an ace up his one sleeve. As a magician, it causes me no end of irritation. Think a mere lawyer might be out there pulling the wool over so many eyes. Hey, I just signed your document for you. Maybe you could try lighting up. That was true. That was that. This is this. Fucking funny. Funny fucking guy. Okay, so we have to go back to present day or some shit. We have to do something for this. Final composition, I will show you perfect record, Phoenix, right? This will be my final performance. You are warned. The guy's beyond serious. So much for a fun evening of cards. Rochelle, you may leave. Ah, but it's your last game. I mean, what a scoop. I punch and I punch, but still, it's not enough. I just remembered a future, prior engagement. Toodles, gentlemen. Oh, and nice meeting you, Piano Man. Let us begin. You will be a witness to our competition. That is an honor for me. Why haven't I seen her around here before? Ah, that reminds me. I saw a familiar face as I entered this restaurant. He did not seem to notice me, however. Gavin, I believe was his name. You know him. After a fashion, listen, Phoenix, right? One can learn much from a true competition. Remember this. Oh, interesting. So we back out already. The Grammar power. I was close to understanding it, but I needed more. Do we come back to this later then? I knew where to get it. Chushi's mother. I need to meet that reporter again. That was clear. And one other thing. From the moment my final competition with Zack began that night, a name was running through my head. The name of a man now in prison. A name Zack Gramarai knew, but how and why? Damn, so we don't do anything with the locks? Alright. We go into the solitary confinement now. Or solitary cell. What an extravagant prison cell. Sup, dickhead? Whoa, isn't it an unexpected surprise? What errand brings you down to my cramped confines? Gavin. You have revenge, Phoenix, right? Revenge for the events that took away your attorney's badge 7 years ago. My past is like my logic, straight and through. Straight and true. Nothing's changed. All I did was point the finger of justice in the proper direction. Fine, I'm glad we could have this little tete-a-tete, right? What's up? You look well, Phoenix, right? You too, Gavin. Hey. Alright. Gavin's murder. Life has been full of surprises for both of us. I have no doubt you never expected to lose that attorney's badge of yours. And I'll bet you never expected to wind up here. Shady Smith, what's the name of the man you killed? Did you know who he really was? Who he was? Zack Gramarai. You know, the defendant. I remember him, of course. We say Smith was Zack. Impossible. Don't even try to tell me it was a coincidence. What did I just say? Life is full of surprises. Don't you think? After that trial, you were arrested and found guilty. But your motive was never made clear. A mistake I plan to remedy. You're not an attorney anymore, Phoenix, right? What possible conclusion do you think this investigation of yours can lead to? I killed a man named Smith with a bottle because I am an evil human being. Isn't that enough? Not for me, it isn't. I don't know why you did it, Gavin. 7-year-old case. You recall the case 7 years ago. Ah, yes, the trial where Zack Gramarai pulled his famous vanishing act. My brother won his fair share of praise and adoration for that trial, as I recall. Genius prosecutor reveals crooked attorney, was it? That was when I met you, wasn't it? Was it now? The Bar Association Review Board voted unanimously for the strictest punishment. Unanimous, save for the one dissenting opinion, yours. It was my brother who was responsible for putting you in the position, after all. For 7 years we've been friends, and yet I still don't understand you. Mr. Wright, your friendship toward me was never pure. You suspected me then, as you still do now, don't you? Honestly, right now, I'm not sure what I think. Reason for murder. You didn't just brain a guy with a juice bottle for no reason. Tell me why you did it. Persistent, are you? I came here because I remembered something. None of our game. Zack Gramarai mentioned your name, Gavin. Ah, that reminds me. I saw a familiar face that answered the thing. He didn't answer. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, we saw this. After that, he was killed, and I asked you to help me. Because I remembered your kindness back when everyone had turned on me. I seem to be in a little bit of trouble. Something like that. Dead, someone hit him hard. Me? Please, the cops should be here any minute. I'm in your hands, should it come to that. I have to know. Why did you kill Shady Smith? No, Zack Gramarai. Jesus. Whoa, I've never seen a Psylocke like these. Dark, cold, full of despair. And I even unlocked these things. Something wrong, right? No, it's nothing. You shouldn't push yourself so hard. Life is to be taken easy, you know? He's doing his nails. Examine. Son of a bitch. A nail polish. This thing? Thinking what self-respecting man would use nail polish? Not really. I know appearances are a big thing with you. You know what I say. One cannot live a beautiful life without beautiful nails. First rate in all things, except nothing less. That certainly does look like the first-rate nail polish. I like the sparkly bottle. It's crystal. You're so drawn to it? Please, have one. It's on me. Alright. It's like he could be weirdly nice, but then not. Examine the yellow envelope on the desk. That envelope's been bothering me since I came in here. Not nice to peek at other people's mail. You get mail here in jail. That I do, though they read it first, apparently. Still, I am allowed the pleasure of correspondence. Packages and the like are a different matter, however. Looks like sneaking a peek is one of the questions. Alright. End search. Alright. So we can end the search here now. Oh, the Bros Bowl is not done. There's no check mark. That's actually kind of cool. Drew Studio, right? This is definitely an elongated part. So definitely once we get done with this, it might be the end of the stream. I figured you'd come here sooner or later. What's up? I decided on sooner, Masham. Was it? I haven't done anything illegal. And I didn't come here to whine about past events. I wanted to ask you some questions. I suppose you have that right. That day, and the entire court descended into chaos. Only you stood still, your eyes calmly watching. I admit, it made quite an impression on me. I'm used to finding myself in outrageous situations. Phoenix Wright, was it? I'll answer what I can. I'm not sure, but it feels like I'm being watched intensely. Oh, this is when she was younger. Hello. Ah, this is my daughter, Vera. Say hello. She's gone. She would begin then. Shall we begin then? I was like, she'll begin. Where's she beginning? Shall we begin then? Alright, what's up? Mr. Masham. Judging from this place, you're a painter. Not, sadly, a profitable one. Not, sadly, a profitable one. No, I never sold a painting. The source of considerable embarrassment. I would be able to get by were it only me, your daughter. Her mother grew weary of me and left. I don't want her to grow up needy, Mr. Wright. That is why I began my other occupation, forgeries. Alright, so the forgeries. Don't look at me with those eyes. I know what it is that I do. More than half of the paintings they bring me are stolen. And who knows what my copies are used for. But some of your works are in paintings, correct? You may not believe me when I tell you this, but that was my first work outside painting. What? To think it would be used as evidence in a murder trial. I never even imagined the possibility. Then why did you take the job? I was well paid. Very well paid. I think he feels worse about it than I do. The past is hard to escape. Honestly, the sooner I can put this behind me, the better. With apologies to you, of course. Sorry, but it's not going to be quite that so easy. He's trying to forget what he made. Looks like I have to remind him. Oh. Gotta present to him the notebook. Mr. Masham, I was wondering if you could tell me about this. I've not been in touch with the outside world for some time now. I'm sorry, but isn't much of an inspiration to me. Oh, so now he's a sensitive artist. Oh, the notebook page. My fucking dumbass. Your work. Don't try to pretend you're forgotten. Sure, all you did was make a copy, but that copy might have destroyed the life of an innocent man. I'm responsible too, which is why I have to know. And you have to tell me. I knew it would be difficult to escape this. Now let's talk. Well then, ready to tell me about this work you did. It was unlike anything I had attempted before. Guess it would be a little different from paintings. That is not what I mean. In all my previous work, it sufficed to create a copy. This wasn't a copy. The client gave me two things that day. The first was a sample page as reference. The second, a printed document I can only surmise was written by my client. So you used the real writing as a reference to reproduce what the client wrote. Yes, as I said, it was my first job of that nature. So, who was your client? As I said in court, I do not know. Really, even for such a suspicious request. If it was me, I'd want to know as much as I could about the requester. Never met them, not personally. Ah, a Psylocke, of course. Seems like you're still hiding something. Something about this work. Alright, let's get down to business. You're hiding something. Let's hear it then. What are you hiding from me, Mr. Masham? I'm sorry, but I really don't know. I've never met the client. True, when I asked the client's name, there was no Psylocke in sight. Regardless, you're hiding something. You have to be, otherwise it wouldn't make any sense. Why are you doing this to me? Well, I made my stand. No backing down now. So, what's Mr. Masham hiding? The forger. I can pretty much piece together what it is from what you said. What is it, then? You told me what you knew about the client, and I couldn't see my Psylocks. Psycholocks? Is that some sort of asylum security or a new hairstyle, perhaps? But then they did show up, didn't they? Who was your client? I said in court? Yeah, we got it. Not personally. Those words triggered the Psylocke. Again with the Psycholocks. Now I really must know what they are. So, you didn't meet the client, but someone else did. Maybe the real forger behind this evidence. Perhaps I'm hung up on this lock business, but I'm afraid you've lost me. Yeah, well, I didn't come here to talk about Psylocks. As long as I come to the right conclusion, it doesn't matter how I got there. And your conclusion is? The real forger behind this wasn't you, Mr. Masham. Poppycock. Yeah. I don't know what you're talking about. That's my work, I tell you. Made here in my studio, who else could it have been but me? That's the real question, isn't it? If the forger wasn't you, then I don't have many other people to choose from. The real forger at Drew Studio is... Vera Masham. There you go. Nothing too crazy. The real forger is your daughter, Vera Masham, isn't it? Ridiculous. My daughter's only 12 years old, Mr. Wright. I've always been more one for landscape, not surrealism. Nice comeback, but you're shaking in your boots. I've got you now. The only two people with access to the studio are you and your daughter. The Psylocks tell me you're not the forger, which makes your daughter the only possibility. I feel very much on the verge of going Psycholock myself. This is like how Phoenix is like not even trying to hide it. He's just like, yeah, I'm just saying this out loud now. Manifizari. I don't know how you knew, but you're right. The one who made this page was my daughter, Vera, not I. She's only 12, a genius you might call her. A precocious little girl outshining her father. There's been a lot of that going around recently. I let her play in the studio and she watched me. She taught herself in that way. The drafting tools and the analytical devices I brought when they became necessary, they're my little daughter's playthings now. Ah, do I detect a bit of fatherly pride? So, Vera was the one who made this page. Would she know who the client was then? Actually, the client came once, here to the studio. What? Why didn't you say so sooner? But their face was covered and they did not want to talk to me. So they talked to your daughter. But speak only with the artist, the client told me. The little girl might know something about him. Your daughter. Oh, fuck. You know, I should not have done this. Fuck, whatever. Okay, what do I do now? Maybe I should talk to her for a little bit more or turn my attention. Save it for later. Save it for later. I still gotta do something. We'll go to the daughter thing in a minute. Examine. I gotta look at the fucking room. Okay, look at Vera's desk. Pen right, examine Vera's desk. Examine. Maybe I'll just sidle on over here for a closer look. Examine the tiny frame. That's an awful small frame. What's that inside it, Sam? Ah, please don't touch that. I'll get in trouble. That sand belongs to Vera, you see? She always puts it somewhere she can see it. Ah. That's Zack and Valan, the Grammarize, isn't it? The post office issued that commemorative stamp last year, when the Grammarize were at the height of their popularity. Not anymore. Now that one of them has vanished off the face of the earth. Vera went to see one of their shows when she was quite small. She's been a dedicated fan ever since. She watched them every time they came on TV until the end. I see. That Sam's quite hard to come by, I hear. I still wonder how she got her hands on it. You got the stamp? Pan right, examine the tiny frame. Come over to stamp, okay. Now pan left to talk to Drew, and then yeah, okay. Okay, what do I do now? Maybe I should talk to her for a bit, turn my attention to Vera. Talk to Vera. Mr. Masham, I have a request. Let me guess. You'd like to speak with my daughter. Can I? My daughter has never been one to talk to strangers. She's quite shy, extremely so, actually. With only one exception, which was, oddly enough, it was the client. I left the studio while they talked. I returned when they had finished and she was laughing. It was the first time I'd seen anything of the sort. Please, let me speak with her. Alright. Uh-oh. This could be tough. Let's see. Okay, yeah. Then there's this. My stamp. Hey, she spoke. She could talk. Yes, the stamp. How can I keep her talking? Great magicians, aren't they? Isn't Chopei Grammar amazing? Yes? Oh. I especially like those two, Zack and Valant. I mean, they're just so magical. Aren't they? Aren't they? Yeah, whenever I go to one of their shows, I'm like, whoa, magic. You know? Fucking Phoenix. Me too. I love them. They're so cool. Oh, she's so cute. It's like magic, yeah. Alright, she's talking. Not saying much, but it's a start. I went and saw them with Father the other day. The opening ceremony at the Gramarye Museum of Magic. The Gramarye Museum, they have one of those. Guess it makes sense now that they have their own commemorative stamp. So, have you been to one of their shows? Just once, when I was little with Father. Gramarye's on stage, it was like a dream. Disappearing, reappearing, cutting apart, putting back together, they do it all. Yeah, maybe you can keep telling me stuff like this. You know, about Zack and Valant, maybe. Oh, sure. Alright, better not get asking before she changes her mind. Now we get to talk. Vera. I don't go outside much. I like to paint in here. Why don't you like the outside? There's bad people out there. Well, true, but there's a lot of good people, too. How old is she? She's 12, right? I mean, Trucy and her could be friends. Actually, I should tell you. She was almost kidnapped. Once. Kidnapped. Since then, she's been, well, you can see for yourself. She refuses to leave the house. I see. Wait, but that doesn't make sense. She said she went to the Gramarye Museum. With you, in fact. Ah, yes, actually, she was quite insistent on it, much to my surprise. That was the first and last time she expressed such a desire to me. That person gave me a good luck charm. Good luck charm. For when I absolutely had to go outside. Yes, apparently she received something. A gift. From the client, actually. She won't tell me what it was. Father, I told you to keep that a secret. From that client, huh? This I have to hear about. The forgeries. So your father tells me you're good at painting all sorts of things. I really like painting, a lot. Father is always very happy when I paint them exactly the same. So you did this too? Oh yes, that was my first job. Your first? All I used to do was paint the same thing I saw. But this was totally different. The pen slips and the way the writer held the pen and the pressure on the nib. I had to use a microscope and analyze it on the computer. She seems happy. Odd, her work was the last nail in the Gramarye's coffin. I guess no one told her. Chopei Gramarye's stamp. They're the best in the world. Huh? Oh, you mean Chopei Gramarye, of course. Father gave it to me. Oh, you know what I also noticed about Trucy? She's wearing her mother's, cloak now. When she was a kid, she used to wear her father's, but now that she's a little bit older, she's wearing her mother's. That's cute. I like that. Father gave it to me. Your father. But I asked him about it. He didn't know how you got it. Oh, I guess I just took it. Yeah. Took it. Father got a letter from that person. That person? You mean that letter was from the client? Well, we talked about the grammar eyes forever that day. I'm sure that's why I was sent that stamp. I didn't want to just send it back, so I took it. They're a sneaky one, this client. So, they were trying to get on her good side. Alright. The client. So, you met the person that asked you to do this job. And you talked with them. What's this about a good luck charm you received? I can't talk about it. Huh? If I do, it won't work anymore. That's what I was told. Yeah, but I really have to know. Alright, we got the Psylocks happening. Right, time to do some Psy unlocking. A client. You seem to trust this client quite a lot, in fact. Because they gave you the stamp. No, that's not why. They listened to me, to my problem. The problem. That keeps her inside all the time. Don't go outside if you don't want to. That's what they told me. But when I absolutely have to go out, all I had to do was use a good luck charm. Good luck charm that your client gave you. I think I know what your client might have given you, actually. Is this your good luck charm? The nail polish. This was what they gave you, wasn't it? Ah! The same bottles over there on your desk. Your good luck charm, right? I heard once, cosmetics were once thought to ward off evil. This is a magic bottle. It has the power. It has the power. Ah, of course it does. I'll just refrain from commenting any more on that one. I think I know who gave you that bottle, actually. The one who asked you to do this job. Was this the client? You know, I forgot that this man's name is... The last name is Gavin. It just dawned on me. We don't have, this other fucking guy's name. Kristoff and... Fuck, I'm not gonna remember. Whatever, it's fine. This man is a friend of mine. Know him? His name is Kristoff Gavin. He's a lawyer, actually. I promised. I promised not to tell. So now we know the client. I'm sorry, I can't talk about the client, I promised. If I break my promise, the spell won't work. I don't need a name anymore, I've got my answers. You're pretty confident in this charm, then. I think that might be the devil. Huh? Or maybe an angel. What do you mean? I saw it, or I think I saw it, when they gave me this. I saw the devil's face. Are you saying the client's face looked like the devil's? No, the client was gentle, with a gentle smile. So, where do you see this devil, then? It was so quick I don't remember well. But that's when I knew it. That person wasn't like other people. That's why I believe in my good luck charm. I'm not sure what this devil she saw was. But it's pretty clear that Kristoff Gavin has her charmed. Well, I think that's all. I'll be leaving now. I'm sorry for what happened. If you want to apologize, try my client Zach Marai. Did I do something bad? What makes you think that? Your eyes, they're sad. Very sad. I'll put on a smile next time I come, I promise. I hope to see you smile then too, Vera. Oh, okay. Take care. Thinking back on my first encounter with the young forger, I witnessed something of vital importance that day. Of course, by the time I realized it, it was already too late. The Drew Studio isn't done yet. No, it's done, okay. Oh, Drew Studio complete. Alright, I gotta go to the detention center, which is this one over here. What strange sight doth my eyes behold? Excuse me? Two men are on either side of the single transparent pane. Yet it seems fickle fate has switched sides, so to speak. The forger of fakes walks freely, while the innocent languishes with these plexiglass confines. There's been no proof that I forged anything, nor proof that I took the life of my dear mentor. Yet, these chains cannot hold me for long. The stage awaits, and what, may I ask, awaits you? A little piano and a cold little hole in the wall. But since you are here, what shall we discuss? The shooting of Manfred Grandmarais, for one. Who pulled that trigger, Valant or his partner Zack? His partner vanished before the answer could be found. If I'm going to get any closer to the truth, this is the place to start. The faithful on trial. I have to hand it to my partner. He knows how to make an exit, that's talent. Yes, he made my attorney's badge disappear, and he never even touched it. A glorious spotlight always leaves someone weeping in the shadows. Yet, his very disappearance is itself a revelation. Revealing what? Zack Grandmarais killed Magnifi, my bad. It's as good as a signed confession. You shady fuck. That's certainly been public's opinion take on it. I grow tired of my cage. The time of my release is near. I must go and prepare. Planning on jumping back into the magic right away. As long as an audience who how do I have Apollo's fucking profile? Also, he's 15 at this point. Whatever. As long as an audience waits with bated breath, there will be Valant, and also, yes, now that my partner has disappeared and Magnifi's repertoire is mine, Valant Grandmarais has tradition to uphold. Is that true? Seen in this light, the trial was quite good to me, the verdict or no. And you can't pay for the kind of publicity. Black man. Oh god, okay. The suspicion on you hasn't lifted entirely, Valant. After all, you received one of those letters too. You were just as obligated to follow Magnifi's instructions as your partner. So I was, but only Zack Grandmarais followed them. Let us not speak any more of the who shot what. Now that my partner has vanished, the question is moot. I'm more interested in learning about something else, actually. What might that be? Want to know what Magnifi had up his sleeve. How could he coerce you and your partner to kill him? The trick up his sleeve. Perhaps you do not know. Know what? A great magician never reveals his secrets. I didn't think it would be that easy. The audience must remain forever in the audience, bathing in the reflected glow of the spotlight. You are not making this easy on yourself. Alright. Check up his sleeve. Flying by the seat of my pants on this one. There must be a path leading from the evidence to the truth, and that's what I'm going to find. To ask someone to take a life, even one not long for this world, that's asking someone to commit murder. Yes, our mentor was fond of dramatic moves, the dramatic finales, and he got his wish. His life was taken. What weakness could be so powerful as to coerce someone into committing murder? My guess is it was a matter of life or death. Care to explain? Your Trope lived in a world of showmanship. The flashier the better. And flashy so often means danger, doesn't it? Let us make this as painless as possible. If you have proof of this danger, then show me. Why? That's one of ours. Specifically designed for your show, I gather. A single bullet, one shot. What are you suggesting? We are magicians, Mr. Wright, not murderers. I'm not crying murder, Mr. Valant. I'm crying something far more tragic. An accident. Zack and Valance quick draw shoot him. How long has it been since those shots were last heard? Was the shoot 'em canceled because someone might get hurt? Of course, what other reason could there be? Well, it could have been canceled because someone had already been hurt. Fascinating. My Faustian forging friend. But tell me, what can you prove with a single pistol? Well, tell me what would have happened if there had been an accident. What if one of your bullets took a life on stage? The performance of magic is not concerned with what-ifs. It is concerned with precision. Precising whom do you claim we shot? Looks like I've chosen the right path. Let's just hope he walks it with me. Life was sacrificed so that the show might go on, and this shows who it was. But that's Zack Grammarai's wife and Trucy's mother. Thalissa, whatever. Yeah, Thalissa, yeah. I believe was her name. Alexa! But how can you say that? Or how can you say this? How can you say she was struck by one of our bullets? It's undeniable, eh? Thalissa was at the greatest risk of being shot. And this clearly shows just how much danger she was in. The commemorative stamp? Chopei Grammarai's performances were very, very popular. So popular they even made a commemorative stamp at the height of your fame. We were not merely the latest craze, we were at a golden age. It's all here on the stamp. There's Thalissa, yes? Trucy's mother is missing, I hear. What happened to her? I don't know. Part of his memory is still locked up. There's one thing you're failing to address. What's that? As you say, our Chopei was a world unto itself. If our leader, Manaphy, was so inclined, he could hide anything he wished with ease. But, Mr. Wright, then he would have hid a crime, making him an accomplice. Not a great foundation for blackmail. Well, that's got a point. If one of the Chopei members died in an accident and Manaphy's covered it up, his innocence would come into question. Found the right address, Mr. Wright. I'm so close, there has to be something. About how Thalissa's death could affect Zack and Valance's relationship with Manaphy. I see in your eyes you still have something to say. How can you possibly prove more than you already have? I'll prove what Thalissa's accident tied your hands to completely. With the person. Going to take a little knowledge of this player's to crack this one. The accident and death of Zack's wife tied both your hands, and this information proves why Manaphy had held so much power over you. There you go. Alright. It wasn't a question of who shot Thalissa. Thalissa herself was the problem. What do you mean? She was Zack Grammarai's wife, Trucy's mother, and Manaphy's Grammarai's only daughter. There was a terrible accident, and the two of you killed your mentor's only daughter. If that wasn't the key to Manaphy's power over you, I don't know what was. It was an accident! There you go. Unlock successful. The blackman. There's no proof, none at all, but Thalissa went missing. And your mentor blackmailed both of his disciples. Doesn't take a genius to put one and one together. Ours was a complex family. You meet Chopei Grammarai. The master, Manaphy Grammarai, had his only daughter, and his two disciples. That does sound like a recipe for disaster, doesn't it? Do not be tempted into faulty flights of fancy. Yes, there was an accident. But that is all it was, an accident. Zack and Valance tour the force. The guns blaze, the bullets fly, straight towards that beautiful body on stage. And then crash, zing, pow, into everything but her. Now that is magic. It happened one day when we were practicing, same trick with a new twist. And tragedy. But as for whose bullet stole Delicia's life, we shall never know the answer. Delicia disappeared from our lives and Zack was bereft of his wife. Trucy lost her mother. Magnifi, his daughter. And that led to blackmail, I take it. It is all part of and parcel of the darkness that comes when the curtain falls. Darkness. Why did Magnifi Gramorai try to cover up the accident? It was his own daughter who died. All I can say is, it was a critical time for the Tropea Gramorai. A passing of the torch from Magnifi to Zack and Valan. We all sacrificed so that it might be a success. Delicia's death was the greatest sacrifice of all. Yet, even when her life was extinguished, her presence was not. What do you mean? In time, we, myself and Zack, found we could no longer oppose Magnifi's wishes. Magnifi forced us to perform his art for his benefit. I see, I guess I can understand. I mean, he did lose his only daughter. But do you not find cowardice in his actions, huh? To decide to hide the truth of your own daughter's death is one thing, but then to hang that death as a guillotine above our heads. Things were dark behind the scenes of Tropea Gramorai, that's for sure. Does Trucy know? She was not told, naturally. Who would want to know that their father might have taken their mother's life? True. I had not thought of that accident for a very long time. I'm sorry to dare drop old memories, but this has helped a lot. Not to find Magnifi's slayer, I should think. True. Ah. After that accident, there was one who came sniffing quite persistently. A reporter. He called himself a newsman at the time. Often I spied him lurking about the dressing room doing his research. Would you happen to remember his name? What was his name? Sorry, I have forgotten. But in the course of his interviewing, he became quite close to my partner, Zack. I liked him not. I see. His name, I do not recall, but his scent, that cloying aroma of mint. Yes, whenever he smiled, which was far too often. I see, thanks for your help. It does no good to interfere with the past, Mr. Wright. You will not uncover answers, only wounds. I'm sorry. I had begun to notice a dark curtain hanging over Tropea Gramorai. I began to realize what I had to do. I had to protect Trucy from the darkness. The reporter he mentioned, the newsman, I never learned who that was at the time. Though I've got a pretty good idea who it is now. That smile and that sickly sweet smell of mint. The last floss-stem thread connecting Zack Gramorai to this world. Sooner or later, I have to track him down. Alright. I think the 10 center is complete as well. Now we're doing present day stuff. Woo! We're getting to the end of this one. Alright. What we got here? Present day Drew Studio. Perfect. We got all the ones for the present day too. Present day Drew Studio. Eh? Whoa. What do we have here? Remember me? Of course I remember you. Journalist meets ex-attorney in bar. End quote. Can I ask what you're doing here? Mr. Masham was poisoned and his daughters. Ah, yes, I know. On how I know, yes. It's caused me no end of grief, to be honest. Journalist wishes he tracked down case just a little quicker. Were you on the trail of this case the whole time? Zack Gramorai was a good friend. Zack said something to that effect back in the Broach Bowl Club. What a character, what a man. If a little, know a lot, know extremely rough around the edges. Do you think I could ask you a few questions? Oh, you're serious? I mean, I'm usually the interviewer, not the interviewee. Journalists ask questions, not other way around. Fine, shoot, I don't care. People have been asking me all sorts of things lately. Alright. Family of forgers. It was tragic what happened to Drew Masham and his daughter. Forgery is a serious crime and they pay the price. You know what really did them in though, don't you? Yes, the forged diary page. The night I interviewed him, I found out something about Mr. Masham I hadn't known. What's that? You know, he always felt like he was being watched. Every day for 7 years, walls have ears, potatoes have eyes. Being watched? You mean he felt guilty? No, I'm not talking about feelings here. You know, I felt watched too. The whole time I've been on this case, no less. Journalist gets tingling sensation on the back of neck, freaks out. Because you felt guilty. Why would I feel guilty? You felt like you're being watched, huh? I wonder what it all means. Oh, fuck. No, it was paranoia. I met Zach through that case, actually. You mean the shooting of Magnifique Grand-Marais? No, before that. It's not widely known. You mean the accident during the quick draw shoot-'em practice. My, you're well informed. You should have seen me back then. I dug up quite of the scoop. Wanted it all: money, fame, women, a little puppy, all for me. I was younger then, and my days and nights smelled of fresher mint than they do now. Valant Grand-Marais did mention one particular nosy reporter. In fact, I was on close speaking terms with Magnifique Grand-Marais at the time. I knew his daughter too, of course. Delissa, was it? Really? Then Delissa disappeared, quite suddenly at that, and Magnifique wouldn't say a word about it. Yeah, my evil habit got the better of me. Journalist catches scent of a scoop, goes on feeding frenzy. Set up a one-on-one interview with Delissa's husband, see? Zach Grand-Marais. Something strange was in the air of the Trope Grand-Marais in those days. Also, real quick. He's 22 now, okay. Something strange was in the air over the Trope Grand-Marais in those days. The whole Scream mentor controlling disciple scene started by then, I'm guessing. Delissa, she was part of it all, right? Come on, you could tell me off the record. Sorry, I don't know. Anyway, kept prying and eventually became friends with Zach. Sure, he punched me once or twice or 5 times, but over time he came to see me as his confidant. Paranoia. Drew Masham felt like he was being watched. And you along with him. You sure it wasn't just nerves? Nerves? No, it's nothing so mundane. I stopped paying attention to my nerves a long time ago. But I felt it too. Journalist sure he is being watched. Don't you wonder why Zach Grand-Marais got rubbed out after 7 years? Right after coming into contact with me. He completely vanishes from that courtroom. Then the 7 years, he talks to no one, not a soul. Then just as the remaining time was almost up, he contacts me in order to have this made. And then he dies. Starting to put the pieces together, are we? And you were being watched this whole time. Maybe not just me. Maybe you were too. Me. Valant Grand-Marais. He's been waiting this whole time, 7 years, eh? Waiting. For his big comeback, of course. A big revival of the Magnifique Miracle. Of course it was all a dream. Because of this. The performance rights. In the absence of any official documents, he was golden. Who's to say the old man didn't give the rights to both Zach and Valant? So Valant waited until Zach died, legally at least. Time finally comes and Valant's like a kid on Christmas morning. He's getting ready for his show at the Sunshine Coliseum, you know? That document sees the legal light of day. It's going to put a bit of a damper on the big show. He's a sorry one, that Valant Grand-Marais. Lost out of his partner at work and in love too. Love. It's the same old story, really. 2 disciples and their mentor's only daughter. What has 3 sides and all of them pointing? A love triangle. That is pretty classic. When you're performing Trope, that's your world. It's like family. One with an entire high school's worth of drama, intrigue, and backstabbing. And in the middle of this, Delissa has Trucy. And then she dies. I need to find out more about Delissa. Present Trucy's locket. Oh, I thought I was going to... Mr. Rochelle, do you know this person? Do I know that person? Of course! I was friends with Zach after all. He hit me a few times, 5 times actually. But still, I never forget his wife, Delissa Grand-Marais. Manaphy Grammarai's only daughter. Do you think you could tell me more about her? Well, why the heck not? Delissa. So, Delissa married Zack and had Trucy, see? It was her second marriage, actually. You mean she was divorced? I hadn't heard of this one before. Not quite. Her last husband was a performer, too. He died in an accident on stage. Tragic, really. They had only been married 1 year. I didn't know. Ah, but she was a beauty. I still carry a portrait photo of her around, you know? Why? She is very pretty. And I've noticed something on her wrist. I've known Trucy since she was a little thing, too. She got the better deal, really. She's got you for her family, after all. What do you mean? Just reminiscing, you know? Delissa has another child besides Trucy. What? But Trucy said she was an only child. Ah, yes, this one she'd had with her previous husband. Her previous husband? Her first husband who died on stage. Yep, they had themselves a kid. Another orphan now. That's another one who slipped through the cracks. No idea where they are now. Delissa had another child. Do you think I could borrow this photo? Sure, I can be generous on occasion, you know? Alright. I won't need the locket anymore. Better return it to Trucy before I forget. People and events all get tangled together and get bigger and bigger. Don't you think? I was too busy wondering about bigger to listen to what you were saying. Sometimes you just gotta accept that you won't be able to untangle it all, I think. Maybe so, but still. I have to do what I can. I have to tell what I find to those who come next. Next, you say? I'm not the one who will close the curtain on this little play. Apparently, that's not my role anymore. Manaphy. I was just wondering what Manaphy would think of all this. What do you mean? Haven't you seen it in Trucy? She's got his power. You mean how I can't lie to Trucy? It was the same with Manaphy and with his daughter, Delissa. But the strange thing, you think it's some sort of Grammarai gene. Manaphy told me once back when Zack married Delissa. He said Zack has good eyes. But not good like Grammarai's eyes. Not that good. I wonder if Zack ever played a game of poker with his wife. Who knows what the Grammarai secret was? Maybe nobody now that Zack's gone. Zack Grammarai. Ooh, that was a doozy one. The plot had finally begun to reveal itself. I sprouted from the warp in the Grammarai's fabric and grew swallowing everything. Warping itself around the Grammarai's power. Alright. The power which passed from Manaphy Grammarai to Delissa, to the next generation. I would once again need to meet the one who bridged it all together. Alright, that one's out the way. Ugh! I grow cold. The Grammarai secret. I have to know more about this power of Trucy's. It's like she can see right in people's minds. The first time I saw her do it, it blew mine. After you were done having your mind blown, you took her to play cards with you. I gotta use the resources at hand, as I always say. Yet I myself have no such power, but Trucy does. Why is that? Maybe Trucy got her power from her mother, Delissa Grammarai. I will not speak of that. Delissa is officially missing, correct? And I think I know why you don't want to talk about her. The three of you were a team once. Not that the entire country doesn't already know this. At your peak, you were the biggest stars around. Yet, there's another story behind the fame, one that not many know. Delissa lost her life during a rehearsal. To you and Valant, Gramarai's bullets. It was an accident. It wasn't me. How could I shoot my dear Delissa? I'm sure Valant would say the same thing. Why, it's just like another murder I might mention. Damn you. Her eyes, I love Delissa's eyes. To think they could read my mind was frightening. Yet there was a warmth in them that felt like an embrace. She is dead and Magnifique Gramarai has joined her. So the only one with her power left now is Trucy. Mr. Zack, I do not know. I don't need any power to see through that one, buddy. So there's someone else, someone other than Trucy. Someone who inherited Delissa's power. How would I know? My chances are slim. It would take a miracle to learn the truth. Or maybe one has already occurred. There's someone else with that power. And I know who. This boy. His name is... I forgot. Something weird. Who could he be? An attorney. Attorney? I noticed him when I went to visit a friend's law offices. So, what are we to make of this great ex-attorney? You can show me pictures of strange boys all you like. That's a sentence I didn't think I would read out loud. But you could at least say something like, I'm this boy, I could use a laugh. Perhaps you wouldn't laugh if you knew the facts. This might not be 100% proof, but it's close. There's a link between this boy and Delissa. Actually, it's more of a ring. A ring. Perhaps this will refresh your memory. I just so happen to have evidence showing this missing link. Actually, I know something. Your marriage to Delissa was her second. How did you know this? First husband, he died a year after they were wed, yes? He was a performer. They met when he joined us Gramarais as a guest in our show. After Delissa wed him, she left the Tropez for a while. And you say she had a child then? I have a photograph of her right here. Okay. Couldn't help noticing what she was wearing when I first saw this. Those bracelets stand out. They are the Gramarai family heirloom. This boy wears a bracelet just like the ones in the picture. What? So, that's why. Why what, Mr. Zack? I took this photograph of Delissa before she left us. When she returned, she wore only one bracelet. But I know where that other one went. She gave it to this boy, her son. Crazy that Trucy and Apollo are half sister and half brother. The strange power I myself do not know from where it comes. Yet the fact that is that it's passed down the Gramarai line. It runs in their veins. What is it? I asked her, Delissa, once. This is what she told me. Her power responds to tension in others. Tension. If she were to face a person and they became tense, even slightly, then she would know no matter how hard they tried to hide it from her. So she would see it. Not quite. This is the strangest part of it all. She wouldn't realize what she was subconsciously detecting was this tension. Without the use of a particular object, or in her case, objects. Objects. Wait, were they something she wore? Yes, her bracelets. I meant the first time I saw one of those, I felt there was more to it than just fashion. But what kind of power could a bracelet have? You have a Magatama, bro. What do you mean? I have made a decision. We'll tell you all I know, consider it a gift. Alright, Trucy and Apollo. Well, I hardly need you to tell me at this point, but those two are brother and sister, yes. And the brother, too, has this power of theirs. So Trucy has an older brother. I wonder what will come of that. Mr. Wright, tonight, after our game is done, I will return to a life of hiding. I will not see her live her life without knowing. I understand. I'll tell the two of them when the time is right. I'm in your debt once again. No kidding. What I want to know is how all this got to be so messed up. The bracelets. Those bracelets are made of a special alloy. It is said to expand and shrink very, very slightly in response to the body's warmth. So they're temperature sensitive or something. Yes. This is how they can shrink to the exact size of their wearer's wrist. And this has something to do with the power. What have I told you? The Grammarai's power reacts to tension in others. The Grammrai senses tension, they too become tense. And this tension translates into mini contractions of the muscles. So minute they cannot sense it in their muscles. Oh, so that's what the braces are for. The braces, with the braces on, one can sense these contractions. Because the bracelet is always a perfect fit. So when the person they're blah 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 blah. So when the person they're watching gets tense, their bracelet feels tighter on the wrist. Precisely. But that alone doesn't really count as mind reading. I believe I understand how the process works from there. The simple question of eyesight. Eyesight. I guess that sounds simple enough. Eyesight. Have you ever heard of kinetic vision? Something about the ability to see moving objects with full clarity, right? I've heard of it before. You see, athletes can see a moving ball like it will stop if they focus. Oh, but it's not confined to sports alone. It all relies on the ability to focus. When we focus, we can see many things. The faintest switch of the face and the meaning and the meaning that lies behind it. Therein lies one of the secrets of magic. One must know the mind of crowd before one may distract it. So basically what you're saying is, the Grammarais can see really well. For them, seeing is more than believing, it is knowing. Their power relies on eyesight combined with exceptional focus. Things are starting to come into focus for me too. Of course, it is difficult to maintain such levels of focus for any length of time. But what if someone could tell you what to focus? Or something, precisely. But wait, Trucy doesn't have any bracelets. You were talking about poker, yes? The timing of when to focus is so elementary she probably does it without thinking. I doubt Trucy herself has realized this. That is all I know of things Grammarai. Does Trucy have a bracelet? I just never realized it? Thank you, Mr. Zack. This boy's bracelet is the real thing, and he will use it before long, thereby awakening his power. I'll keep that in mind. Well, shall we play a game? I said so much. Let me say one more thing. I will tell you of that night. The night my mentor, Magnifique Grammarai, passed from this world to the next. There were 2 pistols and 2 letters sent. This was Magnifique's test. A test. In his last years, Magnifique Grammarai worked us to the bone, no, to the pain. But that night, I could not shoot him. So I shot the clown's forehead instead. This, it seems, was the correct answer. Take this. I give my art to you, Zack. What? It is thanks to for playing along with my show. You shot well tonight, Zack. Though I would not have minded dying by your hand. How could I shoot you? You're my mentor. Bah. I thought you might say that. If I went home without shooting anything, what would you have done then? Then of course I would have given Valan his chance. And if I had shot you in the forehead instead, then it would be over. If you and Valan were to shoot me in the head, then I too, the darkness would go, and my art with me. A fitting end, don't you think? Yet this ending too gives me no cause for regret. I thank you, Zack. And I am sorry. I have done much that was wrong in my day. It seems to me that Magnifi wanted you to be his successor all along. That's why the time he gave you was earlier than Valance. Perhaps, but it is not something we will ever know for sure now. I wonder, what is Valant up to these days? Waiting for you to die. If 7 years pass like this, the performance rights go to him. Ah. Now here I am, and his dream is ended. It's worse than that, actually. Public opinion's a fickle thing, you know? What? You don't mean to tell me they put the blame for our mentor's death on him? Trial ended with when you vanished, Mr. Zack. There were even rumors that Valant had helped you pull it off. But that's madness! Well, it seems that before I can once again disappear from this world, I have one more act to perform. Isn't it odd that sorting out my life should prove so complicated, even though I'm dead? There you go. That night, Zack Grimoire was killed. He died as Shady Smith, a mysterious traveler with a secret past. But he left one thing behind before he parted. This. To whom it may concern. His confession. To use as I saw fit. To whom it may concern, 7 years past, I, Zack Grimoire, murdered my mentor, Magnifi Grimoire. I apologize for the trouble caused by that departure from part and hereby confess to my actions or some shit. Of course, he killed no one. This was his way to tying up loose ends with his old partner, Valant Grimoire. To my crime, yeah. Confess to my crime. So that should be done, right? Alright, we got 2 more to go. Sunshine Coliseum. This is such an interesting, like, viewpoint of this whole thing. And the fact that, it's like we had to work with the past parts and then work with the futures. And then, like, it's like, kind of goes a little bit back and forth. It's so interesting to me. Well, this is a blast from the distant past. Long time no see, Mr. Valant. 7 years has it been. Frankly, I didn't think I'd ever see you again. Actually, I came because there's something I want to ask you. I've spoken to the press. I have nothing more to say. I've spoken to a lot of people myself and come to some conclusions. But then I realized I needed to hear from you. Magnifi Grimoire. I walked a difficult road these past 7 years because you couldn't perform Magnifi's repertoire. Do not be deceived. Valant's skill is the real deal. I do not require my mentor's hand-me-downs. No, it was my partner who slowed me on my way, Zack Grimoire. His rather well-performed disappearing act 7 years ago was the end. Or so I thought. Zack Grimoire murdered our mentor and fled to escape punishment for his crime. You said something to that effect 7 years ago, didn't you? I remember it as if it were only yesterday. Yet that was not the way of it in the end. For a while he vanished, the suspicions upon my own person never did. His partner Zack vanished to protect him. That's what those thieving magpies of the press said. I had no idea. Yet that very same press comes to me now, feigning interest. They covered their greatest magic show in history as if it were a vaudevillian distraction. And here must I stand smiling at them all. What am I if not a player in some fiendish farce? But I suggest it's because you never made it clear what happened. Magnifi's death is still a mystery to this day. Which is why I came here to get the answer from you. Cry as you may, Phoenix, but you may not get it. I knew to be seeing thee sooner or later. The audience has no business stepping upon the stage. They must be content to sit and stare at the spotlight. That sounds an awful lot something I heard 7 years ago. Bitch, I got you. Fucking don't even try. Ask what you will, you'll get nothing from me. I'm as much a part of this affair as you are now. I happen to know what happened. For 7 long years I have endured. Now finally the curtain lifts on my new golden age. All the miracles of our tropez within the grasp. Sorry to do this, Valant, but right now I need answers. I think I'll start by dropping a bomb that should shake things up. Valant, I wouldn't be so sure about those miracles. Not as long as I have this. And what might that be? I see it bears the Gramorai seal. I should have brought this to your attention sooner, but I didn't imagine you'd be planning your comeback quite so fast. What is this? The document showing the true recipient of the performance rights to Magnifique's miracles. What? Zack Gramorai? He wrote this. What, he passed everything to his daughter? Chusia Enigmar. Actually, she's officially my daughter these days. Preposterous! Zack is gone! Vanished into the void! This is a genuine article. Zack was alive when he wrote this. Both myself and the notary can testify to this. Ugh. Whoa! So I have the same reactions. Why? Why does fate toy with me so? Why must my life be lived in thrall to the dead? You're not the only one with the problem. But he shot Magnifique. Yes, it was Zack. It was. And then he left. And my career as a magician fell into darkness. Do you think there might be some way out of it? See if you could prove Zack Gramorai shot Magnifique. Was that why you testified? Yes, my way out. It should have been my way out. Well, it might not be too late, Mr. Valant. All you need is a way to prove your case. Who really killed Magnifique Gramorai? Zack's confession. I believe I have the answer to your prayers right here. Zack Gramorai wrote one more thing before passing on. But this is a confession, in which he admits to the killing of Magnifique Gramorai. See? All according to your plan. I am a magician by trade. Deception is my life's work. I fool the audience, give them a fleeting dream. Yet it seems the tables have turned. I am the audience, believing in the deceptions I have wrought upon myself. Zack wrote this right in front of me. After I explained your situation to him, Alaka's, oh my god! Alright, now you want to talk, bro? Really fucking... Magicians are always the worst. You never reveal my tricks. Shut up and just tell me. You do know that this confession is nothing but lies. Yes, it's my opinion that Zack Gramorai killed no one. Then you must be thinking the truth is a simple matter of elimination. Two receive instructions to kill, but one is innocent. And the one who remains is guilty. That'd be the logical conclusion, yes. So he vanished to protect me, his partner. A stirring tale, 'tis true. Did you shoot Magnifique Gramorai in the forehead? If I had and I told you, what would you do? Run to the police for a chance. Do as you will, there is nothing left for me now. It is true, after all. I have little talent, I needed my mentor, Magnifique's repertoire. It was as if a little demon grabbed hold of me. I knew it. So Valant Gramorai did kill the great Magnifique. So sorry, Mr. Wright, but it was not I who shot my mentor. Fucking... What? But if it wasn't you, then who was it? There wasn't another disciple, was there? Another disciple such as... I don't know. Knack and Talon Gramorai, maybe. Your wild fancies couldn't be further from the truth. Only Zack and Valant received those threatening letters. But there was another. One more person who could have fired that pistol that night. I don't suppose you've figured it out by now. It wasn't Zack and Valant who shot Magnifique. And it had to be the only other person at the scene, which means... Wait, you don't mean... Yes, the great Magnifique Gramorai himself. Unalive? So Magnifique Gramorai committed unalive? You find it hard to believe. To be honest, I hadn't even imagined it as a possibility. We arrived that night, the old man was still alive. He appeared to be asleep. I could not shoot him. But when I turned and made to leave the room, the old man called out to me. So you spoke to with Magnifique Gramorai? Yes, and this is why I knew what he had done. Magnifique transferred the rights to his repertoire to me. Oh my god. Magnifi transferred the rights to his repertoire to my partner, Zach Murray, not me. I see. Then I guess I owe you an apology. I always thought you were the one who did it. You owe me no apology, huh? My crime was, in a way, more serious than that of a murder. What, your crime? Is Valiant Grammar confessing something to me? What could it be more serious than murder? Valiant's crime. Oh, we're almost done with this shit. Alright. You see, I knew that 2 letters had been sent. There were no secrets between partners. It was easy to find out. That was when I understood Magnifi's plan. He wanted to die by one of your hands. Little did I expect it had anything to do with the rights of his repertoire. That was when I heard it. The little demon whispering inside my heart. The demon. Let me confess, I had intended to shoot Magnifi. And I planned on framing my partner for the crime. What? That night I prepared something before going to Magnifi's hospital room, which was IV fluid, of course. I'd seen it on an earlier visit. If Zach did not shoot, I would do the deed. Then I would use the IV liquid to place a murder on his hands. That was my plan. But you didn't shoot him. I could not. The demon in my heart fled when the moment came. But then Magnifi called me back. I'm sorry, Valant. I'm giving my magic to Zach, not you. You still lack the draw he has. Please help him if you can. I left the room, and then I stopped. The shock of what I had just been told consumed me. That is when I heard that fateful gunshot. Magnifi Grammar killing himself. Then the demon awoke anew within me. Zach killed him. Zach killed him, he was the one. Frame him, and the magic will be yours. After the scene of his unalive, I took the pistol from his hand, wiped off the prints, then I used the syringe to add the IV liquid I brought. So in the end, things happened pretty much as planned. Magnifi died and you framed Zach for his murder. As planned indeed. Of course the outcome was somewhat different than I had anticipated. Well, what do you think? Do you believe my story? Can it be believed truly? That was 7 years ago. I don't know what to believe, but yes. I'm glad I heard it from you, Mr. Valant. Thank you. It is I who should be thanking you, Mr. Wright. Only when I had lost everything could I make my decision. You're going to turn yourself in. My partner may have vanished, but not so my guilt. And as my guilt stays, all else begins to leave me. My friends, my performance rights, my magic. I've had enough of vanishing acts. I understand. I thought my life was ruled by a dead man. But I find I was wrong. For Zach Remorai was alive. Well, not anymore. And now it occurs to me, what if he was not the only one who survived? What do you mean? You see, now that I think about it, I realize that we never saw proof of her demise. We never saw her body. Her? The mind races and the mouth flaps on. My apologies, forget what this matter. I can only hope that the day will come when I again meet my partner, Zach Marai. Then I shall apologize for my terrible mistake. I'm glad we had this chance to talk. Thank you. Got some crazy information right now, Jesus. Zach Marai, Shady Smith, whichever name you prefer, he is no longer with us. The truth revealed in that trial was only a silver. The impenetrable darkness that remained has taken another life. I knew what I have to do to push back the darkness for good. It would involve paying that man a visit. Alright. Last thing we have to do. Time to get Kristoff into deeper shit. Sorry, sir. Prisoner Christoph Gavin is currently occupied. I see. Do you know when he'll be finished? Well... Could you go find out? Ah, certainly, sir. Please wait here a moment. My apologies to the guard, but there's something I need to see. The final evidence that we needed. There it is. The yellow envelope. The sender is... Drew Masham. I was right. When I arrived at the studio, Mr. Masham was at his desk. He seemed to be writing a letter, but he quickly sealed the envelope. It was a yellow envelope. I heard it was left at the crime scene. If this is the last letter that Drew Masham wrote, then there's something I need to do. The last thing I need to do, in fact. Here goes. Let's see if this atroquinine spray finds anything. Yeah, the stamp. I was just thinking about it right now. Oh, right, click. I think this is the last thing now. Yeah. Message of death. It was his this stamp, all right, no mistaking it. And his last letter was sent to Christoph Gavin. Gotcha. Decisive evidence. Oh, but I want to read it. There's no mistaking it. His commemorative stamp was the one of the desk at the Jewish studio, which makes the letter he mailed just before he died. Better hold on to this one. Alright, I can read it from here actually. The interview request came like you said it would. And they're looking into the case. I swear on my life I won't tell them about you, so please release the spell you put on my daughter. I'll write later with a report. Interesting. Ah, yeah. Okay. Alright. Finally, decisive evidence. What's this? A burglar in jail? Gavin. I didn't know you moonlighted in larceny, right? Gavin, there's something I have to ask you. Can I steal your stuff? The answer is no. My apologies, but there's not much I care to discuss. Vera Masham hasn't received her verdict yet. You follow me, Gavin? There are no known survivors of atroquinine poisoning. But it never hurts to hope. Okay, I'll be leaving now then. Right. Wait. Yeah, Gavin? Would you mind leaving that letter? It's private. Oh, sorry. Forgot I had it. Many thanks. Oh, fucking what is happening? Such a weird thing. Preparations complete. Oh, fuck! Yeah, camera with it! No! We've now seen all the clues in this case. Clues I gather over 7 long years. Now it is time. Every story has an ending. You've come to the final chapter, the final trial. Find the truth, you're the only ones who can. Nah. The camera in the fucking... Welcome to court. 7 years, all leading to one verdict. A verdict which you must decide. Is the defendant Vera Masham innocent or guilty? The courtroom doors are opening. The trial awaits. Are you ready to begin? Courtroom number 3. Preparation complete. Something inside me, rising, surfacing. Wake me up! Wake me! Just fucking wait, like an evanescence, like, whole shit happens. Something important lost long ago is close now. So close. Very dramatic. October 9th, 10 a.m. District Court, courtroom number 3. Oh yeah. Court is now in session for the trial of Vera Masham. Defense is ready, Your Honor. Prosecution's ready to rock. Prosecutor Gavin, how is the defendant, Vera Masham's condition? Acute atroquinine poisoning according to her physician. She could die at any time. Thus, her absence from the courtroom today. What? They can't put her on trial without her being here. It is unusual. They should wait for her to get better and do it then. It's so bureaucratic of them. It's being a little harsh. They can't delay the trial any longer, or they risk having no one left to try. A trial without a verdict can only cause grief. The records of this case and experience tell us this. Apologies to the defendant, but the show must go on. Right, if Vera dies, the trial will be cancelled. I'm not going to let that happen. Mr. Wright told me everything that's been going on behind the curtain all these years. Going to get Vera her innocent verdict while there's still time. Very well, your opening statement, Prosecutor Gavin. Prosecution's case is unchanged by recent events. Why did Vera Masham succumb to poison? Because she couldn't live with the guilt of what she'd done. But Vera was poisoned with the atroquinine, the exact same poison that took her father's life. What better confession could you ask for? Being the killer, she would have had access to the poison. Significant since it's rather hard to come by. That is true. In other words, I see no need for further discussion. We could have had our verdict yesterday. Well, Mr. Justice, if you have no objections, I see no reason to postpone a verdict. What we need to worry about isn't the verdict, but the trial itself. The defense holds that Vera Masham is the victim, not the killer. If that's so, then you have to prove something. She was in court giving her testimony before us. She was biting her nails, right? Is that what was happening? How do you propose her killer poisoned her? Oh, and incidentally, it would be nice if you told us who her mystery killer was. The prosecution's objection is sustained. I asked the defense to prove its claims to this court. Tell us how Vera Masham was poisoned. I've got 2 things to prove here. Who did it and how? Which hit her first? Which to hit first? Let's do the show how. How did the killer poison Vera Masham? I will focus first on the method used. Any comments before we begin, Prosecutor Gavin? Not a bottle or a container of the poison was found on the defendant's body. I see. So the vector of the poisoning is unknown. Is the defense prepared to prove how the poison reached Vera Masham? Yes, Your Honor. Very well. What method was used to poison Vera Masham? Nail polish. What's this? My, what a beautiful bottle. I'd like to give whoever designed that a hand. Is that nail polish? And it's colorless. Ah, something the matter? No, nothing. Nothing at all. So the killer put poison in the bottle and made her drink it. As Prosecutor Gavin has told us, this is nail polish. Nail polish. It's like paint for nails. Know any women with red nails? Ah, my wife has red nails. I see, so she's been painting them all this time. What? Judge? Whatever. Let's recall yesterday's trial. Remember when Vera was testifying to the court? More like last week's trial. Court is now back in session. She kept biting her nails. Vera seems pretty tense. She's practically chewing her fingernails clean off. Whenever Vera became nervous, she had a habit of biting her nails. Fucking mood. Her nails. Ah! Prosecutor Gavin. When the prosecution had Vera examined, did they check her nails? Bailiff, have them check the defendant's nails at once, Mr. Justice. Yes. Oh, Mr. Justice as I'm separate. Do you know who did this? Do you know who put the poison in that nail polish? Yes. That bottle belongs to Vera Masham. Why do you ask? Know someone else who might have the bottle like this? No, just checking. Mr. Justice, you are about to accuse someone of poisoning that bottle of nail polish. Please dispense with the chatter. You realize the weight of the accusation. Here, let me show you. Oh, fuck, thank you. Understood, Your Honor. No problem. I know what I'm doing this time. Then let us ask. Who poisoned Vermisham via her nail polish? Christoph Gavin! Okay, yeah. Okay. What's this? Christoph Gavin? What's your game? My bro? There's no way he could do a thing like that. You should know that better than anyone else. Indeed. He is behind bars. I know. However, that doesn't mean it was impossible to do what he did. What? Ask yourselves when he put the poison in the bottle. It could have been yesterday, it could have been a month ago. Maybe it was a year ago. Or perhaps it was 7 years ago. But Christoph Gavin had no motive for killing this poor girl. It's simply inconceivable. Prosecutor Gavin doesn't seem to think so. That face tells me one thing. Christoph Gavin's own younger brother doesn't find it inconceivable at all. Oh. Well, Prosecutor Gavin, if we feel there is a clear and pressing need, then we may have to summon Christoph Gavin from jail as a special witness. Fine. I've known for some time that an impenetrable darkness lurked at the bottom of this. A darkness that has swallowed even myself. Okay? The defense wish is granted. Let prisoner Christoph Gavin take the stand. Bailiff, begin proceedings to call the special witness. The witness is Christoph Gavin, currently residing in solitary cell 13 at Central Prison. Oh. What to do, fuckboy? Ah, Your Honor, how nice to see you again. It's been quite a while, hasn't it? To what do I owe the pleasure of your company? It's not every day I'm summoned from my solitary cell. In fact, it's never. I think you already know Mr. Christoph Gavin. Ah, Mr. Justice. I hear you've been doing quite well for yourself. Ugh. Why do I feel like somehow he's still my boss? Stiff upper lip, Paulo, you could do it. Does this bottle look familiar? Ariadne nail polish. Why, yes, I used it myself. As did the late defendant, I hear. She's not dead yet. And? Was there something concerning this bottle you wish to ask me about? I admit I respect her for her taste in nail polish. Her taste indeed. This nail polish was how Vermisham was poisoned. Atriquinine, was it? You're well informed about this, about the case, Mr. Gavin. Even in solitary, much comes to my desk, and I have nothing to do but read. Well, Calvaire. Oh, right, his name is Calvaire. Maybe you can explain this. You're being accused again. By him. Again. Ah. And? You agree with his accusation, do you? Let's hold a proper trial, shall we? Christoph Gavin, your testimony, please. I'd be delighted. The charges against you are quite severe, Mr. Gavin. You are suspected of poisoning of the defendant, Miss Vermisham. Please testify on this matter to the court. Starting with the banger already. Owning the same nail polish does not a murderer make. Owning the same nail polish does not a murderer make. Yeah, okay. I don't know if that's a translation error or that is a proper way of saying that sentence. I've been in solitary confinement for half a year. How can I poison her? Her father died of the same poison. The meaning of which should be clear. The prosecution's case holds she poisoned her father, then attempted to poison herself. Surely you aren't going to suggest I was responsible for poisoning her father too. Ooh, bracelet on Phipps, got it. Well, I'm afraid the defense's claim is sounding rather unlikely. Naturally. For one, I don't even know the Mashams. Isn't that so, Mr. Justice? Very well, Mr. Justice. Begin your cross-examination. I'm accusing Christophe Gavin, my ex-boss, but I know he poisoned the Mashams. The question is, when could he have done it? Not to mention, why? Alright, we have the bracelet. Right hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 5. He has a scar? Oh, damn, he does. Wow, it's like really hidden. Oh my god. That's wicked. It turned into like a skull looking face. That's a wicked fucking. Alright. It was you who killed Drew Masham. A bluff worthy of your new mentor, Mr. Wright. A bluff worthy of your new mentor, Mr. Wright. Yeah. Oh, really? But you see, I saw it. Right when you said her father, too. Your hand tensed unnaturally, and Little Devil appeared to give me the news. The devil is what that was referring to. Oh my god. And let's assume for the sake of argument that you saw me being tense. What does that mean? Are all tense witnesses guilty? And tell me, was Drew Masham fond of the nail polish? Sorry, but there's more than one way to poison a man. You don't need nail polish to get to someone's mouth. Ah. Then I must be very talented indeed. You see, Drew Masham was killed on October 16. Or October 6. Well, I was already in my solitary confinement cell at Central Prison. If that's not an alibi, then I don't know what is. But you found a way, all the same. And I found it too. This is how you poison Mr. Masham. The postcard, right? Or commemorative stamp. There you go. I'm sure this commemorative stamp requires no introduction. Oh, he's a little bit angry. He's a little bit angry. The night Mr. Masham died, he was seen writing a letter. Entry quinine was found on this stamp, Mr. Gavin. So am I to understand the stamp was the murder weapon? Yes, you are. And yes. This stamp was found in your prison cell. Heh! Bakemono. You fool. That is all, Your Honor. Order. Poison on the back of the stamp. After Drew Masham was killed, someone paid a visit to the witness's cell. Phoenix Wright. Daddy? That's when he found the stamp. Was she not there when fucking Phoenix was telling us this whole thing? For the 7-year thing? You made Drew Masham write you a letter. That's how you killed him. What? My. You upset you upset my poor brother to the point of uselessness. Allow me to clarify this matter, Justice. All you need to do is recall witness Spark Brachel's testimony. Well, that's the thing. I see after he put his letter in that envelope, Mr. Masham sat there searching his desk drawer for something. Sorry, I was turning on my AC. Got cold in here. His desk drawer. Yes, a stamp. A so-called postage stamp. End quote. Fuck, I forgot he does that. He was looking for a stamp. Ergo, he had no intention of using this stamp. What are you getting at? What I'm arriving at is that that this commemorative stamp was in a frame. It was more coincident that he used it that night. That would seem to be the case. Or perhaps you mean to suggest that I can somehow manipulate coincidence. He does have a point. How would this witness know if the victim was going to use the stamp? Without that, he couldn't have planned the murder. What? Really, Kaveh? You should be seeing through these weak-spined bluffs by now. Damn, Kaveh is having a tough time. He's right, though. How could anyone have known Mr. Masham would use that stamp that night? Least of all, Christophe Gavin locked away in his cell. Well, it seems that the defense hasn't run out of things to say. You assume he had something to say in the first place. Yo, Christophe is coming at him. I believe the defense's bluff has been called. The defense's bluff. I'm not sure I agree with you there, Christophe. Kaveh. Honestly, I wanted to believe you. But the defense wasn't trying to get away with a bluff. You were, Christophe. What are you saying, Prosecutor Gavin? Her forehead. What was your accusation again? Huh? Oh, it was that this poison stamp killed Drew Masham, yeah? To which my brother responded thusly. There was no way to know when Masham would use the stamp. Yes, that's right, which is why it couldn't have been planned. Tell me, it needs to be planned. Why? Why couldn't it have been a coincidence? The defense's case is, I like how he's like flipping it for me. He's like, hear me out, bro. I got you because there's something going on with my brother and I can't deal with him. The defense's case is simply that Drew Masham died by that stamp. That's all. Coincidence. Christophe, you try to slip out from under his accusation by changing the subject. If that's not bluffing, what is it? What are you up to, Kaveh? I could ask you the same question, Christophe. Oh damn, the brothers are fighting. I silence the defense with the fewest words possible. It's called efficiency. But Mr. Gavin, that's impermissible testimony. Very well, I shall take his claim head on then. Justice? What? You accuse me of Drew Masham's murder, yes? Then, allow me to ask you. What possible reason could I have to kill a painter? Apollo, motive! He's talking about a motive! Indeed. It's hard to see how an attorney could come to want to kill a painter. It's crazy how he set up Phoenix Wright, but I don't know why he would do it. Now here's something, why didn't he bring up the motive from the very beginning, unless he was afraid it was a battle he might lose? So what does it mean? It means there might be a weak spot. Maybe I have some evidence to prove a motive. A motive for murder. This is vital, if not the most vital element in the case. Please consider this when making your statement. I'd say it's about this vital. That's pretty vital. Well, Mr. Justice, I'm going through with this no matter what. Understood, Your Honor? I'd like to present evidence. Then let's see what you have for us. What reason did Christophe Gavin have for wanting to murder Drew Masham? The red envelope. Or the notebook page. Christophe Gavin's motive becomes clear when we consider why the stamp came to Drew Masham's studio in the first place. And why was that? Forgery, Your Honor. Go back 7 years. Drew Masham accepts his first job creating forged evidence. I've seen that before. A page from a diary, wasn't it? Magnifique Gramaray's diary. When Attorney Phoenix Wright lost his badge, yes. This was the evidence he presented to his loss. This evidence is a fake, yes, but did Mr. Wright request a forgery be made? That was never proven. The defense attorney on that case was Phoenix Wright, who other than him, drunk with the prospect of victory, could have done it. And why would they? Just out of curiosity, do you remember this letter? This is the first page. And this is the second. Those were presented in court yesterday. This letter was sent to Drew Masham by the client who requested that forgery. The enclosed stamp was none other than the poison commemorative stamp. Drew Masham drew his last breath just the other day. However, the motive for his murder was already 7 years old. 7 years old? The client who requested this forgery was very cautious. He tried to erase anything and anyone with connections to the forgery, to keep them from talking. But he made a mistake. The stamp was a picture of my favorite magician, so I kept it. Father took me when I was very young. It was a great magic show. I loved it so much. The killer's time bomb was delayed. The poison stamp was sealed within a glass frame, where it sat for 7 whole years. Her forehead. Do you understand what you're telling us? The one who schemed up the forged diary page was the one who poisoned the stamp, and it was Phoenix Wright who presented that forged evidence 7 years ago. Adding the two statements together, the one who schemed to kill Drew Masham was none other than Phoenix Wright. Oh, when the fuck did we have a jury? I thought it was like an empty fucking court. Sorry, but that's not how this is going to go down. Oh? Then how will it go down? I checked through the records on that case when I found this 7 years ago, just before the trial began. Oh, old boy. Here. What's this? I don't know. I just got it over there in the hall. They told me to give it to the old boy in the blue suit with the spiky hair. And one more thing. I'm sorry to have sprung this on you so suddenly. I received the files from your previous attorney only yesterday. Understand I am asking the impossible of you. Yes, well, you haven't really told me what happened yet. All we did was play cards. And that was enough. Phoenix Wright was put on the case the day before the trial started. He didn't have time to request a forgery. The day before? Now here's a question. Just who was Shady Enigmar's previous defense attorney? No. This can't all be. But it is all true. There was another man, a defense attorney with a badge on his collar. It was you, Christoph Gavin! Order. What is the meaning of this witness? I mean, defendant, former lawyer. Let me begin by denying this. You can't deny this shit! It's easy enough to look up, Mr. Gavin. And impossible to prove if you can't. Attorneys are registered with the court the day before the trial begins. In other words, no record remains in the court. How exactly did you intend to prove Phoenix Wright's claim? That would be difficult. I'm afraid this line of inquiry won't yield. Her forehead. Are you sure you don't have evidence? What's wrong with Prosecutor Gavin? He looks clammy. Evidence. Evidence that shows this man Christoph Gavin requested that forgery 7 years ago. Calvert. Just prove it. Clear up these doubts now, or I swear I'm off this case. You must have thought of some evidence. Apollo. Prosecutor Gavin looks like he's in physical pain. That darkness. I have to pull that darkness out of him, and proof is the only way I can. What proves Christoph Gavin's link to Drew Masham? Letter from Masham. Well, Mr. Justice, you claim Christoph Gavin requested a forgery of Drew Masham 7 years ago. Prove it. It can be proven. Simply ridiculous. Why even discuss it? This evidence does not. Are you telling the truth, Apollo Justice? I am. Then, I say we give him the benefit of the doubt. Very well. But if you're wrong about this, be prepared for a penalty. There's been like 50 penalties over time. Your Honor, you do the defense in justice. Mr. Justice is clear passionate about his claim. Should the penalty not match his passion? I haven't given a penalty like that in a long time. Well, Mr. Justice, fine, Your Honor. Yo, that confidence in him, I felt that's good. All I have to prove is any kind of link, something that ties Christoph Gavin to Drew Masham. And I have something that clearly does the job. Very well, Mr. Justice, present your evidence. Show us the link between our witness and Drew Masham. Letter from Masham. Here you go. This evidence proves there's a link. That scrap of paper. I'm afraid I can't let you submit that. Is there some problem? There is. How could you possibly have that? You couldn't. Hey, that's Daddy's handwriting. Mr. Wright's handwriting? What is the meaning of this? Ah, I see now. Yes, of course. What do you mean, of course? Wait, what? Oh, okay. I just remembered I had a visitor yesterday. Phoenix Wright came to my cell, except it wasn't there. Phoenix Wright. When I returned, I saw he had something of mine in his possession. Of course, I had no intention of letting him get away with reading my private mail. Mail? You mean this letter was in your cell? No. However, it appears Mr. Wright has yet to be cured of his bad forging habit. Well, if it's a forgery, it's not a very good one. The handwriting is terrible. This is Mr. Wright's reproduction of what was written in the real letter. Reproduction. When Mr. Wright visited Christoph Gavin's cell, he brought with him a small video camera. What? Oh, that look. That's a new look. He recorded his entire conversation with you, Mr. Gavin, and the contents of your personal mail. Regardless. Oh, look at that, like, that strain on his face. The mockery of a piece of evidence will never be accepted by the court. Evidence based on a video a man with no authority whatsoever claims he took. A man who happens to be an ex-attorney is suspected of forgery. Prosecutor Gavin. Prosecutor Gavin. As embarrassing as this is for me to say, I'm afraid my brother is incapable of making rational judgments at the moment. Your Honor, your decision, please. Will be updated. Okay. Hold up. If you... Okay. Okay. Sorry, I was just reading something like ahead of this. The defense's claim is denied. What? Only actual evidence is permitted in the court of law. Please remove the defense's evidence from the record. Better luck next time, Justice. Well, we certainly... Okay, hold on, sorry. Well, we've certainly taken a detour from our cross-examination, but the defense appears to be lacking proof. I'm forced to end the cross-examination of Christoph Gavin at this point. Apollo, do something. I'm thinking, but... Make sure I didn't fuck up personally here. Oh yeah, I just got updated from letter from Mr. Wright. Thinking, but without evidence, I don't have anything I can use on him. Very well, this ends the special witness's cross-examination. Let's go, Christoph. Or Calvert. The show's over, yet the crowd screams for more. Only now do I understand why. Prosecutor Gavin. Frankly, I'm relieved. This has been bothering me for 7 whole years, and I'm tired of the whole youthful angst scene. Now's our chance. Let's clean out the family closet, eh, Christoph? Calvert, you're spinning out of control. Calm yourself before you say something you'll regret. Spinning out of whose control? Mine or yours? Take a moment to consider everything you've built. Your reputation as a prosecutor, your fame was with the masses. You could lose it all, Calvaire. Apollo, did you see that? He's trying to press Prosecutor Gavin. Prosecutor Gavin, try to remember. What's really important to you? You amuse me, her forehead. I couldn't forget what's really important to me, even if I tried. In fact, I haven't. Not even once. 7 years ago. Finally. You just couldn't resist, could you? Her right. Resist what? Presenting solid evidence? Might I request we put the current cross-examination on hold? The prosecution would like to call a new witness. Say your name and occupation for the record. I'm familiar with the trial. I've watched the video several times. Didn't you find anything unnatural about it? Unnatural? Well, you did seem unusually well prepared. I mean, Mr. Wright had only just presented his evidence. And the next moment, you call in Drew Masham. It was almost as if... what? Funny. It didn't even occur to me to wonder. But now that I do, I see there's only one possible explanation. Almost as if, from the very beginning, you knew Mr. Wright was going to present that evidence. Ah! Correct. I knew that if I applied the usual pressure, Phoenix Wright would eventually come up with the forged Sire page. Don't do this, Calvaire. I knew because you told me, Kristoff. What? It was the night before the trial. Calvaire. Kristoff, odd seeing you at the prosecutor's office the day before the trial. You know what I realized? This is the ending. Like, there's no more after this. I won't be appearing in the trial actually. Huh? Why not? I won't be facing off with you on your first trial apparently. But in exchange, I brought information. The attorney who will be there in my place tomorrow is not to be trusted. Don't even give him the benefit of your respect. Listen, I want you to call in a special witness. Then, I wondered about it at the time. How did Kristoff know so much? Prosecutor Gavin. Kristoff, we were supposed to face each other in that trial. A fair fight brother to brother. I deserve that much. You let me borrow the victim's belongings. You showed me all your research on the case. The victim's belongings. Which would have included Magnifi's diary, wouldn't it? Mr. Gavin. My, Calvaire, you disappoint me. You find trees yet miss the forest. You're the one missing the forest, Mr. Gavin. You can't sweep this under the rug, and not anymore. Tell me what was going on behind that trial. Why not? I've achieved what I came here to do. I see no harm in a little reminiscing. Apollo, I think we're finally going to shine a light on the black belly of this thing, Trucy. Forgot her name was Trucy. We've done everything we could. I hope it's enough. 7 years ago, the day before the trial, I visited the detention center at the request of my client, Zach Gramaray. 2 cards. 1 card. Showdown time. Enough. You lose, Gavin. Thanks for the work. Now go. To be honest, I don't know what his reasons were to this day. As far as I could tell, he dismissed me as his representation because I lost in a game of poker. Well, you see, motherfucker, the way how this works. Give me a second, sorry, I'm just looking at shit right here. I just wonder there's another thing here. Oh yeah, trial was just the last thing I had. Wow, I could have finished this off like last week. I can come to no other conclusion. Daddy used to say something. If you want to know a man, you have to compete. Zack wasn't watching his points or the cards. He was watching the man behind the cards, Christoph Gavin. And he didn't trust in him. I couldn't believe it. Phoenix Wright, a second-rate attorney who relies on luck and bluffs. He dismissed me and went with the pitiful excuse for a man. He deserved to die for that error alone. Hold it. So the one who requested that forgery was... Oh, I'm not admitting to anything. My point is, these two men shaved me, and I could not forgive that. Phoenix Wright and Zack Gramarai both deserve what they got. So you asked Mr. Masham to forge that evidence so you could win. But then, when you were dismissed as Zack Gramarai's attorney, you used your forged evidence as a trap. You fed me information about the forgery you made. Then you gave your dirty evidence to him. You're free to imagine what you will. My point is that all I had imagined came to pass. Everything went perfectly. Incredible. If I wasn't laughing, I'd weep. Prosecutor Gavin. Perfectly. You're mad, Christoph. Stop fooling yourself. What are you talking about, Calvert? Tell me, how did that trial end? Cancelled, when the defendant vanished. Ah, I get it. So, Christoph, you've been living in fear for 7 years. What? You were afraid your forgery would be revealed and your reputation trashed. You couldn't leave things to chance, so you watched everyone involved in with the case for 7 years. You know, he always felt like he was being watched. That's what he said every day for 7 years. But I felt it too. Journalists sure he is being watched. Don't you wonder why Zack Gramarai got rubbed out after 7 years? Right after coming into contact with me. Wait just a minute. Zack Gramarai was seen by this reporter. How is that possible? Was he alive after being gone 7 years? Here you go. Finally. I knew this moment was coming. I just didn't think we'd get to here so fast. Zack Gramarai gone missing for 7 years, Chushi's father. What's wrong, Apollo? Go get him. Right. Leave it to me. Allow me to refresh the court's memory. 6 months ago, Christoph Gavin was charged with murdering a mysterious traveler. Remember him quite well. Shady Smith, was it? Poison in the Chinese restaurant. Tragic. It was a Russian restaurant, but we'll let that pass. The details don't really matter right now. What matters is that traveler was Zack Gramarai. What is it, Apollo? Huh? Keep going. We'll talk about it later. Did she already know? Someone please explain this. Mr. Justice, can you explain this? It all started 7 years ago. The great magician, Magnifique Gramarai's death, started it. Magnifique Gramarai's death and his student, Zack Gramarai, the suspect. Whoever defended Zack in court successfully could be famous beyond belief. Thinking that, Christoph Gavin did the unthinkable. He forged evidence. Drew Masham. Actually, it was his daughter, Vera, who really did the work. You took precautions when you had that forgery made, didn't you, Mr. Gavin? Precautions. To keep people from talking, of course. These two know too much. Leave them alive and they'll be nothing but trouble. That's when you planned your poisoning of the forgers. Atroquinine. Applied to the commemorative stamp, but luck was on Mr. Masham's side, the bomb didn't go off. His daughter. She saved him by taking the stamp, I see. But that wasn't the only bomb he set up. The Ariadne nail polish, of course. You noticed something when you requested that forgery. When Vera Masham is nervous, she had a bad habit. A tendency to bite her nails. Ah, that nail polish was her good luck charm. She was almost kidnapped once. Since then, she's been, well, you can see for yourself. She refused to leave the house. That person gave me a good luck charm for when I absolutely had to go outside. It protects me. Yes, apparently she received something, a gift. She won't tell me what it was. It was from the client, the one who wanted that note made. It was his insurance. As long as she lived quietly at home, there was no danger to her. But what if she had to go outside? If she ran into any trouble, she'd become nervous, and then the nail polish would do the rest. His time bomb sat there for 7 years, and then they went off almost simultaneously. She was like doing her nails, like, I think before the court too. If you're finished, may I return to my cell now? I'm not accustomed to standing for such a long period of time. Mr. Gavin, have you heard a single thing we've said? Oh, I've listened quite closely to your little tale. Quite an entertaining piece of fiction. What? Calvaire, surely you understand. We're back to the evidence, the lacking evidence. Nothing proves a link between him and the actual canine that took Drew Masham's life. What about the restaurant? You killed Zachary Marai to keep him from talking. I killed no man of that name. Read over the report again if you like. The victim was a traveler by the name of Shady Smith, about whom we know little else. You can't seriously think I knew he was that particular fugitive. Okay, then why did you kill him? I plead my right to remain silent. Remember, this court did not convene to put me on trial. The defendant's name is Vera Masham, suspected in the murder of her father. My trial's been finished for 6 months now. Excuse me. I'm afraid we have strayed considerably from our purpose here. This court concurs with the witness. It is the defendant Vera Masham who is on trial here. No, but you were doing so good, Apollo. As long as there is no evidence to support the accusation against him, this course of inquiry cannot find Vera Masham innocent. Your Honor, Phoenix Wright spent 7 years collecting this evidence. You still don't get it, do you? Let us assume there was poison in the nail polish. Who then was responsible for causing Vera Masham to bite her nails? What? It wasn't me, I know that much. The one who brought that poison to her lips was you. What? What? Evidence is everything. There is nothing more. This is a crazy ass fucking thing. I believe the discussion has reached its conclusion. Your Honor, Mr. Justice, you have performed. Oh God. Get away from me, bot. You have performed admirably well for a novice attorney. I respect your partner, Phoenix Wright's determination as well. However, without direct proof, you have nothing. Isn't that right, Calvaire? Unfortunately, yes, Christophe, you're right. That is, you would have been right until now. What? Did the news not reach your desk in solitary? The eyes of the nation are on this courtroom today. This is the trial case for a new judicial system. That's right! I totally forgotten. The juris system. Juris, you say? The current judicial system has been deemed too closed off from society. This new system attempts to inject the wisdom of common citizens into the law. Common citizens' wisdom? Is this some kind of joke? What could we possibly gain by doing this? Entrusting our judicial system to the mindless, emotional mob of irrational mouth breathers. You should really hold yourself back from that. Common citizens have something called common sense. Common sense is not restricted by the law. Nonsense! There's only room for two in the court, me and the law. Keep the riffraff out! Out, I say! They're not in the court. They're not in the court. They're not in the court, actually. They're watching everything by video camera. Who are these people, then? How can you allow this? Incidentally, the one responsible for making this happen was Phoenix Wright. Phoenix Wright? So, everything was leading to this. Of course. Right. 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 Right! Holy shit, he lost! That's a look I like. I won't accept. I can't accept. This is no court. Law? The law is everything. Law is absolute. You let ignorant swine soil your courts? Kristoff, it's over. Calvert, the law is absolute. You can't be serious. What? Odd. I thought you spent your life looking for loopholes. The law isn't absolute. It's filled with contradictions. The law is the end product of many years of history, the fruit of human knowledge. Like a gem, polished to the gleam, to a gleam through trials and errors. Is this fruit we receive and pass on, and face it in our time. Is always changing, growing. Nurturing it is our task as human beings. Except for you, Kristoff. You aren't changing. You stopped. You're not needed anymore. I couldn't think of anything to say. Maybe because I still haven't seen enough. But someday, I'll know what law is. And I'll fight to change it if I have to. Yeah, Calvert's been in law for like 7 years, so he's been through the system of a lot. Apollo's just been like, what, like a year? Or more than like, past 6 months, obviously. But like, you know, he's been in training still, like, and then he's still green. I see no need to further prolong this trial. This began as a trial for Vera Masham, accused of murdering her father. The painter, Drew Masham, however. Several other incidents were reviewed, and we seem to have reached a conclusion. Before this court declares a verdict, I await your decision. Jurors of the court, for the death of Drew Masham, how do you find the defendant Vera Masham? Innocent or guilty? I turn to you now to consider this matter. This ends the trial for the case. Only the verdict remains to be decided. Defendant Vera Masham is currently in intensive care. If a decision cannot be reached today, it may never be reached. The factors involved are simple. Did the defendant poison her father that night? If so, she is guilty. Or was there another reason for Mr. Masham's death? Did another person poison him? If so, she is innocent. A panel has been provided for each of you to input your decision. That is all. Please wait. Yes, jurors number 6? There's something in the jurors' handbook here. Persons involved with the case may not be the jurors. That is correct. I've looked into all your dossiers. None of you were involved with the development of the case. I think this is supposed to be like how people do jury duty in the States. And they are the deciding factor if the defendant is either guilty or innocent. And this is kind of the same system, I guess, that they incorporated in their game Capcom has decided on. None of you were involved in with the development of the case. With the development of the case. I see. Does that answer your concern? It's time for your verdicts. Make your decision in the case against Vera Masham. After 7 years, the truth is ready to be heard. Judge wisely, judge well. Oh, that's kind of cool. Not guilty. Oh, shit! Oh, shit! And so a verdict was reached on October. Oh, that's what we're defendant number 6. Okay. Hello, Ren. Can't stay long. Don't want any spoilers. All good, buddy. I mean, this is the exact ending, so I don't know, you know. And so a verdict was reached on October 9th. I'm at the last part as well. That's good. That's good. First verdict under the jury system: innocent by unanimous decision. I assume you got the new trilogy version. It's much nicer, I bet. The record will show that when the verdict was announced, special witness Christoph Gavin laughed. A laugh louder. Oh, that's a sick ass fuck. I like that look. I laughed louder than any ever heard before or since. A laugh that echoed in the halls of justice, lingering for what seemed like hours. October 10th, 8:30 a.m., the morning after the trial. In an intensive care ward, a true miracle occurred. Vera Mishem opened her eyes. Vera, I'm so glad Don't cry, Apollo. I'm happy to, and proud. You did well, Apollo. When I thought about it, what if Vera, Hey now, don't you start crying too. I'm sorry you had to see us like this. Vera. Thank you so much, Apollo, thank you. No, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have pressed you like that. If I hadn't, you never would have bitten your nails. No, I was wrong. Staying locked inside like that, clinging to my good luck charm. Vera. When I opened my eyes and I saw you, I finally understood. It's important to be a part of the world. To see things with your own eyes. It looks like that poison had some effect after all. It killed off whatever was holding Vera back from life. I knew you'd pull through, Vera. I mean, that's what Apollo was fighting for the whole time. Your future. I won't forget it. Here, let me thank you. No, really, it's okay. That's a cute little drawing. I love it. Oh, look, it's me. I love it. Thanks. Is that me? She really captured your essence, Apollo. Your essence, Apollo. Well, I think so, at least. That reminds me. Do you know where the other lawyer is? The other lawyer? Oh, you mean Daddy? Except he's not a lawyer anymore. It's my fault, isn't it? I'm sorry. Oh, no. That's not what I meant. No, it's okay. I'm through looking away from the things I've done. I hope I can look him in the eyes again someday and apologize. I'm sure he'd be happy to hear that. He brought all those things for me when he came to visit earlier. You mean that stack of videos? Mr. Wright finished watching them all. You know, I knew my real daddy was alive. Huh? I was there 7 years ago, remember? I was the one who helped him vanish from the courtroom. You did what? How? I'm not telling. He promised me that that day he went away. We may not meet again for some time, Trucy, but know this, I will be watching, and one day I shall return. I shall return. You're the next Grammar Eye after all. Oh, Trucy. In the end, he couldn't keep that promise, could he? It's okay, Phoenix is my daddy now, even if he can't really play the piano. That he can. Oh, and I've got you too, even if your voice is kind of loud sometimes. Glad I made your list. Hey, come to think of it, where is Daddy, the one who can't play? Do you know, Apollo? I think he said he had to meet someone. I wonder. Maybe it's a new mommy. He just went. Teehee, oh Trucy. Yes, Vera? I was wondering, could you show him to me once more? Sir Hat, was it? Oh, he's not been knighted yet. Here goes, do us an impersonation, Mr. Hat. Objection. Ahem. Not loud enough, and I like Miss Magic underwear better anyway. It's magic panties, Apollo. So, your memories returned. Mr. Wright, was this all part of your plan, too? I don't know what you're talking about. When I lost my memory, I was reborn as Lemaire. But... oh my god, she was Lammy this entire time? That's fucking wild. But you knew my true identity, did you not? That is why you chose me as one of your jurists. And you're thinking into it too much. You're thinking into it too much. Besides, there was no guarantee that regaining your memory would make you happy. Of course it is. Of course it is a happy thing. For so long I thought I was alone, but now I know I have children, two dear children. I'm so proud of them. This too, I think, is thanks to you. Are you going to tell them? They do not know. Nope. They don't know their mother. They don't even know their siblings. I will go to them when the time is right. Until then, don't worry, I'll take care of them for you. They're very important to me too. A little annoying at times, but still. I have to keep an eye on her at least. Because I'm the only one who knows how she really feels on the inside. Aw. Your bracelet. Yes. I've seen a lot of mysterious things these past 7 years. But your bracelets were the strangest of all. Oh, that's a nice, like forward, shot of Apollo. That looks good on... I like this fucking, look on him. Oh, he looks so good on this. I remember meeting him half a year ago now, in Christoph Gavin's office. And then I met you. Two fates destined to intertwine. And I was there when they crossed. I'll never forget that. Such a small thing, that bullet, yet it tore who I was away. Jesus. Right, she was a magician too. 10 years ago during a simple rehearsal. It was a miracle no one died, but I didn't survive that accident. That is why I left the Tropez, my family. Now my memory has returned, I am myself once more. The first time, I am glad to be alive, Mr. Wright. Speaking of miracles, Grandma Sham regained consciousness this morning. I can only hope she's as glad as you are. It is a strange thing, fate. Sometimes a life is taken, sometimes a life is spared. You know what I've been thinking? People don't die that easily, really. As long as they've got something worth living for. And that's pretty much the end of my story, for now, anyway. I've still got a long way to go, and this power of mine, well, it needs work. But there's hope now. We'd lost it, but somehow we found it again. That's why people are smiling again. Hope. Yeah, I think I'll keep at a lawyer thing for a while. Oops, trading time, gotta go, Cords of Steel. Here comes justice. Objection! Hell yeah. And there you go, the ending to Apollo Justice, Ace Attorney. I'm glad you're staying in the agency with Apollo. It's like I found my long lost big little brother. Big little brother. Oh, and don't you worry about Tropez Grand Marais. Trucy's on the case. Now that I have this, thanks to Daddy. Trucy Grand Marais, frankly, I got my doubts, but Hat Grand Marais, now that'll pack them in. little tidbits. Oh, they're like photos. That's cute. I like the photo type style. Not every day you get a trial that rocks harder than one of your art gigs, yeah? That's why it's over. The Gavineers are breaking up. The news caused a run-up on tissues at supermarkets nationwide. You're the real stars now. I look forward to our next jam session. I hope he comes back as like a fucking character for the next game. Next game, third game, whichever one. I really want him to come back. This was a really great game. Well, it's finally over, you know, thinking about it. I've been a piano player longer than I was a lawyer. Now that everything's sorted and I've got time on my hands, maybe I'll take some lessons. Maybe I'll take the bar exam again. For being the 4th game entry in the series, still on the DS itself, it's really great. Then there's like what happened to like Miles, you know, like what's been going on with Miles and shit. Hold up, a little bit of intervening. So I was standing around eating Snackos the other day when I got this crazy idea. What if they were golden? You could augment the crunch and better the okay. And the power of science, although the preservatives might not be 100% safe. With the Miles part where it's like what happened between 3 and 4, the games 3 and 4, is like really a good entry too, and the fact that there was 2 Miles Edgeworth games too, that made it like a whole like all connected. An unlikely event you are wanting Russian feast come. Okay, yeah. The only thing colder than restaurant is borscht. Duh, but it's great a challenge if is being required. When it comes to the hideout, you know who to ask for. I like our pirate look. Man, these characters are all over, bro. Excuse me. I'm really satisfied with this game. This game really like made me like love everything again. So, Kentucky Pastries is getting back into the Eastern roots spread to the culture. Okay, yo boss, culture time. This is how we write root, capiche? But we're still going. We're still about giving back to the people. Yo boss, PR time. And this is how we write people, alright? Not that Walkie's paying any attention. Ooh, kids. I think I skipped out on one of these, right? I think it was like the second game I skipped out on this ending part. Bizoid Chinese characters on cake was a fly idea like 3. Okay. Man, you want to make it today, you gotta keep it real, you know what I'm saying? Yo, that's what I made, the OG cracker for you. I know it don't look like no cracker, G. What? You wanted to call it the OG muffin? Oh, the music in this game was great too. Sorry, I skipped on this dialogue. You asked me, there's only food, and that's noodles for. I got a new one too. See, this time I just put a big chunk of salt in the bowl. Why pretend? I'll do noodles is about the salt forever. That shit is gonna give someone high blood pressure. This fucking guy. I hated him. My exceptionally inquisitive nature has gone. Okay, yeah. You see, they used to call me Wesley Stickler. Okay, yeah, whatever. But no longer. I have a new name, one that reflects my true academic nature. The Panty Thief. Wesley Sicko reporting. Yes, curiosity is a sickness, and I am the cure. Man is coping. That's copium to a T, bro. Alexander O. Smith. Nanicia KK? Man, alright. Brandon Gay! Good dude. He had to go through life with that last name. I hope he's doing good. I don't know how to thank you for all you've done. Light was returned to my life and with it joy. I may have lost years, but I have gained a treasure, 2 treasures in fact. I will think of them when I write my next song. Oh, interesting. So she's still continuing to be her Lammy life. Okay. Damn. Okay, so damn. So like what? I wonder when it gets told that they're siblings. Brushell here, back on the beat with another interview. Eh? How do I feel about how things turn out? No scoop yet, but journalist confidence in mint condition. And Crow! I'll give it to him this time. He was a little bit tad annoying, but he did have a true connection to a major character, so I kind of don't mind him. I decided to keep painting originals only, of course. I suppose I'll have to see a bit of the world outside to find what to paint. But I know there are good people out there now. I've met them. Oh, is she gonna do the drawing? The door is open. The world is waiting. Thank you. Kind of like a message to us. I like this like end theme too. It's so nice. Oh, that's a cute photo. I love this. This is so cute. I love this. I got feelings for this. This is cute. Oh man. Woo! Got a tear coming up. Just seeing that was really nice and cute. The brother and sister and and Mr. Hat. And that's the end of Apollo Justice Ace Attorney. Wow. Damn, you know what's crazy? We've been through 6 games. We have done Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney, Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Justice for All, Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Trials and Tribulations, Miles Edgeworth, Ace Attorney Investigations Miles Edgeworth, Ace Attorney Investigations Miles Edgeworth 2. And there was a title for it, but it's in Japanese here. And then we just did Apollo Justice. That's 6 games I've done for the series. I put them all in the collection for Twitch. It's my VODs I keep over time. And if you look at the collections I have that are highlighted for my Apollo Justice like collection and stuff, or my Ace Attorney collection, in that collection there are countless hours. I'm talking about like ongoing hours, like so hardcore. Like I was like, this is one of my longest series I've had played so far in a very long time, and it's just like, geez, you know. But hey, guess what? We're starting next week. Dual Destinies is happening next week. I have to prepare some things for that, so that's definitely over the weekdays or the Sunday, Monday, or Tuesday where I work on that stuff. But yeah, I'll have to work on that to establish what is this, if the game is gonna run okay, if the game is gonna be smooth. Make sure I set this up on the emulator, or my my layout for all this stuff, you know, that whole thing. I gotta do that whole setup again, or well, adjust it to be on this one. I can't wait for Dual Destinies. This is my true like first experience of what is Dual Destinies. I know there was a demo for like the first trial, I believe. I remember that. I remember playing that a lot because I just kept doing it over and over. And I remember the girl character who had like a yellow kind of like blazer or like something like that, like a yellow jacket. I remember her. Apollo had an eye, like he was hurt or something. I remember that too. That was all I remember for Dual Destinies. I have no other knowledge of that. But Apollo Justice I kind of knew a little bit about, not like crazy. I knew who Apollo was. I didn't know who Kristoff was at all. I didn't know like the 2 Gavin brothers. I didn't even know. I knew Phoenix Wright had like a bum outfit, but I didn't know how he became a bum or looked like that in general. What else did I know about previously for Apollo Justice? I know about Trucy, but only her. Like I didn't know she was the adopted daughter to Phoenix. I didn't know there were siblings of Apollo and Trucy were siblings. I didn't know that. That was crazy to me. But yeah. Anyone who's currently still watching, yes, this is where I'm ending the stream, by the way. Anyone who's still currently watching, I know it's only a short stream today. I was planning it to be maybe like 2 hours, to be honest, actually. But I wanted to really finish up on this one. I was dedicated to even like going for 4 hours, 5 hours if it was that long. But yeah, hope everyone enjoyed. Anyone in chat, lurking, chilling, you know, just on the side, I appreciate it always. YouTube, if you gotten to this point and you watched all of my Apollo Justice VODs and stuff like that, much appreciated. I'm honestly very overwhelmed that you have done this for watching this long. It sucks that I haven't really been uploading it like the day after, which I should. But I'm like backlogged like crazy with a bunch of like older ones, like when I used to have face cam on and all that stuff before becoming like my VTuber model and stuff. It's just a huge backlog that I gotta start working on again, as well as I gotta put like all these tags for each and every video and stuff like that. So that's why it's like I'm very like backlog heavy right now. But yeah. Other than that, I'm gonna call it a stream. Excuse me. Next week's schedule, let me tell that actually. Wednesday, Beautiful Joe 2 starts. Thursday, more Final Fantasy 13. There was something I had to do off screen, right? Yeah, there was some things I got to do off screen. I just got to remember what they were. More Final Fantasy 13 off screen. Oh, I got to find the fucking things. The gravitation cores before I continue on. Friday, more Pokemon. We're on the Elite Four, but we're not done with the Elite Four yet. I'm gonna be at the Elite Four, but we're not gonna be, entirely there yet. You get me? We're gonna be we're gonna do the Elite Four. Once we're done with the Elite Four, it's gonna give us the credits and shit because that's how it works. But we're not done with Soul Silver. We're gonna go through the Kanto region, beat all those gym leaders, and beat Red. I'm having 10 times the confidence right now because I don't know where I'll be by that point. But hey, it's okay, because guess what? They're randomized Pokemon. Who knows? He probably could have like all baby Pokemon at level 80, and we just have to kill him. That's all we have to do in game. But yeah, so that's what's happening Thursday and Friday. And then that was the Friday one. And Saturday, you already know. Dual Destinies. Ace Attorney Dual Destinies. I can't wait for that. I'm so excited for that too. All right, but I'm gonna call it a stream here. Hope you guys have a good day. Bye.